Chapter 6, Part B. Women of America by John Ruse LARUS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tituba, in her confession, had implicated the two women, Good and Osborne, and two others whose faces she could not see, and the girls were importuned to name these other tormentors. At first they refused, probably because they had not held council to decide on the two to be named, but at last they indicated two of the most estimable women in the community, Martha Corey and Rebecca Nurse, aged respectively 60 and about 70 years. The village was thunderstruck, for these women, if not of the highest rank, were full of courtesy and kindliness, and were well educated and well bred. None the less they were accused, Goodwife Corey by little Ann Putnam, at whose instigation it seems unnecessary to suggest, Goodwife Nurse, whose husband was one of the most honored persons in the village, while she herself was regarded as a model of virtue and piety by more than one of the afflicted children, as the girls were now called, but the bearing of Mistress Putnam at the examination was sufficient to show where stood the chief accuser. The girls went into their regular fits at each answer to the questions, unshamed by the sight of the venerable lady standing there in her dainty dress and with her fragile figure and pure face. And Mrs. Putnam broke in on the magistrate's questions with, "Did you not bring the black man with you? Did you not bid me tempt God and die? How oft have you eaten and drunk your own damnation?" It is no wonder that the accused, at such a horrible outburst of vindictive hate, as she must have known it to be, raised her hands to heaven with the cry, "O Lord, help me!" But at that the afflicted children went into the most extraordinary convulsions, and the foolish magistrate, Hawthorne by name, who had until then been favorably inclined toward the prisoner, connected the spasms of the girls with the uplifted hands of the old lady, and this turned the tide against her. She was remanded for trial. The mischief was now fairly afoot. Personal malice began to work. Some of the girls were servants and accused their masters and mistresses, as in the cases of John Proctor and George Jacobs. On the other hand, now that superstition was thoroughly awakened, it ran its usual course of madness, and the most absurd pretexts for accusations were eagerly fastened upon. Susanna Martin, for instance, was accused and executed upon the ground that she had walked on a country road without getting her skirts or stockings muddy, and must be a witch to be able to perform such a feat. Even such a man as the Reverend George Burroughs, who had been pastor of the church at Salem for about 3 years, but had long left there, and in 1692 was living in Maine, was arrested on a charge of witchcraft and taken to Salem to be tried, on the plea that he was, though small of stature, strong enough to lift a barrel of cider or hold a heavy musket out at arm's length. He was named by the afflicted children, but the fact that while in Salem he had been inimical to the party of Mrs. Ann Putnam makes the real source of the accusation not problematical. He was formally accused by little Ann Putnam, who said that one evening there came to her the apparition of a minister and asked her to write her name in the devil's book. Then appeared two women in shrouds, who scolded the first wrath away. Then the two women told Anne that they were the ghosts of the first and second wives of Mr. Burroughs, who had murdered them, and one of them showed to the child the gaping wound which had been inflicted upon her. On such testimony as this, Mr. Burroughs, a man of high standing and deep learning, was condemned to die. Nor was this an isolated case. On the contrary, it was the rule. So numerous grew the accusations that Sir William Phipps, the first royal governor, appointed a special court to try cases of witchcraft, and 19 in all suffered death upon such accusations as have been instanced. At last the girls made the mistake, whether or not instigated by Mrs. Putnam in these instances does not appear, of accusing persons who could not possibly be suspected of such practices, even allowing the possibility of the practices themselves. When they brought charges against the Reverend Samuel Willard, one of the most eminent divines of Boston, and Lady Phipps, the wife of the governor, they were sharply rebuked, and when they added to their list the name of Mistress Hale, wife of the minister in Beverley, and famous throughout the colony for her saintly character, they ranged against them the best of all the people of the country. Mr. Hale himself had been a believer in the accusations, but now, when their falsity was thus proved to him, he changed his allegiance and declared war against the perpetrators of the real crimes, as he now saw those accusations to be. This was practically the end of the insanity, and the death blow to the panic was given when some people of Andover, on being accused, brought action for defamation of character, and thus removed the matter to its true tribunal. There were no more accusations after that. Some 14 years afterward, one of the afflicted children, Ann Putnam, who had been the most active of all, made public confession in the Salem church that she had been a cause of the shedding of innocent blood. She declared, however, that she had not acted out of anger, malice, or ill will to any person, for I had no such thing against one of them, but what I did was ignorantly, being deluded of Satan. This latter declaration had been generally interpreted to mean that Anne was even then, at the age of 25, convinced that she had actual communion with the powers of darkness. In other words, that she was a self-deceived seer of visions. The theory is open to doubt. Anne's words are at least susceptible of another interpretation, and, whether they were intended to bear this meaning or not, it may well be that she was deluded of Satan under the form of Mistress Ann Putnam, her mother. The complicity of Mr. Parris, the minister, is probable, but there is little doubt that the moving spirit of the conspiracy, after this had gained strength and purpose, was Mistress Ann Putnam. She was a brilliant woman in many ways, a fact which is not at all incompatible with the further fact that she was a moral degenerate, or at least a monomaniac. It is most probable that she directed the whole progress of the conspiracy, which at first arose in opportunity by the accident of the teaching of the old Indian woman and its effect upon some hysterical girls, who saw before them a chance to become notorious, and that she worked it throughout to her own ends, persuading the girls that, having once embarked upon such an enterprise, their sole safety consisted in playing the game to its finish. Possibly she also was to some extent self-deceived. She was a descendant of the Carrs of Salisbury, who were noted as being very nervous and excitable, and she was herself of the most irritable and sanguine temperament. But it seems a little probable that she was a victim rather than a ruler in the insanity which came of her fostering, for not only were her daughter and servant the most prominent members of the afflicted children, but it was her personal enemies who first disappeared into the shadows of death, and it was her hand which guided the accusation that smote every victim, until the reign of terror grew beyond even her control. She stands as the female Robespierre of America, slaying for lust of power and afterward for fear of losing her own head, and she remains one of the most picturesque and yet gruesome figures that our history has produced. We shall leave this ominous figure standing on the threshold of New England as we turn southward to inquire as to the conditions existent in the other great colony of English America. But on our way it is worthwhile to take a passing glimpse at New York. This city had emerged from New Amsterdam. The old vrouws, with their feather beds and their multiplicity of petticoats and their scrupulously clean houses, and their floors with patterns traced in sand, had passed away. They had been most picturesque in their way, though they left no enduring effect upon the type which we know now. Of the lives of the old burghers and their wives and families, their characteristics and their customs, we have a most animated account in the words of the master writer Washington Irving. Fine old fellows were these burghers, and companionable and merry were their wives and daughters. What a group is offered in the polite yet firm Peter Minuit, the pleasure-loving but vacillating and not too scrupulous Wouter Van Twiller, in frequent tilt with the irascible but honest Dominie Bogardus, the honest but ill-adapted Wilhelm Keft, the grand old Peter Stuyvesant, despotic yet paternal in his rule, stubborn but brave. Of another kind, and in a lighter vein, we have a picture of the genial and universal favorite, Anthony Van Corlear, of whom Irving writes, "It was a moving sight to see the buxom lassies, how they hung about the doughty Anthony Van Corlear, for he was a jolly, rosy-faced, lusty bachelor, fond of his joke, and withal a desperate rogue among women. Fain would they have kept him to comfort them while the army was away, for besides what I have said of him, it is no more than justice to add that he was a kind-hearted soul, noted for his benevolent attentions in comforting disconsolate wives during the absence of their husbands, and this made him to be very much regarded by the honest burghers of the city." The vrouws were comfortable persons, not given to vivacity, yet in their way individual, and that sometimes in manner not altogether commendable. We are told in the court records of Brooklyn that two ladies, Mistress Jonica Schampf and Widow Rachel Luker by name, actually assaulted one Peter Pra, captain of militia, when he was proudly leading his troops on training day, and so dealt with him in vile enormities, which included beating, hair-pulling, and other like amenities, that his life was for a time thought to be forfeit. In the matter of legal quarrels, too, there was vigor as well as characteristic type among the vrouws. We are told that Dominie Bogardus and Annika, his wife, sued a female neighbor because the latter had said the chaste Annika, in crossing a muddy street, had lifted her petticoats higher than was necessitated by the mud, or was consistent with modesty. The love of gossip among the burgher ladies was a characteristic that gave rise to a number of suits for slander. On the other hand, the vrouws were often engaged in trade, and so set the example for the business woman of today, and in such matters their energy and perseverance were commendable. We are told of these good vrouws that they were up with the crow of the cock, took their first meal at dawn, and ate their dinner at the stroke of noon. Then, says our chronicler, the worthy Dutch matrons would array themselves in their best linsey jackets and petticoats, and putting a half-finished stocking into the capacious pocket where hung from the girdle, with scissors, pincushion, and keys outside their dress, sally forth to a neighbor's house to spend the afternoon. Here they plied their knitting needles and their tongues at the same time, discussed the village gossip, settled their neighbors' affairs as to their own satisfaction, and finished their stockings in time for tea, which was on the table at 6 o'clock. This was the occasion for the display of the family plate and the cups of rare old china, out of which the guests sipped the fragrant bohea, sweetening it by an occasional bite from the huge lump of loaf sugar which was invariably by the side of each plate, while they discussed the hostess's apple pies, doughnuts, and waffles. Tea over, the party donned their cloaks and hoods, for bonnets were not, and set out for home to be in time to superintend the milking and look after their household affairs before bedtime, which came at 9 o'clock to the minute. The dresses of the ladies consisted of jacket of cloth or silk and a number of short petticoats of every stuff and color, quilted in fanciful figures. If the pride of the Dutch matrons lay in their beds and linens, that of the Dutch maidens lay equally in their elaborately wrought petticoats, which were their own handiwork and often constituted their only dowry. They wore blue, red, and green worsted stockings of their own knitting, with party-colored clocks, together with high-heeled leather shoes. Considerable jewelry was in use among them in the shape of rings and brooches, and girdle chains of gold and silver were much affected by fashionable bells. These were attached to the richly bound Bibles and hymn books and is suspended from the belt outside the dress, thus forming an ostentatious Sunday decoration. For necklaces they wore numerous strings of gold beads, and the poorer classes, in humble imitation, encircled their throats with steel and glass beads, and strings of Job's tears, the fruit of a plant thought to possess some medicinal virtues. This was their holiday costume. Their dress for work and wear was of good substantial homespun. Every household had from 2 to 6 spinning wheels for wool and flax, whereon the women of the family expended every leisure moment. Looms, too, were in common use, and piles of homespun cloth and snow-white linen attested to the industry of the active Dutch maidens. Hoards of homemade stuffs were thus accumulated in the settlement, sufficient to last till a distant generation. Stolid as we think these old Dutch people, they had their amusements, in which their women participated with much zest. There were bees of all kinds, quilting bees, husking bees, apple bees, and raising bees, and above all they loved dancing, and though we may think of them as heavy-footed, it is probable that many of these demure Dutch maidens would trip it on the light fantastic toe, with as good a grace as their less sedate sisters of the South. Before leaving the North, one somewhat curious female figure of New York is especially worth noting, as having been associated with one of the most picturesque and sorely maligned characters in our history. Sarah Bradley, daughter of Captain Thomas Bradley, and herself an Englishwoman by birth. In 1685 she married one William Cox, a man of singular character, whose mother was termed Alice Cox, alias Bono, for what reason does not appear. Sarah Cox, with whom we are more intimately concerned, was at the time of her marriage a dashing young woman of handsome face and fine figure, but so illiterate that she could not write her own name, as attested by the fact that sundry documents bearing her authorization give her mark instead of the usual signature. In latter years, however, she seems to have attained sufficient knowledge to sign her name. In 1689 Mr. Cox met with an accident, thus described in a letter of the period. Mr. Cox, to show his fine clothes, undertook to go to Amboy to proclaim the king, who coming whom again was fairly drowned, which accident started our commanders here very much. There is a good rich widow left. John Tudor, who wrote the letter and had no love for Cox, is rather flippant in his treatment of the fatal occurrence, but it seems that the good rich widow was herself hardly inconsolable, for in a very short time she married again, this time one John Ort, who in his turn soon disappeared from the scene, leaving Sarah a double widow and also doubly rich. She was hardly to be more successful in her third marriage than the others, nor did she show much sensibility in the matter, for on the 15th of May, 1691, she took out letters of administration on the estate of her late husband, and on the 16th of May a license was issued for the marriage of the fair Sarah to Captain William Kidd. Familiar to all is the fate of that redoubtable pirate, as he is generally held to have been, though pirate he certainly was not, and it is not convenient here to enter upon details, but there seems to be little doubt that Mistress Kidd exerted a curious and, as it turned out, fatal influence upon the fortunes of her third husband. It is averred, though it is hardly a matter of history, that her relations with the Earl of Bellamont, governor of New York, furnished the reason for the choice of her husband as the commander of the expedition which resulted in the accusation of piracy for which he suffered, and that it was her restless ambition which induced him to accept a post which was little to his liking. Be all this as it may, Kidd was hanged, and his widow, after this time prolonging her period of mourning to the unconscionable, for her, time of 2 years, married Christopher Rousby, and settled down to a life free from further matrimonial adventures. She lived to a great age, but never lost her vivacity and assertiveness, and she merits a place in our record for her influence upon the romantic career of the famous, long infamous, Captain Kidd. Now, passing by the growing towns of Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Annapolis, and the fading one of St. Mary's, let us seek the Old Dominion and learn the conditions which there obtained in the days prior to the coming of the Revolution. The influx of Cavaliers during the later portion of the 17th century had its effect upon Virginia society, already prone to graft the lighter of English manners and customs upon those proper to the colonial conditions. In Virginia the women were free, untrammeled by the public sentiment, to indulge their taste for gay apparel, to trick themselves off with all the gauds and gewgaws that fashion could invent. The towering heads of hair, which were such an offense in the eyes of our Puritan forefathers, were tolerated, if not admired, by our grandsires of Virginia. The brocade skirt, the exposed bosom, the embroidered jupe, straight corset, and gay farthingale were entirely congenial to the theories of the Virginia colonists, men as well as women. The gaiety in dress was answered by gaiety of life. With a rapidity that seemed strange in the face of the preference for the life of the country, the towns had become more populous and accessible, and they served as foci for the social functions and life. Yet even though there was such rout and revel at Williamsburg and kindred towns, it was in the houses of the great planters that one saw the true Virginia social existence, that one found the Virginia woman of the time in her truest apparition. Under the influences of the coming of the Cavaliers and the Huguenots, for the descendants of the latter perpetuated the restless gaiety of their forsaken land rather than the austerities of the faith which had been the cause of their exile, there had arisen in Virginia something of a cult of the social function. The court of Sir William Berkeley had been a miniature reproduction of that of his king, and though some of the traditions of his time passed away with the old governor, the main spirit survived in the ideals of Virginia society. As in all such cases there was, as a certainment, amount of discernible hollowness, but, as a rule, there were to be found in the best and most typical houses of Virginia the graces of the society of the Restoration without its vices, its courtesy without its affectations. An aristocracy was growing where none had been before, or at least where there had been but a feeble and ineffectual leaven of one. At this period the woman of Virginia was the typical and representative lady of English America. Moreover, there was now entering into Virginia conditions of a sort of feudality, less in theory than in fact. There was much to recall the life of the old feudal baron. There was the same dependence upon the household for the necessaries and many of the luxuries of life. In the families of the great planters, such as Colonel Bird of Westover, whose daughter, Evelyn Bird, was the pearl of Virginia ladies in her day, but died of a broken heart before she had grown past her first maturity, there was manufacture of the raw materials into the finished product, under the eye of the mistress of the house. Slavery had, by this time, become an established feature of Virginia society, and it was at its best in results. The slaves answered in conditions to the feudal servitors. They were retainers in a way, and they were also the workmen of the home. They made shoes and rough clothing, and they performed all the household tasks which were not strictly within the province of the chatelaine. The field hands raised tobacco, and it was with this commodity that the planter bought the silks and laces which clothed his wife and daughters when they appeared en grand tenue. But though thus the lady of the manor and her duties in the training of her household servants, in the supervision of the household tasks, and in the provision of certain cates and other dainties which were to be made by no hands but hers, her general duty, that which occupied more of her time and thought than any other, was to be effective and satisfactory as a hostess. It was thus in the southern colonies, with their greater wealth in servants and money, and their consequently greater refinement, that there first appeared the type of American woman as she was a little later to be known throughout the land. But the coming of refinement and its accompaniment, modishness, was not long confined to the Virginias. Before the ending of the later colonial period and the beginnings of the days of the Revolution, there were to be found refinement and modishness in Massachusetts as in Virginia. But it was long before an equal amount of luxury was there displayed. In the North, the same distinction of station was maintained between the governor's lady and the plebeian housewife that existed in the South between the lady of the plantation and her humbler sister of the hut. But there were fewer spouses of governors and their social equals in the North than there were wives of planters in the South, and so the developing type of American lady began in Virginia and spread thence rather than adopted from without. But everywhere, in all sections of the country, save indeed the undeveloped outskirts, where the wilderness was being forced back, and concerning which we shall busy ourselves later, when the type of the pioneer was more distinctive, there was upspringing a different type from that of the settlers or the early colonists. The American woman was ceasing to be the co-worker with her husband in matters of the hands, and gradually taking her rightful place as the director rather than the laborer. She was still the housewife, but her sphere was becoming enlarged and her ideas different. The wilderness had been pushed back from her door. She was as much a dweller in towns, even if they were not of very great dimensions or importance, as were her sisters across the great water. Her husband no longer wrestled with a hostile earth for a bare subsistence, but owned his houses and his lands, and held himself among the prosperous ones of the world, so that his wife and daughters were free from need of personal labor. Not that they were idle, these ladies who had blossomed from the earlier stem. We shall see that many of them were notable housewives, real helpmeets to their husbands, but they worked in a different manner from that of their grandmothers, and they differed from those excellent dames in many things, but above all in the respect for that impalpable but dominant thing called fashion, and so they began to lose their individuality and take on the bearing and ways of the cosmopolitan type of women. As a consequence of the introduction of luxury as a recognized condition of the American household of wealth and refinement, there came about a gradual change in the type of the sections which resulted in a leveling of the type of the whole land in its adaptation to European standards. That subtle influence of fashion permeated the land from north to south. There was then no east or west, and brought all the severed types under one straight rule. No longer could the dame of the Puritans be distinguished by her outer guise, or even by her customs and manners, from her of the Cavaliers, while the intermediate woman, she of the settlement erstwhile known as Manhattan, on her part came forward with the rest to the goal of identity. There were more women of fashion in Virginia and Maryland than in Massachusetts or Connecticut, but the type was the same, and a man might travel from Williamsburg to Boston, stopping on his way at Annapolis, Philadelphia, and New York, and find no considerable difference between the woman who sped him at the outset and the woman who greeted him at the end of his journey, at least as far as the eye and ear could note. From Madam Berkeley to Madam Phipps was no step at all. The gracious dame of the period, stately in silks and satins and brocade, was as easy to find at one end of the country as at the other. The toasts were just as lovely, if not quite so plentiful in Boston as in Williamsburg. But all this gain, as is the inevitable law, was at the expense of compensating loss. Refinement and elegance had come to be the inheritance of the American woman, but at the cost and loss of individuality. They had come into existence as a type, which neither Puritan nor Cavalier nor Dutch but American. Though a universal type, it was not a distinctive one, as had been the others. The word American had come to have a meaning of universality as applied to the women of this country, and was yet to have a more inclusive signification. But the passing of marked sectional differences had also brought with it the doing away as well with that subtle thing which we term individuality. As distinguished from her sisters of that country which was still termed mother, though so soon to be encountered in bitter hatred, the American woman had lost definition and personality. We now come to the period in our story when there will be no longer distinction between the woman of the North and her sister in the South in the things which have thus far kept them apart in type. There will always preserve certain racial, climactic, and inherited traits peculiar to their respective sections, but they will be none the less in mass the women of America. Even when we shall be forced to record the great dissension which separated our country into two nations, and accentuated all of the sectional traits of its womankind as of its men. There will be but different expressions of womanhood to record, not different types, different conditions of existence, having effect of direction, not differing spirits and impulses. It was in the days before the darkening of the shadow of the Revolution that the American woman, untrammeled by conditions of residence or descent, began to appear as a type. She was very admirable, but she was no longer unique. End of chapter 6, part B.
Chapter 7, Part A, Women of America, by John Ruse LARUS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Revolutionary Days. Though the present chapter in its title purports to tell of the days of the War for Independence, in reality this is but an arbitrary heading, for we shall approach those days from the distance of a quarter of a century. Not that there were at the beginning of this period any distinct limits of demarcation from the days immediately preceding it, the contrary was the case. But it is needful for the chronicler that he have some point of departure in each of his progressive steps toward the goal of today. The opening period of this chapter, therefore, is about the year 1750. There are reasons for this, apart from the arbitrary whim of the historian. Though not exactly in the year dividing the century, yet about that time there began to be manifested a spirit of American nationality such as never had before been shown. For the first time the country began to appear to itself in the aspect of something more than an aggregation of colonies, and to examine itself whether it were not in truth a nation. From the Canadas to the Carolinas there began to be a feeling of cohesion, a tardy and half-awake recognition of unity of interests and race. There had come about a much fractured and thinly stretched chain of communication and continuity from north to south, and this was having the effect of binding together the scattered settlements in a feeling of union, which was in a way effectual in the shaping of the history of women in America. There were still, there ever must be, differences of manners and customs, and even of thought, imposed by the geographical dwellings of the women of the various sections, but there was withal a certain continuity and persistence of type, and this was gathering strength to survive the coming days of storm. During years of stress, in the face of treason to itself at the hands of its own daughters as well as of foreign foes, it did so survive and became the American woman of the early days of the Republic. But there was much of vicissitude to be borne first, vicissitude not always recognized by the chroniclers of those days, for it was rather of manner than of contest. It was the old question of the survival of the fittest, with European complexity and American simplicity contending for the prize, and the battle, though won for the best, was not without compromise. Before, however, fastening our gaze upon those yet distant days, let us look at the woman of America as she appeared in the period preceding that of storm. We have spoken of American simplicity, and with all the coming of luxury during the latter years of the Southern colonies, this was still an attribute of the American woman. But it hardly applied to her dress or outer guise in any respect. In the very year 1750, with which we have begun our steps into the period of the Revolution, we find in the Pennsylvania Gazette an advertisement that is of present interest to us, as suggestive of the style of dress affected by the household of one of the most typical Americans of his day.
Whereas on Saturday night last the house of Benjamin Franklin of this city, printer, was broken open, and the following things feloniously taken away, viz., a double necklace of gold beads, a woman's long scarlet cloak almost new, with a double cape, a woman's gown of printed cotton of the sort called brocade print, very remarkable, the ground dark with large red roses and other large and yellow flowers, with blue in some of the flowers, with many green leaves, a pair of women's stays covered with white tabby before and dove-colored tabby behind, with two large steel hooks, and sundry other goods, etc. It is evident that the family of Benjamin Franklin himself were somewhat addicted to gauds and fripperies. About this same date George Washington is found writing to England for certain articles of dress for his stepdaughter, Miss Custis, then but 4 years of age, and for this miniature bit of humanity he orders such things as packthread stays, stiff coats of silk, masks for her face, caps, bonnets, ruffles, necklaces, fans, silk and calamanco shoes, and leather pumps, while for her small hands were ordered 8 pairs of kid mitts and 4 pairs of gloves. We are told on excellent authority that at this time the Southern dames, especially of Annapolis, Baltimore, and Charleston, were said to have the richest brocades and damasks that could be bought in London. Small simplicity here, and the good wives of New York and New England were learning to follow their leaders in the fashions. Yet in manners there was in the North still a leaven of the old Puritan sternness. The Reverend Mr. Burnaby, who published a book called Travels in America in 1759, records therein that when the captain of a British man of war, who had left his wife at Boston while he was on a cruise, was met by his spouse on his return, he very naturally kissed her in the sight of all men, the meeting taking place on the public wharf. But this act was against the statute which forbade kissing on the street as a great indecency, and the reprobate captain was promptly haled before the magistrates. It will hardly be believed that these gentlemen actually sentenced the Englishman to be whipped, and had the sentence executed, and though to be whipped was not then considered a greater disgrace than now is to incur a fine, it is nevertheless pleasant to a modern to read that the captain, which latter he had become most popular in Boston, invited his judges to a dinner on board his ship, and there had them triced up to the rigging, and to each meted out the scriptural 40 stripes save one. But the incident shows us the moral atmosphere of New England, at least in some of its parts, for it is unfortunately undeniable that in Connecticut the abominable practice of bundling was at the height of prevalence and popularity about 1750. The inevitable reaction came a little later, however, and the fulminations of Jonathan Edwards and his fellows at last came to have their effect, and by the end of the Revolution the custom was no longer recognized by any respectable community, with 1 or 2 marked exceptions, and these exceptions ceased to be such before the coming of the new century. Yet as late as 1775 we find the diary of Abigail Foote, from which we shall later make a more edifying extract, recording as a matter of course the fact of Ellen Foote, sister to the writer, bundling with a young man till sun about 3 hours high. It is pleasant to read that a few weeks later the pair were cried and married. Such were the curious contradictions of customs and morals found among our Puritan forefathers. A man might not kiss his wife in the street, but an unmarried woman might, if clothed, spend the night in bed with her lover. There were many other contradictions of manners. For instance, what could be more suggestive of utter simplicity than the diary of Abigail Foote,
to which reference has just been made. I will quote an extract from it as an example of the life spent by young girls of her time. Abigail wrote in 1775, and she lived in Colchester, Connecticut. Here is a record of one of her days. Fixed gown for Prudy just to clear my teeth. Mend mother's riding hood. Ague in my face. Ellen was sparked last night. Mother spun short thread. Fixed 2 gowns for Welch girls. Card-toed spun linen. Worked on cheese basket. Hatcheled flax with Hannah and weeded 51 pounds apiece. Pleated and ironed. Read a sermon of Doddridge's. Spooled a piece. Milked the cows. Spun linen and did 50 knots. Made a broom of guinea wheat straw. Spun thread to whiten. Went to Mr. Otis's and made them a swinging visit. Israel said I might ride his jade. Set a red dye. Prudy stayed at home and learned Eve's Dream by heart. Had 2 scholars from Mrs. Taylor's. I carded 2 pounds of whole wool and felt nationally. Spun harness twine. Scoured the pewter. The information concerning Ellen is to us more suggestive than interesting, and why to card 2 pounds of wool should make anyone feel nationally is not clear, but we can gather from the candid diary of young Mistress Foote a fair idea of the life of the young lady of that day. Varying with section in customs and application, it was yet typical in its way, and speaks volumes of the simple and admirable training of the women of the period. But being on the search for contradictions at this time, look upon the picture of the elaborate headdresses worn at that period, found in a letter from Anna Green Winslow. I had my headice roll on. Aunt Storer said it ought to be made less. Aunt Deming said it ought not to be made at all. It makes my head ache and burn and itch like anything, Mamma. This famous roll is not made wholly of a red cow tail, but is a mixture of that and horsehair, very coarse, and a little human hair of a yellow hue that I suppose was taken out of the back part of an old wig. But D made it all, carded together and twisted up. When it first came home, Aunt put it on, and my new cap upon it. She then took upon her apron and measured me from the roots of my hair on my forehead to the top of my notions. I measured above an inch longer than I did downward from the roots of my hair to the end of my chin. Nothing renders a young person more amiable than virtue and modesty without the help of false hair, red cowtail or D, the barber. In this letter, written in 1771, Mistress Winslow treats the matter jocularly and even wittily. But it was a grave enough affair, that of the headice, to the average dame of the day. We are told that the front hair was pulled up over a stuffed cushion or roll, and mixed with powder and grease. The back hair was strained up in loops or short curls, surrounded and surmounted with ribbons, pom-poms, aigrettes, jewels, gauze, and flowers and feathers, till the structure was half a yard in height. Fashion in this wise had gone to even greater extremes in other lands, but there was not much of colonial simplicity about this sort of thing. We are not told directly whether Abigail Foote, the spinner and carder, wore such a monstrosity as that described when she went to pay her swinging visit to the Otis family, but even if she personally avoided such extremes, yet these flagrant contradictions were in constant evidence in the life and garb of the New England woman of that day, nor were her more southern sisters far behind her in their disregard of consistency, even though they manifested it in variant ways. In good and evil projections, all these things have survived and combined in the American woman of the present, though not in their old aspects.
It was about the beginning of the named period that there happened in Virginia a charming incident in which is displayed a feminine trait worthy of chronicle, even if universal in nationality. At the famous college of William and Mary there lived a bachelor professor by the name of John Cam. He had reached the period of his life that we euphemistically call middle age, when there came the end of his bachelorhood in this wise. Among those who listened to his exhortations, for he was preacher as well as professor, was Miss Betsy Hansford, of the family of the Hansford of Bacon's Rebellion, known as rebel or martyr according to the sympathies of the speaker. She was a pretty maiden, and she was besieged with offers from the youth of the neighborhood, among others, from one who, having himself unsuccessfully pleaded his suit, bethought him of obtaining the services of the gifted divine as intermediary. The latter was willing to undertake the somewhat delicate part assigned to him, and he proceeded to show to the obdurate maiden that matrimony was a holy and much to be desired state, fortifying his position with citations from the Bible. When it came to the quotation of texts, however, Miss Betsy proved herself an adept by telling Mr. Cam that her reasons for refusing her young suitor might be discovered by an examination of 2 Samuel, chapter 7. Home fared Mr. Cam in search of a Bible, for the young lady refused to lend him one, and there he found that the text read, "And Nathan said unto David, Thou art the man." Stronger hint could hardly be given and was not needed, for the Reverend John Cam and Betsy Hansford, spinster, were shortly afterward married. The Virginia Betsy thus fairly rivaled the Puritan Priscilla, and perhaps surpassed her in the delicacy of her hint. But darker days were coming, when there was to be but little thought of marrying and giving in marriage. And already the shadow of those days was felt by womanhood throughout our land. If the women did not as yet feel the actual presence of the storm, they saw their husbands and brothers and fathers go heavily for the fear of the days to come, and they saw the land becoming divided into two hostile camps. The time was fast nearing when the women of the country would be called upon to show that they knew as well as any man of them all the meaning of patriotism, when they would become the very nerves, as the men were the sinews, of the land in its distress. Darker grew the days, and more serious became the bearing of the woman as well as the men. Nor would the former be excluded from the councils of their country. Though they might not take place in the public meetings, they inspired the thoughts of the men who there poured forth a flood of patriotism that could not be stayed. It was the gaze of his wife, as she sat in an agony of suspense among the audience, that roused Patrick Henry to the splendid effort that lost the Parsons their case and gave him that fame which culminated in the House of Burgesses, when there was question between patriotism and prudence. And doubtless it was the Home Council that sent him forth to do his duty that day, and kindle the fire that was to sweep over the land until British misrule had been burnt and purged away. This is speculation, not history, but we know by record the spirit of the women when there came the days of proof. Before, however, embarking upon the subject of the women of the Revolution proper, there may be described the personalities of two remarkable women who flourished during the period which is being considered, but whose lives were spent in the conflict of religious discussion and not that of arms. For some reason, possibly because of national liberty of opinions and speech, America has always been preeminently the nursery of the female religious fanatic. The 18th century, in its latter half, gave to the world two remarkable examples of the female apostle, and though but few vital memories of either survive, Yet these women are worthy of the place in this record for their singular, though limited and temporary, influence, and for the resemblance, in certain ways, at least of one of them, to one of the most prominent feminine leaders in our own day. About 1770, the influence and power of a woman named Anne Lee became acknowledged among a strange community, the Shakers. We are told that through her at this time the present testimony of salvation and eternal life was fully opened according to the special gift and revelation of God, words that are not unfamiliar to us of the present day in application to another woman, and that she was received by the society as their spiritual mother. Later we find that from the light and power of God which attended her ministry, she was received and acknowledged as the first mother, or spiritual parent, in the line female, and the second heir in the covenant of life, according to the present display of the gospel. Even to this day she is called by her few remaining followers the Mother, but she herself always claimed a yet higher and, to sober thought, blasphemous title, saying of herself on many occasions, "I am Anne, the Word." She was not an American by birth, but came to this country in 1774, attended by a few followers who believed in her pretensions, her husband Abraham Stanley being among them, and on our shore attained fame and following. On the voyage, the ship, as we are told with much gravity, though the tale is hardly original, sprang a leak and was in grave peril of sinking, but the mother put her own hands to the pumps, and under her supernatural force the water was soon ejected. Anne remained in New York about 2 years, and then went to Niskiana, where she spent the remainder of her life amid her worshippers, save that, in 1781, she made a progress through several parts of the country, particularly New England, and was received with scorn by some and worshipped by others. She died at Niskiana in 1784, having in her brief residence in our country attained a notoriety which remained, in its way, unequaled for more than a century. The estimate in which she was held may best be judged from the concluding stanza of a poem written by one of her enthusiastic followers. How much they are mistaken who think that mother's dead, when through her ministrations so many souls are fed. In union with the Father, she is the second Eve, dispensing full salvation to all who do believe. Thus, in almost all ways, in her title, in her assumption of a nature but little, if at all, lower than that of a deity, and in the devotion with which she inspired her followers, Anne Lee was the prototype of the most notable woman of our day in America. But Anne Lee is now, a brief century after her death, held in memory only by a few uninfluential and rapidly lessening people, and in this also she may prove the true prototype. The second and less noted of the two women religious leaders who will find record in this chapter was Jemima Wilkinson, who was born in Rhode Island in 1753, thus being a native American. When she was about 23 years old, she was taken seriously ill, and during the illness suffered from suspended animation. Of this circumstance she took advantage by giving out that she had been dead, and that during her absence from the world she had been invested with divine attributes and authority to instruct mankind in religion. By virtue of her delegated powers, she professed to be able to foretell the future, to discern the secrets of the heart, and to have the power to cure any disease. And, as is generally the case with such impostors, failure to heal was accounted for by want of faith in the uncured individual. All these pretensions have a familiar sound, and the present century cannot boast a great, or at least universal, advance in such matters beyond its predecessors. But Jemima made a dangerous innovation not adopted by her rivals ancient and modern, when she professed to be able to work miracles, and offered to demonstrate her powers in this respect by walking upon water. A frame was constructed on the banks of Seneca Lake, and a crowd assembled to see the test. But the matter ends in absurdity, for the prophetess, on driving up in an elegant carriage, descended to the shore and entered the lake to the depths of her ankles. Then, turning to the assembled people, she inquired if they had faith that she could accomplish the miracle, since without that faith she could do nothing of herself. She received unanimous answer in the affirmative, whereupon, rather logically than effectively, she replied that in that case there was no need for her to perform the miracle, and incontinently returned to her carriage and drove away. This was ingenious, but hardly convincing, one would think, yet Jemima lost little, if any, of her prestige by this fiasco. She was called by her followers the universal friend, perhaps with double meaning, since she was educated by the Friends, and in some ways professed the tenets of their sect, and in 1790 led a small but enthusiastic band of worshippers to a tract in western New York, near Penn Van, where, at a place called Jerusalem, the inspired prophetess and thaumaturgist died in 1819. As late as 1850, some of her credulous followers still existed, but they are now practically extinct. Though neither of these women exercised any formative effect upon the American woman of the present, they were typical of a certain class of perverted femininity, and remarkable in their resemblance to later idols of their kind, and are thus worthy of chronicle. They are well cleared from our way, however, and we may turn to more pleasant themes in the story of the truer representatives of American womanhood of the mid-18th century. The name of one, the first in many ways, of these representatives will involuntarily rise to the thought, if not to the lips, of every reader of this book, the name of Mary Washington, the mother of him who is still generally regarded as the greatest of Americans. It may be that the fame of Mary Washington is vicarious, that it rests entirely upon the character and exploits of her great son. But this, as was with most of the verdicts of history, is not well deserved. The greatness of George Washington may not be called in question, but it is no treason to assert, he would have been the first to acknowledge, that the foundations of that greatness, both of character and achievement, were the handiwork of his mother. She was herself great in all the qualities that make for grandeur in womanhood. Here is what is said of her by one of her biographers. She was remarkable for vigor and intellect, strength of resolution, and inflexible firmness wherever principle was concerned. Devoted to the education of her children, her parental government and guidance have been described by those who knew her as admirably adapted to train the youthful mind to wisdom and virtue. With her, affection was regulated by a calm and just judgment. She was distinguished, moreover, by that well-marked quality of genius, a power of acquiring and maintaining influence over those with whom she associated. Without inquiring into the philosophy of this mysterious ascendancy, she was content to employ it for the noblest ends. It contributed, no doubt, to deepen the effect of her instructions. This is critical rather than enthusiastic praise, and therefore the more worthy to be trusted. Nor are all Mrs. Washington's virtues here set down. She was a woman of exemplary piety of the good old Quietist school. She was religious without being theological. She was a notable housewife and manager, and she earned the fine old title of lady by being indeed an almsgiver, though her lack of wealth limited her power in this respect. Her already quoted biographer, in her somewhat stilted but earnest language, says, "Her charity to the poor was well known, and having not wealth to distribute, it was necessary that what her benevolence dispensed should be supplied by domestic economy and industry." How peculiar a grace, adds our biographer, with well-modulated enthusiasm, does this impart to the benefits flowing from a sympathizing heart. Lafayette said of Madame Washington that she belonged to the times of Sparta and ancient Rome rather than to those of his own day, and Mrs. Sigourney, whose fame as a poet has now failed, but who once was held in high esteem, thus wrote on the occasion of laying the cornerstone of the monument erected at Fredericksburg: "Methinks we see thee, as in olden times, simple in garb, majestic and serene, unawed by pomp and circumstance, in truth, inflexible, and with a Spartan zeal, repressing vice and making folly grave. Thou didst not deem it woman's part to waste life in inglorious sloth, to sport awhile amid the flowers or on the summer wave, then fleet like the ephemeron away, building no temple in her children's hearts, save to the vanity and pride of life which she had worshipped." Better sentiment than poetry, perhaps, but serving to show concerning Mary Washington the thought of a day nearer to her and therefore truer in judgment than our own. Withal, Madame Washington was a woman of the most perfect simplicity of bearing and of character. When her illustrious son returned to her after leading the armies of his country to their final victory, she talked with him of the perils and privations, of old friends, of her home and affairs, but said no word of the glory which he had won. To her he was still her son, and not the great general or even the beloved patriot. At the ball given that night in his honor she appeared, arrayed in the very plain yet becoming garb worn by the Virginia lady of the olden time. Her address, always dignified and imposing, was courteous, though reserved. She received the complimentary attentions which were profusely paid her, without evincing the slightest elevation, and at an early hour, wishing the company much enjoyment of their pleasures, and observing that it was time for old people to be at home, retired, leaning as before on the arm of her son. When Lafayette, exuberant Frenchman that he was, in her presence eulogized to the skies the prowess and deeds of his chief, the mother of that chief replied, with a simplicity admirably contrasting with the high-flown encomiums of the Marquis, "I am not surprised at what George has done, for he was always a very good boy." Goodness and greatness were undisseverable in her mind. She was the Madame Mere of this country in station, and the gift of a hero to the world, but greater contrast than that existing between two women in all other respects, save perhaps in strength of will and purpose, could hardly be conceived, and the world will surely always accord the palm for true greatness to Madame Washington rather than to the mother of Napoleon. It was in character and gift to the nation only, and not in incident, that the life of Madame Washington deserves chronicle, and others now demand notice in this chapter. Though the wife of Washington will be spoken of in an ensuing chapter, as being the first of the first ladies of the land, mention must not be omitted of one whose very existence has been well nigh forgotten, the sister of Washington. Of her, it is true, there is little to be gathered, but we are told that she was a most majestic woman and so strikingly like the brother that it was a matter of frolic to throw a cloak around her and place a military hat upon her head, and such was the perfect resemblance that had she appeared on her brother's steed, battalions would have presented arms and senates risen to do homage to their chief. Further, she was not noted, and she lived her life in quiet, hardly coming within the radiance cast around by the deeds done by her illustrious brother. Only for his sake does she deserve notice here. End of
Chapter 7, Part A.
Chapter 7, Part B. Women of America by John Ruse LARUS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hardly to that brother did the country owe greater debt than to the women whom it had nurtured. Patriotic as were the majority of the American men, ready to suffer as well as to die in the cause of country, they were less patriotic, and their endurance was less splendid, than that shown by the women of our land. The patriotism evinced itself in many different ways, sometimes in mere sallies of wit, as with the famous Miss Franks, the daughter of a Jewish merchant. Rebecca Franks was celebrated for her wit and accomplishments. She was a loyalist at heart, and afterward married Sir Henry Johnson, an English general. But her keen jests at the expense of the British did not impress them with her devotion to their cause. When at a ball in New York, Sir Henry Clinton, then holding on with rapidly relaxing grasp to English dominance in America, called to the musicians to play "Britons Strike Home." Miss Franks remarked that what he should have said was "Britons Go Home." Other ironies are credited to her, but none probably having such keen point as the repartee of a South Carolina maiden, in whose presence Colonel Tarleton spoke sneeringly of Colonel Washington, and wished he "could see this paragon." "Had you looked behind you at the battle of the Cowpens, Colonel Tarleton," replied the young lady, "you would have had that pleasure." Whereat the hard-fighting dragoon, who on that day had run harder than he had fought, was much discomfited. This was the spirit of the American patriot woman, but it often evinced itself in ways more serviceable to the cause of freedom. When Washington was encamped at White Marsh, a surprise was planned against him, and it would undoubtedly have proved exceedingly disastrous had not the plan been overheard by Lydia Dara, who lived in the house on 2nd Street, Philadelphia, opposite the mansion occupied by General Howe, where the plan was discussed, the family being supposed to be in bed. Lydia returned to her room after her espionage, and had the nerve to remain quiet, as if asleep, when one of the officers knocked on her door to inform her that the conclave was over. Then, with quick ingenuity, she told her husband, a loyalist, that there was need of flour and that she must go to Frankfort to procure it, and having on this pretext secured egress from the British lines, she hastened to Whitemarsh. On her way she met Colonel Craig of the Light Horse, and to him confided her secret. Then, with a lightened heart, she hastened back and managed to return unsuspected. The surprise consequently failed, but the part played by the demure little Quakeress was never guessed, though the British knew that someone had betrayed their plan to the American general. Had they suspected, it must have gone hard with Lydia, but she escaped the consequences of her brave act, which might have been death, while her country reaped the benefits thereof. Not so marked by the evidence of personal courage, yet splendid in its patriotic self-sacrifice, was the spirit shown by Rebecca Mott when her house was occupied by the British soldiery under Macpherson, and besieged by Marion and Lee. Macpherson's position was apparently impregnable, and he was holding out in anticipation of the coming of Lord Rawdon with a large force. Mrs. Mott was a firm friend of the American cause, and had often bestowed generous hospitality upon the American officers, including Lee himself. To burn the house seemed to be the sole means of dislodging Macpherson, but how could the friends of liberty destroy the property of one so devoted to the cause as Mrs. Mott, a widow, and one who had often nursed back to life some stricken Continental soldier? But Mrs. Mott overheard the discussion, and she assured the leaders that she was gratified with the opportunity of contributing to the good of her country, and should view the approaching scene with delight. Moreover, when the generals had reluctantly determined upon the measure, she gave them a bow and arrows, which had been imported from India, that by this means the flaming combustibles might be shot upon her roof. The plan was carried out, and Macpherson forced to surrender, while the house was burned to the ground. Mrs. Mott contemplated the destruction of her home with an unmoved smile, and busied herself in succoring and caring for the wounded, Tory as well as Whig, for suffering annihilates such distinctions, with a heart apparently as free from care and rejoicing in victory, as if she had gained rather than lost by the day's work. Another daughter of South Carolina, which state claimed Mrs. Mott as its own, displayed on more than one occasion qualities that fell nothing short of heroism. Martha Bratton was the wife of a Revolutionary colonel, and she lived in a spot in York District that was exposed to all the storms of war that swept over the devoted state. Her husband was peculiarly obnoxious to the Tories, and Captain Huck, or Huck as it's spelled in the order of his commanding officer, was dispatched after a severe defeat inflicted upon the loyal forces by troops under Colonel Bratton, to compel by force the wife to betray the husband into British hands. A soldier under Huck's command actually placed a reaping hook at Mrs. Bratton's throat when she refused to reveal the whereabouts of her husband, and Huck did not interfere, but his second in command, with more decency, even with a suspicion of insubordination, interposed in the lady's behalf, though not until she had looked death in the face for a time, and had not recoiled. Threats were of no avail, and finally Huck abandoned his purpose as impracticable. The next day brought vengeance upon him for his brutality, for he was attacked by Colonel Bratton with a far smaller force, himself killed and his troops utterly routed. The officer who had interfered in behalf of Mrs. Bratton was taken prisoner, and might have hanged by the enraged Whigs had not the lady fortunately recognized him in time to preserve his life by her story of debt to him. Another anecdote of Mrs. Bratton attests her heroic firmness of character. Ammunition was very scarce with both Patriots and Tories, and a portion of that sent by Governor Rutledge to the former had been confided to the care of Colonel Bratton, and by him placed in an outhouse on his place. News of this came to some loyalists, who at once, in the absence of Colonel Bratton, organized a foray to seize the powder. But Mrs. Bratton was warned in time, and she immediately laid a train of powder to the outhouse, took her stand at the end of the train, and when the enemy appeared, set fire to the train and blew up the outhouse with its valuable contents. The officer in command of the forayers was furious at being thus outwitted and demanded to know the perpetrator of the deed. Mrs. Bretton did not flinch. "It was I who did it," she replied. "Let the consequences be what it will. I glory in having prevented the mischief contemplated by the cruel enemies of my country." One hardly knows whether the more to admire the gallant bearing of the lady, or the coolness which led her to await the actual coming of the enemy, and not to destroy such valuable property until the necessity for doing so became immediate. These were but types, though pronounced ones, of the spirit that was almost universal among the patriot women of America during those stormy and fateful days. It was to be found dominant throughout the land, from New England to the Carolinas, though of course it was more evident and possibly more fervent in those districts where the war actually set its foot. In feeling at least, women when once aroused are more intensely militant than men, as they are more patient and constant under suffering. And it was to the women quite as much as to the men that our country owed its escape from the British yoke. The display of the feeling varied in its manifestations, but that feeling was ever present in the hearts of the American women of the Revolutionary times. The ladies of Boston who abandoned, in the days of oppression, their cup of tea that the abhorrent taxes might not be enforced, showed the same true patriotism, only needing opportunity to call it higher pitch, as did their sisters who bore the insults and outrages of a brutal soldiery when Tarleton rode across stricken South Carolina and planted a hatred that bore fruit in the ambush and the night attack. The women of New England bound upon the backs of husbands and sons and even fathers the old knapsack and placed in their hands the old musket and set them forth, ready to go, yet full of fears for those left behind, to Lexington and Bunker Hill. It must not, however, be supposed that all the enthusiasm, all the depth of feeling, all the patriotism even, was in the camp, feminine or masculine, of the Continentals. Among the Tories or Loyalists, as they liked best to call themselves, there were many hearts which beat with true devotion to their country, yet which believed that country's best duty, because its highest, was to be found in loyalty to the king. Especially was this the case in New York and Philadelphia, which were the strongholds of British possession. It is true that there were many, women as well as men, even more of the former, whose loyalty was but lip service, who cherished in their hearts a devotion to the cause of freedom to which they dared not give utterance for fear of oppression. But there were also many who loved the flag of England as the banner of all that was truest and best, and who looked upon the resisters of British authority as rebels of the baser sort. They were as honest as were their opponents, and they were as fanatical, and they are entitled to the same respect for their devotion to a losing cause as are their rivals for their loyalty to the one that was victorious. In 1778 there was held in the staid city of Philadelphia a certain entertainment given by the officers of Sir William Howe to their general, to pass into history under the name of the Meschianza or the Medley. It was the most gorgeous pageant, wherein were tournament and feat and dance, and to it came most of the belles of Philadelphia, forgetful of, or uncaring for, the army of their brethren, ragged and barefooted, and still suffering from their winter of starving amid the snows of Valley Forge. The Loyalist ladies were in full feather, more literally than would now be the case, the nodding plume then adorning the head of the dame as frequently as it did the helmet of the soldier. Present are such famous toasts as Miss Becky Franks, Miss Peggy Chew, Miss Nancy White, Miss Becky Bond, and others. The Misses Shippen, equal to any in beauty and wit, do not grace the occasion by their charms. They have fully intended to be present, and have even ordered Turkish dresses for the occasion, since fancy costumes are en règle. But there has been issued a parental ukase to the contrary, Mr. Edward Shippen at the last moment declining to allow his daughters to make merry with the foes of his country. Or it may be that the appearance of the Turkish dresses in the eyes of his Quaker neighbors has influenced his decision, for Mr. Shippen is not a patriot. But there are enough without these ladies, and the merriment is unalloyed. It is a typical scene, this of the Meschianza, even though never before has the revel been of such ornate character, for the belles of New York and Philadelphia and the macaronis of the army often forget the perils of war in the delights of the social function, unmindful of the waxing or waning of the patriot or the royal cause. Of those present at the Meschianza, there was one whose romance merits note in these pages, Miss Peggy Chew. Among the officers who on that day and night danced with the best was one Major John Andre, and his motto of "No rival" was carried out at least in his connection with Miss Chew. That they were betrothed was the general belief. That they were lovers may be set down as certain. But a little more than 2 years later, Major Andre, technically if not actually guilty of being a spy, was led beneath the fatal tree at Tappan, and poor Peggy Chew's romance was over forever. If we could leave her in her sorrow to weep for her lover and the overthrown cause of her king, she might pass down as one of the ideal heroines of sad romance. But fact somewhat hampers our sympathy with the lady, for some 7 years after the death of Andre, Miss Chew married General John Eager Howard, the staunch fighter of the Cowpens, and the general, as was but natural, always denied, even with strange oaths, that his wife had ever cared for one he was but a common spy. So the belle of the Meschianza changed her political faith with her love loyalty. But another who has been named in connection with that entertainment shamed many a woman in faith of another kind. With her sisters, Miss Peggy Shipton had been held from the revel, but she had been toasted there. Yet she became, but a short time afterward, the wife of one of the most gallant soldiers that ever drew sword for the cause of America, Benedict Arnold. Had he been as true as he was brave, he might have left an honored name, and, even as it was, though history has not yet done justice in this wise, Arnold's bitter resentment toward the ungrateful Continental Congress was not without reason and excuse. Nevertheless, his action resulting therefrom was unpardonable. In his treason, as was but natural, his splendid services were forgotten by his countrymen, but his wife was true to him in his degradation as in his glory. In an interview with Washington at West Point, she even went so far as to accuse the commander-in-chief of conspiring to murder her infant as well as to degrade her husband, and we can forgive, as did Washington, even this to the tortured woman. During his residence in England after the Revolution, Arnold said to an Englishman who had met him casually, and being unaware of his personality, knowing only his nationality, asked him for some letters of introduction to be used in a proposed trip to America. "Sir, I am the only American in the world whose introduction would do you more harm than good. I am Benedict Arnold." There was here more than the bitterness of ostracism, but that bitterness which made all his life a torment never repelled his wife, or caused her faith and love to swerve. She was loyal with even a higher loyalty than that given by her sisters of America to the cause of her country, for she was faithful in heart as in deed to one who had in all ways proved unworthy of faith. It was this same Arnold who is mentioned in the diary of another belle of Philadelphia, Miss Sally Wister, when she wrote, "Our brave, our heroic General Washington was escorted by 50 of the Life Guard with drawn swords. Each day he acquires an addition to his goodness. We have been very anxious to know how the inhabitants of Philadelphia have fared. I understand that General Arnold, who bears a good character, has the command of the city." She was writing from the Folks estate in Montgomery County, where she was staying for a time, and her diary, which concludes with the above quoted entry, is full of such warm expressions of patriotism that none can doubt that Miss Sally, who died a spinster, placed the cause of America even before the attractions of such men as Major Stoddart and Captain Dandridge, who vainly attempted to influence her to change her condition, as the quaint old phrase puts it. The days of the Revolution were full of romance as well as of sterner history, and while the women of Massachusetts and the Carolinas, as well as those of interior Pennsylvania and rural New York, proved themselves made of sterner stuff than is custom to expect from their sex, the belles of the great cities, great only for their times, of New York and Philadelphia, flirted and danced and jested and made themselves in all ways agreeable to the red-clad soldiers of England. It may be that these ladies unwittingly and against their will served the cause of their country by enervating the soldiers of the king and keeping them from the sterner training which was making hardy veterans of the Continentals. But romance and the stern aspects of war were not infrequently blended in strange fashion, as in the case of Mary Piper, best known as Polly Piper, of Boston, who was loved by a British soldier named Samuel Lee. Before the beginning of the struggle the Pipers moved to Concord, and when the regulars marched upon that place to secure the ammunition which was reported to General Gage as being stored there, Lee went with his regiment. But his heart was not in his work. Love had taught him something, and he no longer, as at first, looked upon all Americans as benighted savages and their cause as flat treason. Miss Polly had scorned his suit as that of a British soldier, and this fact had worked a result. In the running fight at Concord he did not fire his musket, but he was shot as he ran from the field and was carried, severely wounded, into a house where the stricken were being cared for. A woman bent over him, and he opened his eyes to meet those of Polly Piper. He recovered, but not to serve again as a soldier of England. He returned no more to the red flag, but married Miss Polly and lived quietly in Concord until his death in 1790. Thus love won from the enemies of America at least one sword, and thus was romance justified of its works. The patriotic spirit which flamed throughout the land burned with no steadier or more brilliant glow than among the women. All are familiar with the famous picture entitled "The Spirit of '76," but that picture is incomplete. The octogenarian and the boy should be waved upon their march by the wife and mother, sending husband and son forth to peril or death, while they themselves turn with a smile to the bearing of privation or actual starvation. Not more strongly and nobly did the spirit of '76 flourish in the hearts of the sons of the oppressed country than in those of its daughters, nor was the response more splendid. There was no distinction of high and low. The stately dame, lapped in luxury all her days, and a stranger to hardship or even anxiety, gave up to her country's cause her dearest joys, and not only sent husband or son to the forefront of the battle, but herself, if she was in the path of war, bore unflinchingly the outrages of an incensed soldiery, and saw her home given to the flames, and the very lives of herself and her children threatened, and yet thought it not too great a price to pay for her country's liberty. The wife of the humble tiller of the soil, with perhaps even more complete, though hardly as recognized, surrender of self, sent forth with cheery words the breadwinner, the support of herself and her children, and turned with grand courage to keep them and herself from hunger, while her goodman was fighting for the rescue of his native land from oppression. Each bore her part, and all with no reserve of gift. The ebullition of the feminine spirit of those days was often little less than fanatical in nature. Women do nothing by halves. They are faithful lovers and enthusiastic haters, and they are not always governed in either feeling by the monitions of unbiased justice or even judgment. In a letter from Mrs. Hannah Winthrop of Cambridge, we find a reference to the fight at Lexington, which in all its stiltedness of language shows the fiery and bitter hatred that was held by patriot women for the enemies of their country. Nor can she ever forget, nor will old time ever erase, the horrors of that midnight cry, preceding the bloody massacre at Lexington, when we were aroused from the benign slumbers of the season by beat of drum and ringing of bells, with the dire alarm that 1,000 of the troops of George III had gone forth to murder the peaceful inhabitants of the surrounding villages. A few hours, and with dawning day, convinced us the bloody purpose was executing. The platoon firing assured us that the rising sun must witness the bloody carnage. Not knowing what the event would be at Cambridge, at the return of these bloody ruffians, and seeing another brigade dispatched to the assistance of the former, looking with the ferocity of barbarians, it seemed necessary to retire to some place of safety till the calamity was past. The lady is evidently overfond of a certain epithet of sanguinary denotation, nor can she be complimented upon her high-flown style. But it is evident that behind the affectation of phrase there is an intense earnestness of hatred that stands as typical of its sexual source. To the patriot women of America, the British were ruffians and barbarians, and the most bloody-minded of human beings, just as to the Loyalists the Continentals were rebels and traitors, for whom hanging would have been a punishment so mild as to suggest weakness in the administrator. To the patriot woman poor old George III was the very incarnation of all evil and malice, just as to the Tory lady another George was the vilest of ingrates, to lead the armies of the rebels against the authority of so gracious a king as he of England. Both were honest in their extremes of fanaticism, and so may well be pardoned, and even admired, for those extremes, with their resultant enthusiasm in the cause of freedom or loyalty. Meanwhile, there existed, though hardly flourished, the gentler arts among the women of America, and Mercy Warren, wife of James Warren and daughter of James Otis, she to whom Mrs. Winthrop's letter was addressed, wielded a more refined, and therefore more effective pen than that of her friend, being the one female writer of her day who may be called notable. She was hardly less enthusiastic than Mrs. Winthrop in the cause of liberty, and she was possessed of a very respectable gift of satire, which made her writings a power in their way. when there was discussed among the colonists the plan of suspending all commerce with Great Britain because of the vexed matter of the taxes, Mrs. Warren wrote a long poetic effusion which exemplifies her gift of satire, of which the best lines are these: "'Tis true we love the courtly mien and air, the pride of dress and all the debonair, yet Clara quits the more dressed negligee and substitutes the careless Polonceau, until some fair one from Britannia's court some jaunty dress or newer taste import. This sweet temptation could not be withstood, though for the purchase paid her father's blood. Though loss of freedom were the costly price, or flaming comets sweep the angry skies, or earthquakes rattle, or volcanoes roar, indulge this trifle, and she asks no more. Can the stern patriot Clara's suit deny? 'Tis beauty asks, and reason must comply." This is very fair satire, though it would have been better had the comets and earthquakes and volcanoes, which clearly would not be influenced by Clara's folly, be omitted from the lines. But though doubtless the rebuke was merited by a few of the irresponsible and thoughtless girls of the day, who made of fashion their one object of worship, the poem is a libel if applied to the majority of American women of the day, who sacrificed more than the whims of fashion in their devotion to the needs of their native land. Mrs. Warren, however, did better work than that which has been cited. Her history of the Revolution was much admired, and for years remained one of the standard works upon the subject, though it might be difficult to find a dozen copies of the book at present time. It was rather personal in some of its political references, and its portrait of Adams brought about a rupture in the friendship that had long existed between the Warrens and the Adamses. But this was but for a time. Mrs. Warren's style was tainted with the affectation so prevalent in that day, and she was profuse in classical allusion, as were the majority of the authors of her period. She writes thus to Mr. Adams at the time of the calling together of the First Continental Congress: "Though you have condescended to ask my sentiments, in conjunction with those of a gentleman qualified by both his judgment and his integrity, as well as his attachment to the interest of his country, to advise at this important crisis, yet I shall not be so presumptuous as to offer anything but my fervent wishes that the enemies of America may hereafter forever tremble at the wisdom and firmness, the prudence and justice of the delegates deputed from our cities, as much as did the Phoenicians of old at the power of the Amphitosyns of Greece. But if the Locrians should in time appear among you, I advise you to beware of choosing an ambitious Philip as your leader. Such a one might subvert the principles on which your institution is founded, abolish your order, and build up a monarchy on the ruins of the happy institution." This extract shows not only the style of the writer, but the esteem in which she was held by some of the foremost men of the day, for Adams would not have asked the sentiments of one for whose judgment he had not profound respect. Dramatist, poet, historian, and correspondent of some of the most noted men of her day, Mercy Warren stands as the foremost woman representative of American letters in Revolutionary days. It is true that her activities were by no means confined to this period, for she was born in 1728 and died in 1814, having thus passed 87 years of well-filled life. But she is as much the woman writer of the Revolution as Freneau is its male poet. Perhaps neither name is familiar to this present generation, but Mercy Warren and Philip Freneau if not of the highest order of their calling, did notable work in the cause of American letters, and the former is well worthy of being included in any work that purports to tell, however incompletely, the history of American womanhood. The shadow passed at length, leaving the country maimed, bleeding, but still lusty with vigor and with the waxing strength of youth. The passing of the shadow found the women of America, for the most part, shorn of the gods that women love, destitute of the lesser things of life, but filled with a proud sense of a new birth with their country. To the triumphant result of the years of strife and struggle they had contributed in full measure, and they were ready, however they might be hampered by present conditions, to reap the fruit of the period of contest no less than the men, though in different fashion. Moreover, though in hidden methods, they had asserted themselves and the power of their womanhood as never before. They had turned from the sporadic and eccentric attempts of some of their sex to win fame by religious leadership or other such manifestations of restless ambition. They had shown their power of concentrated and universal consecration to a cause when it was found worthy thereof, and they had evidenced their intensity of devotion to that which was of the best. The period of formation was over. The battle-filled days of the Revolution saw the birth of the American woman as an individual entity. There is yet another name which must be recorded here, less for the merits of the work done than for the sentiment which attaches to that work. There still stands on Arch Street, Philadelphia, the little house where Betsy Ross made the first American flag that was given to the breeze of battle and conquest. Not perhaps the very first American flag, since Paul Jones' rattlesnake flag might fitly claim that honor, but the first to be recognized as in any way national and to survive, and therefore honored as truly the first of its kind. It is not Betsy Ross, but the birth of the flag of our country, of which we think when we look at that little house and remember why it is honored. But it is fitting that the maker of the flag, which is the symbol of our country, should find mention here, even though she had no other claim to be remembered among the notable women of our land. And her fate is happier than that of her sisters of the Revolution, for the outward evidence of her work remains while that of the rest has passed away and is forgotten. Yet their work, regarded as done by the women of our country in general, was greater than hers, for she but furnished the symbol of that which they, by their courage and endurance, of hardness and enthusiasm and faith, made a living thing. Nor must there be forgotten another contribution of the women to the cause of their native land, their prayers. It is the scoffing age, but there still remain some who believe that prayer is of avail, that more things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of, and these will not doubt that the petitions which went up from the length and breadth of the land for the success of the beloved cause were effectual in result. There were many women who, from lack of opportunity or power, had nothing else to give than their prayers for their country, and these they gave in full measure and with a fervency that doubtless helped to win the answer that they sought. End of Chapter 7, Part B. Chapter 8, Women of America by John Ruse LARUS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, The Women of Canada. The Revolution marked an era in the social as in the political history of the United States, and the transition furnishes an opportunity to tell something of the women of Canada. For the sake of completeness, it is needful also to cast a fleeting glance at those strange Hyperboreans, the Eskimo, and this chapter has seemed the most convenient and appropriate place for such consideration. There is no necessity to give any detailed account of the dwellers of the ice-bound coast region. Ethnologists are not agreed on even the main points of their origin and history, and recessive statements could be but speculation. Of the actual conditions of Eskimo life, these conditions being simple and few, most people know all that is to be known. Yet it may be well to remark in the inception of this account that the name Eskimo is ungrateful to the people whom we thus designate. It was bestowed upon them by their enemies, the northern Indians, and in the Indian language signifies eaters of fish, a term of disdain. The people term themselves, and should in common courtesy be termed, the Inuits, which means simply our folks. Thus, therefore, shall they be called in this account. The Inuits are a nomadic people, living during the winter in igloos or ice huts, during the summer in skin tents called tupes, but moving from place to place as chance or the necessity of sustenance suggests. They have not attained a high degree of civilization and may indeed be termed semi-savages, yet they have some excellent traits, together with some contradictory ones. Thus they will steal anything on which they can lay their hands, but they hold a lie in utter detestation. And to shealu, tell a lie, is to brand the teller as worthy of social ostracism. The first of these traits may arise from the existence among them of some of the socialistic theories of our own civilization, but the second is not a purely civilized trait, as civilization is known to us. Living in a community of most primitive conditions of existence, even in the household, morals are not at a high standard among the Inuits. Yet there is to be found among them a high degree of domesticity in certain directions, and their women appear to be affectionately cared for and held in high esteem for semi-savages. The personal appearance of these ladies is far from captivating to a Caucasian eye, they being as a rule of a figure only to be described as pudgy, while their features are coarse and unintelligent. Their dress is the same as that of the men, long stockings of reindeer skin, with the hair next the person, socks eiderduck skin, with feathers on both sides, socks of sealskin with the hair outside, boots, the legs of reindeer skin, the hair outside, the soles of sealskin, and a jacket of reindeer skin fitting to the form, though not tightly. In this latter article of apparel is to be found the sole difference between the male and female costume, the women attaching to their jackets long tails, which reach almost to the ground, while their jackets also have hoods, frequently used for carrying their children. The women also, as is natural, adorn their costumes to a degree not common among the men. One belle was described by Mr. Hall, who spent 2 winters among this curious race, as having a fringe of colored beads across the neck of her jacket, bowls of Britannia metal teaspoons down the front flap, and a double row of copper cents, surmounted by a bell from an old-fashioned clock down the tail, which was bordered by a beading of elongated lead shot. But such extravagance of adornment as this is rare, and can be attained only by the most wealthy. The ladies also wear finger rings and headbands of polished brass. Such is the normal winter dress of the Inuit women, and the summer costume, while less characteristic, varies but little in general form from that of the colder months. Their life is monotonous and absolutely tame, according to civilized ideas. They play at times upon the kilon, a kind of tambourine, but as a rule their merrymaking is confined to feasting, and of the conduct of these feasts the less said the better. Monogamy is the rule among the Inuits, and the women are generally affectionate wives and mothers, especially the latter. When Tukulito and her husband Ibering visited America in the middle of the late century, they lost their child, Butterfly, an infant of about 1 year old, and poor little Tukulito was inconsolable. She longed to die, that she might find again her lost Butterfly, and she tended the little grave made in the burial ground at Groton, Connecticut, with the tenderest care, placing thereon, according to the Inuit superstition, the favorite toys of the little one, that it might have them in its sojourn in the beyond. The love of parents for their children is indeed one of the most pronounced and most estimable traits of the Inuit character. This brief sketch of the women of the Hyperboreans must suffice, for there are more important matters of feminine history demanding attention, and indeed the Inuit culture, if so it may be termed, presents few salient features as to the condition of its women. In status and conditions, they occupy a place about midway between the woman of the Indian tribes and her of the lower phases of our own civilization. Southward now to the land of the mixed blood, where the two ancient enemies, France and England, have joined in a race that owes allegiance to the latter, but retains many of the characteristics of the former. To write the history of Canadian woman is largely to speak of individuals, since there has been but little alteration or development of conditions of a social nature, yet some may be noted. The first settlement of Canada, in which term is of course included Acadia, or as it is now known, Nova Scotia, was touched by a strange romance. The Sieur de Roberval, on his voyage to join the great Jacques Cartier, and with him to found a colony, when he discovered that his niece Marguerite de Roberval loved more fondly than was consistent with the Sieur's conception of right a young cavalier of his company. A lonely island known as the Isle of Demons was sighted soon after this discovery was made, and Roberval sternly condemned his niece to perpetual imprisonment on this barren rock. Her lover jumped overboard and swam after his beloved, and together they lived, forgotten of men, on the island, thus founding their first Canadian home. A child was born to them, but it died early, and Marguerite's lover, whose name has not come down to us, soon followed his infant. Marguerite, with her own hands, hollowed the graves of those she loved, and then she lived on, more lonely than even Alexander Selkirk, on this island, which was for her full of terrors, real and imagined. The nature of the latter may be guessed from the name bestowed upon the place. She was clad in skins and learned to use the guns with which, in strange mercy, she had been provided by her uncle, and it was not until more than 2 years had passed that she was rescued by some Malouin fishermen and found her way to her native land. Here she lived in seclusion until her death, which did not come until she had passed the number of years allotted to man. So the first Canadian home was founded in romance, and better yet in true love, and Marguerite de Roberval, faithful wife in fact if not by title, deserves to be held in honor among Canadian traditions as the tutelary saint of the Canadian household. Nor was there lack of romance in the further story of the women of Canada, while love and faith are also to be found prominent in that story. Of the condition of the women in the Acadian colony but little is known. It was probably, as a rule, that which was common to the French peasantry of the time, but there was in the settlement a lack of women, as we know from the account of Marc Lescarbot in 1507, wherein he tells us that it was owing to the want of good housewives that the cows which had been imported at so many pains died soon after their arrival, and much of his treatise is given up to bewailing the absence from the colony of women in sufficient numbers to make it pleasant and thriving. Yet among these colonists, who were rudely driven from their homes by the strong hand of England, there were women, as we know from the poetical story of Evangeline, too familiar in Longfellow's poem to be narrated here, as well as from the latter story of the Lady de la Tour, a Huguenot girl who had married Charles La Tour, the seigneur of Port Royal. It was a time of conspiracy and internecine strife among the people of Acadia, and though conspiracy and strife were petty enough in cause and action and result, they were none the less important to the actors in them. There arose on the part of Charles de Menon, Seigneur d'Annulay de Charnezay, a plot to deprive La Tour of his seigneury, which Charmezay, whose lands adjoined those of his rival, claimed as his own. The French court and the governor's house at Boston, then tenanted by the stern John Endicott, were made in turn arenas of dispute, but we are concerned more with the appeal to force which came at last. Charles La Tour had gone to Boston to seek aid against his rival, leaving his fort in the hands of his wife, who had already been of sterling service in baffling the intrigues of Charmezay, when his opponent, hearing that the chatelaine was alone in command of the fort, and had but 50 retainers and little ammunition, determined to take by force that which he coveted. So he sailed into the Bay of St. John, where stood Fort La Tour, and summoned the garrison to surrender. But the Lady de la Tour was as dauntless in courage as she was faithful in heart to the fortunes of her husband, and she answered with cannon balls. Charmezay replied in kind, but the lady had the better of the argument, though conducted on principles not congenial to her sex, and she forced her foe to retire in discomfiture, notwithstanding his superiority in men and arms. She herself directed and inspired the defense, and it is said that she even laid some of the guns with her own hands. Her triumph was brief, however, for Charmezay returned in 2 months' time, and though she again gallantly defended her home and her husband's stronghold, her situation grew at last so desperate that she yielded to fair proffers of treaty and surrendered. But the victor had no intention of holding to his plighted word, and he promptly hanged every man in the garrison, with the exception of one who turned hangman as the price of his own miserable life. To make the blot upon his escutcheon yet fouler, Charmezay actually had the rope placed around the neck of the chatelaine herself. But though her heroic spirit disdained to plead for safety to such a monster, either whim or some fear of results, for he could not be accused of any human impulse, caused him to remit the sentence. It might almost as well have been carried out, however, for in a few days the lady died from grief at her defeat, and the baseness of treachery to which she and her followers had been subjected. Whittier has sung the wrath of the husband of Lady de la Tour, but he omits to mention, nor would it chime well with the rest of the poem, that years afterward that husband married the widow of the man who had placed the rope around the neck of the heroic lady, and who had been drowned in the Penobscot River while on a voyage. The marriage, which found its celebrants at an advanced age for matrimonial union, settled forever the sternest struggle that Acadia had known, but even this desirable result scarcely enables us to forgive the Seigneur de la Tour for his treason to the memory of his devoted wife, in thus allying himself to the house of him who had done her to death. With this story of the most famous of the women of Acadia, let us turn to Canada proper. It was not for some time after the first futile and later partially successful attempts to found a colony upon the bleak shores of the St. Lawrence that there was to be found on those shores the refining influence that comes from feminine companionship. The first permanent colony, however, which established itself on the heights of Quebec, held among its members one of the gentler sex, Dame Herbert, the wife of Louis Herbert, who had been an Acadian. His wife was a woman of courage and resource, as befitted a pioneer colonist, and she had need of both qualities in her fight with the conditions that pressed so hardly upon the new colonists. She first set her foot upon Canadian soil in 1617, and she lived through the most remarkable of the mutations of the first colony, including the surrender to the English and the Treaty of Saint Germain, which again gave Canada to France. For the first 3 years of her sojourn in her new land, she was the only woman on those shores, and when in 1620 she was joined in her isolation by Helene de Champlain, wife of the great pioneer of New France, it was but for a time, hardly 4 years in all. At the expiration of that period, Madame de Champlain returned, broken in health and spirits by her exile, to her beloved France, held by her in higher esteem than her gallant but cold husband, and there she entered a convent, leaving behind her a memory as one of the 2 women who first inhabited the wilderness of New France, and leaving also her name to an island in the St. Lawrence. Though much may be said in extenuation of the homesickness and lack of endurance found in the young wife of the great Champlain, she was no heroine as was Dame Herbert, and her easy acceptance of the Catholic faith as her own after her marriage, she had been a staunch Huguenot, moved thereto rather by the atmosphere of her new home than by any conviction, is suggestive of the real lack of strength in her character. Yet she is worthy of remembrance as one of the women pioneers of Canada. Those of her sex who followed in her westward footsteps were generally made of sterner stuff than the faint-hearted Helene, but it was long before she knew a successor as one of the women of New France, for her return to the land of her birth was in 1624, and it was not until 1634 that the third woman, the wife of the surgeon Gaffard, came to found a home amid the wilds of the West. It is true that there were 2 girls, the daughters of Dame Herbert in the colony even before the coming of Madame de Champlain, but these could be considered only as involuntary pioneers, and do not deserve to be placed among those who came of their free will, or for the love of their husbands. One of these daughters of Dame Herbert, however, furnished in her union with Stéphane Jonquest occasion for the first marriage ceremony celebrated in Canada, a ceremony which preceded by more than 2 years that first celebrated in New England. For more than 2 decades after the death of Champlain in 1635, the tide of immigration was very feeble, but it bore on its bosom 2 notable women in the annals of Canada, Madame de la Peltrie, the founder of the first girls' school ever opened in the province, and Mother Marie Guillard, the honored head of that school. In 1659, these 2 and 5 other women, 3 calling themselves hospitalières, arrived at the little settlement of Quebec, consisting of scarcely 250 souls. They came for the glory of God, to work his work among the Indians, and they were received with all the honors the little colony could compass. Madame de la Peltrie, the head of the peaceful expedition, found the state of affairs worse than she had been told by the missionaries who had urged her coming, but she faced the difficulties and discouragements of the situation with a heart as gallant as that of those of her sex who dared battle, murder, and sudden death at the hands of the Indians in their search for a home, and the Ursuline convent at Quebec is an enduring monument to the memory of the women who did so much for the uplifting of the Indians of Canada. Her coadjutor, Mother Marie Goyard, left behind her a name no less honored than that of Madame de la Peltre, a name unexcelled for the virtues of piety, constancy, self-sacrifice, and devotion to the cause of degraded humanity. Her work among the Indians bore noble fruit, even if hardly to the extent of her wishes. She had many discouragements to face and obstacles to overcome, among them not a few at the hands of those who should have been her allies. In 1661 the new governor, Baron du Bois d'Avaugour, moved thereto by an ill-advised plea on the part of a missionary for the commutation of the sentence passed upon a woman for violating the law that no brandy should be sold to the Indians, gave free license to the sale of spirituous liquors throughout the Dominion. The result was deplorable and almost nullified the work of a score of weary years, and Mother Marie, sick at heart, wrote thus to her son: I have told you in another letter about a cross that is far harder to bear than the incursions of the Iroquois. There are in this country certain Frenchmen so despicable and so little touched by the fear of God that they are ruining all our new Christians by giving them strong drink, such as wine and brandy, to get their beaver skins from them. It was because of this and kindred causes that Mother Marie deemed her life work a failure at last. But the thought was erroneous. She left her influence in the hearts of many of her Indian pupils, and she gave to Canada by her efforts the school which is one of the noblest monuments of the past of Quebec. The Hospitaliers, who had come over in the same ship with the founders of the girls' school, founded the hospital that is now known as Quebec's Hôtel Dieu. At first, their philanthropic efforts on behalf of the Indians found nothing but failure as a reward, for an unfortunate epidemic that broke out soon after the establishment of the hospital in an old storeroom, and the death of most of the patients there treated, persuaded the red men that the hospital was a scheme devised for their extinction rather than for their good. But here, too, perseverance in good works overcame stupendous difficulties, though here again, as well, the result did not take the form which at first was intended. Yet none the lighter is the praise to be awarded to the noble women who undertook the work and who carried it on in the face of danger and failure, and the names of such women as Marie Irwin, Catherine Chevalier, and Madame d'Ailleboust, the wife of the third governor of Quebec, are still deservedly held in honor by the dwellers in New France. In the younger sister colony to Quebec, that of Montreal, Jeanne Mance founded a hospital with the money supplied her by Madame Bouillon, a rich and pious widow living in old France, but interested in all projects for the amelioration of existent conditions in the new land. The hospital was of excellent service in caring for the wounded who had done battle with the fierce Iroquois, and many a stricken soldier blessed the name of its founder, Marguerite de Bourgois, of whom Parkman writes as the fair ideal of Christian womanhood, a flower of earth expanding in the rays of heaven, on her part founded in Montreal a girls' school, and her work so prospered that she actually built by her own efforts a church, now known, though in its second building, as Notre Dame des Bonnes Squares. She and Jeanne Mance were known as the two mothers of Montreal, and well did they deserve the honorable title. The work and character of Marguerite de Bourgois are thus admirably summed up by a recent biographer. The visible result of Marguerite de Bourgois' long life in Canada was the institution of a band of young women who were bound by vows to teach the young, the building of a church, and the establishment of schools for the instruction of Indian and French children. She died January 12, 1700. Her heart, which had been beaten with pain at the cry of suffering childhood, with agony at the shriek of the tortured victim of Iroquois cruelty, with shame at the contentions of Christian brotherhoods, and with rapture when even one little child received the anointing drops of baptism, that heart, encased in its silver covering, now rests in the chapel of a convent where she so long labored and loved. These were the triumphs of peace, won by heroines of endurance and patience rather than of fiery physical courage. But of the latter qualities there were many brilliant examples among the women of the French settlers of Canada. Madeleine de Verchères is both famous and typical among these sterner heroines. She was but 14 years old when she found herself in charge of her father's fort. That fort suddenly burst upon by the savage Iroquois, and she, with a garrison consisting of 2 soldiers, 2 boys, and an old man of 80. There were women and children also, but these were detriments, not aids. The gallant girl, though actually surprised in the fields by the marauders, managed to close the gates, took command of the panic-stricken company. The soldiers were as frightened and helpless as the rest, and soon organized a defense, which lasted for a week and was ended by the arrival of a succoring force. Her little brothers, but 10 and 12 years of age respectively, nobly seconded her efforts, but the whole glory of this splendid defense was due to Madeleine, whose account of the occurrence is extant. She inherited heroic blood on the distaff side, for her mother, 2 years before, had held the same fort with but 4 armed men against an attack by the Iroquois, the siege lasting 2 days. The conditions of the first half-century of Canadian colonization were generally similar to those existing in New England, of course, but with a difference of racial impulses and customs. That half-century saw but slow development of the country, but between 1665 and 1667, the coming of the Carignan regiment, sent by Louis XIV to establish firmly his hold upon the new dominion, brought about a change. In order to prevent desertion and make the soldiers truly at home in the land, it was soon found necessary that there should be established homes, and to this end women were necessary. But women were precisely the rarest treasure in the Canadas, and there was therefore adopted the plan, already executed in the English colonies of the South, of importing girls as wives. Accordingly, from time to time, there arrived consignments of maidens, called the King's Girls, and semi-annual wife markets were held in Quebec and Montreal. The character of these imported ladies was not invariably of the best, but a trifle such as this did not affect the soldiers of the baser sort, who were willing to overlook past peccadilloes in consideration of the dowry which their wives brought them, and in hope of gaining the bounty offered for the rearing of large families. Moreover, there was passed a law which provided that every unmarried young man who had not within 2 weeks of the arrival of a company entered into the matrimonial state should be deprived of the privileges of hunting, fishing, and trading, while the persistent bachelors were to be excluded from all places of honor and responsibility, and it was even suggested that they should be branded as felons. Marriage was certainly esteemed honorable in those days. The account of Valentin, a witty officer of the Canadian forces, of the first coming of the King's Girls, is worth quoting in part. After these first inhabitants, there came a folk useful to the country and a good riddance to the kingdom. There arrived one day at Quebec a small fleet loaded with Amazons and crowds of females, nuns of Paphos or of Cytherea, conducting this precious cargo. I have been told the circumstances of their coming, and I cannot resist the pleasure of sharing the story with you. These chaste folk was led to the pasture by old and prudish shepherdesses. As soon as they had arrived, these wrinkled dames passed their soldiery in review, and having separated them into 3 classes, each group entered a different room. As they had to crowd quite close together on account of the smallness of the place, they made rather a pleasant decoration, and the good merchant Cupid had no reason to be ashamed of his wares. Never had he a better assortment, blonde, brunette, red, black, fat, thin, large, small. He could satisfy the most bizarre and most fastidious tastes. The report of the new cargo being spread abroad, all the well-intentioned in the way of multiplication hastened thither. As it was not permitted to examine all and still less to take them on trial, it was a case of buying a pig in a poke, or rather buying the whole piece from the sample. But the disposal of them was none the less rapid on this account. Each selected his partner, and in a fortnight these 3 lots of venison had been taken away, with all the seasoning that could be taken with them. The next day the Governor-General caused to be distributed to them enough provisions to give them courage to embark upon this stormy sea. They went to housekeeping almost as did Noah in the ark, with an ox, a cow, a pair of swine, a pair of fowls, 2 barrels of salted meat, and a piece of money. The officers were more fastidious than the soldiers, and allied themselves with the daughters of other officers or of the richer settlers who had been established in the country for nearly a century. The coming of these girls in such numbers, followed or accompanied as they were by many young Frenchmen of gay, if not dissolute habits, produced a natural change in the aspect of the social conditions. Simplicity became a thing of the past, and the merriment, as in New England, at last became scandalous to those of graver trend of thought. Some restrictive laws were passed, among others one which provided that all girls and women should be in their houses by 9 of the night. But as some who incurred the penalty were dragged from their beds and whipped by officers of the town, the punishment seems hardly less conducive to lesson of good morals than the crime itself. As in New England, laws regulating personal adornment were passed, and the wearer of a topknot was refused admission to the communion, and all these stern enactments had about as much repressive effect as their fellows in the lower colonies. Practically none. From this time forward there began to grow in New France the follies and frivolities of her mother country, and there arose that which is termed society, at least in the growing towns. Quebec and Montreal flourished, and the young and also the old at times frolicked and danced and made merry. On the frontiers there was still some of the fine simplicity of olden days, but those frontiers were being pushed further and further away from proximity to the towns. At last there came the time when the infamous Bigot ruled in Quebec, caring for nothing but to fill his purse and take his pleasures, and then Canadian society touched its lowest. There was thought of little beyond rout and revel. Bigot ruled as if king of New France, and emulated his sovereign in Old France by having his Pompadour in the person of Angelique de Pin, who was as grasping and reckless as was her French compeer. She was a beautiful woman, the wife of Monsieur de Pin, who considered the surrender of his wife to Bigot but a fair return for certain lucrative offices, and she did not, as it is said, though not proved, hesitate to stain her hands with blood in order to maintain her influence over the intendant. At last came Nemesis. The English were at the gates of Quebec. Not all the influences and efforts of the noble Montcalm could avert the coming disaster, and Quebec fell. With it fell the ascendancy of the French ways in Our Lady of the Snows. After the coming of the English and the partial amalgamation of the two races, there was a steady development of society, but it was along normal lines and was not of a nature to call for remark. It did not tend to any individuality of type. It produced very charming women, but not a typical woman, as differing from their representatives of other modern races. This is said of the cities of Canada. There were mutations of fashion and custom and thought and conditions, but these were not individual, but rather reflexes of the universal movements of society, saved that they were a little modified by the circumstances which were imposed by natural causes upon their progress. It is true that Canadian society was peculiar in its preservation, in certain ways, of the lines distinguishing the Latin and the Teuton. But these lines grew fainter and fainter, and even when most distinctly marked, held on the one side or the other nothing that was not of European origin and method. Therefore there remains nothing to be said of the Canadian woman of the cities. There were many individuals doubtless worthy of mention for special graces or attributes, but they were not typical of any peculiar culture. They represented nothing, being but projections of English or French womanhood in its variant aspects. With the coming of the English ends the story of Canadian woman as found in the strongholds of femininity. Still, the story is not yet completely told, for there were then, and have been ever since, outlying posts of womanhood in the Dominion, where there has been preserved a certain individuality of type. The Gallic blood runs almost uncontaminated, giving impulse of Gallic thought and custom in the veins of those who are called the habitants of the French Canadians of olden type. Their very title is suggestive. It tells of unreconstructed alliance to the spirit of their original country, that pleasant land of France. They are but inhabitants, not citizens in truth of the land over which floats the banner of England. They are French at heart, as in origin. So we can still find in Canada an individual type of womanhood, though to do so we must go somewhat far afield. Even so, the type is not of pronounced peculiarity. It touches and even blends with other types of the Latin countries of Europe, and meets at certain points even the lines of our own Teutonic culture. But this latter meeting is brought about by circumstances rather than inherent tendency, and is not racial. It is indeed a remnant of the old conditions of pioneer life, which imposes upon Latin, as well as Teuton, certain fixed and imperative needs, to be met only by equally fixed methods. If we go into the French Canadian villages, where alone we can find an individual womanhood in the Dominion, we shall find conditions that do not exist in exactly similar form elsewhere, and which have been brought about by racial modification of accepted circumstances. The woman of the habitants is in many respects primitive, in the sense of the primitive culture of America, while still in its infancy of Caucasian settlement. It is true that with the growth of towns and the development of the railway systems, there is constantly coming change in the conditions of the inhabitants, and it is becoming more and more needful to extend our pilgrimage to the remoter quarters of the country, if we would find the more primitive conditions, but they still exist. Some of these enduring customs are peculiarly connected with womanhood. The use of the loom, for example, is known in some of the faraway villages of the French Canadians, and in those villages little is worn that is not product of home toil. It may be that this is the only quarter of the Western Hemisphere where the handloom is not a thing of the past, but here it exists, and with it as its natural accompaniment some of the more old-fashioned traits of womanhood. The wife of the habitant is industrious, thrifty, cleanly, and simple in ideas and manners. She is economical to a degree that is rarely found among the Latin races, and she has other virtues that are not common among those of like racial origin. She is moral and religious. Indeed, in the latter quality, she may be excessive in one way, being entirely under the dominion of her spiritual pastor. But then she has good reason for this filial obedience, for the relations of the French Canadian bishop or priest with his flock are in all ways commendable. She is fond of innocent gaiety, and not averse to adornment of person when this does not conflict with her love of economy. But when, as sometimes happens, the bishop issues a pastoral, in which he commands the relinquishment of certain modes of amusement, such as the waltz, or reprehends certain named frivolities of costume, she abandons the forbidden thing with a quiet obedience which may be unmodern in spirit, but which is pleasant to see in its cheerful submission to an authority which she considers as the highest that can be evoked, and one which it were a sin to despise or disobey. The wife of the habitant also has a virtue which is not in high esteem among her sisters of a higher culture, but which is still held in respect among the more primitive communities. She is highly prolific. Families of 15 children are common among the French Canadians, and the mother of but a paltry half-dozen feels that she has not done her duty to humanity and her country. Early marriages are the rule among the habitants, being wisely encouraged by the priests in the interests of morality. It is a sociable race, and the women vie with each other in promoting the innocent gaiety which makes up a large part of their lives. Because of this love for social merriment, as well as of their religious feeling, the fetes of the church are celebrated in French Canada as nowhere else in Northern America, and the industry of the women is tempered by the frequent holidays which call for enjoyment. Their dress is as a rule simple, and in the further outlying communities, which are chiefly referred to here, frequently entirely of homespun material, the fruit of their own labors. One of the chief traits of the French Canadians, male and female, is their love of music. Yet to the cause of music the women of French Canada have furnished but one noted contribution. Madame Albani, the famous opera singer, whose own birth as one of this people, though hardly as a true habitant, in the more limited sense of the word. But music is the greatest passion of the French Canadians, and the violin holds an honored place in all their communities. It is in the simple pleasure of listening to the music of the violin, or of dancing to its merry strains, that the woman of the habitants finds her chief respite from the toils of her daily life. Such is the most characteristic type of womanhood of the Canada of today. It is a good type and a comely, but it is not fitted to endure before the changes which our present culture brings about where it enters. The habitants form the nearest approach to a peasantry, as found in European lands, that this country can show, and peasantry is doomed to extinction, be it sooner or later. In the case of the simple people of French Canada, it would seem that it will be sooner. In the history of her women, Canada need veil her face before the claims of no other country of the globe. No land has been graced by nobler types, either by birth or adoption, than the Dominion, Yet she has failed to produce a racial type, and it may be that her lot is the happier that it is so. It is enough for her that she can point to such daughters, whether of her own wills or by birthright, as Madame de la Peltrie, Mother Marie Guillard, Jeanne Mance, Marguerite de Bourgois, and others who labored in the cause of degraded humanity. With such names inscribed upon her banner, we may well forgive her such as the infamous Angelique Dupin, and forget the madness that came upon her when Bigot lorded it in Quebec, and virtue and honor were looked upon by most of the women of that city as encumbrances to pleasure or ambition. Today her women worthily sustain the standard which has been left them as a legacy by their noble sisters of the past. So Canada may well be content in this wise, even though she has furnished no leaders in the march of present-day womanhood toward its desired goal. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9, Women of America, by John Ruse LARUS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, The Young Republic. The final establishment of republican rule in America found the country exhausted of present resources, but full of latent energy and with untold treasures of internal wealth lying ready to its hand when that hand should become sufficiently strong to grasp them. In a social aspect, there was of course little outward change to be noted between the years immediately preceding the actual warfare and those immediately subsequent thereto. But by the cessation of that war and the consequent growth of new national ideas and ideals, there were imported new conditions of society that were to find rapid growth and as rapid decay. The primary ideal of American republicanism was simplicity. There was talk of this on all sides, and it affected all the prevailing customs of social life. It is true that there were many dissenters, by life if not by theory, from the popular creed, but these dared not open their mouths in scorn, even if they felt impelled to do so. In the eyes of the founders of our nation, republicanism and simplicity were almost interchangeable terms. Ornateness of custom, as of dress, was by theory for royal courts and castles, not for the homes or social circles of the sons and daughters of a republic. The practice of our ancestors did not always, even in those first days of enthusiasm, comport with the theory which they promulgated as the rule of social life. But consistency is not an invariable attribute of humanity. As a matter of fact, simplicity did predominate. It was even the fashion, and that made it almost universal. More than ever were the days of the early republic the era of the housewife. The distaff was considered, even by most of the ladies themselves, to be the rightful scepter of womanhood, with no Salic law to cast it into contempt. The requirements for housewife of those industrious days were many, and may be judged from an advertisement which appeared in the Pennsylvania Packet, under date of September 23, 1780. Wanted at a seat about half a day's journey from Philadelphia, on which are good improvements and domestics. A single woman of unsullied reputation, an affable, cheerful, active, and amiable disposition, cleanly, industrious, perfectly qualified to direct and manage the female concerns of country business, as raising small stock, dairying, marketing, combing, carding, spinning, knitting, sewing, pickling, preserving, etc., and occasionally to instruct 2 young ladies in those branches of economy, who, with their father, composed the family.
Such a person will be treated with respect and esteem, and meet with every encouragement due to such a character. Such a person would hardly need encouragement, one would think, as being a paragon of knowledge and capacity, and one can only wonder that geometry and the use of globes were omitted from the list of her accomplishments as needful. The advertisement is, however, typical of the knowledge which our great-grandmothers looked upon as indispensable to the notable housekeeper of that day, though it might well appall the most skilful of our housewives of the present. Because of the predominance of the theory of simplicity in Republican circles, there was need of a limited reconstruction of social conditions. The period cannot be said to have been informative, either in aspect or effect, for it showed merely the elevation of certain widely held ideals over others, which had been no less stubbornly maintained. Yet that a new social system was founded in those days cannot be successfully denied. The American woman realized that she was standing upon the threshold of an illimitable future, and she also recognized the responsibilities of her position. As she directed her first steps under the new order of things, so would her children and her children's children walk, or so at least she believed and hoped. Therefore it behooved her to take good heed to those first steps, lest they lead to a goal which was not worthy. It is in this new sense of responsibility, added to the sense of dignity which was always strong with the representative colonial woman of the latter days, that we see, if we look deep enough, when we turn our gaze upon the young days of the Republic in its social aspects and inquire their meaning. That simplicity of manners and customs was the fashion, and as the fashion was frequently carried to absurd lengths, is undoubtedly true. But underneath the fashion lay a creed, and the creed was of high nature. It was with a grave face, but with a brave heart, that the American woman looked forward to the future of the country for which she had suffered so much and therefore loved so well. To her husband in that day, and her sons and grandsons in the future, were committed the graver issues of the things which were to guide the land in its coming path. But she too, in her different yet contiguous sphere, had laid upon her a burden of trust, and she would be faithful thereto. So American womanhood, classing it as an universal entity, was confronted at its first unaided and ungoverned steps by many problems, difficult of solution and of pressing nature. Added to the sense of responsibility, too, was the power of recoil, a power which had been more effectual both for good and evil than any other that has ever influenced man. The hold of old world custom upon the American woman had suddenly been loosened, and it is no cause for wonder if she rebounded to the opposite extreme. She must be freed in every way from European dominance. She must prove herself an American indeed, utterly unruled by European fashion as by English monarch. Only so would she be worthy of her newly gained emancipation. Such, though unexpressed and even perhaps unrecognized by herself, was her theory. There was another powerfully operative cause in the changes that took place in American society in the period subsequent to the close of the War for Independence. There came about for the first time a certain centralization, until then unknown in the colonies. Up to that time there had been several centers of social dominance, each ruling its own territory. Boston, though in lesser strength, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Williamsburg, Charleston, and other cities which had grown from town infancy to the higher estate, had been maelstroms of the society for their sections. But the foundation of Washington, though at first its influence was hardly felt, was increasingly influential in forming new conditions. Though the national capital was not founded in the days which we are at the moment considering, in a way its predecessors were equally potent for centralization, and it is most convenient to speak of the whole process as of one place. When the first president of the Republic took up his abode in a recognized capital, there was imported into the Republican society the very thing which was most antagonistic to all its proclaimed principles, the atmosphere of a court. It was no matter that the court was not that of a potentate. Though not a royal, it was a social court, which took its place as the head of all social functions and aspects. It availed nothing that such a stern Republican as Jefferson reprobated all ceremony, and insisted upon the extremes of democratic simplicity. The spirit of the court was infused into the social elements of America, and its influence was enormous, even though to this day that influence has been unacknowledged. Enough of theory, let us look at the resultant facts. For the first time one woman filled the eyes of the nation as preeminently the first lady of the land. That this position was so worthily filled was most fortunate for the future of American society, though even that circumstance did not avail to ward off certain evils that followed in the train of centralization. But none of these evils can be laid at the door of Martha Washington, whom all America rightfully delighted to honor. The widow of Colonel Custis won lasting fame when she gave her hand to George Washington, then but a colonel of militia, but, like the mother of the first of Americans, Lady Washington, as she was affectionately called, possessed qualities that made her worthy of high esteem for her own sake. It will suffice merely to give one picture of her, which shows alike the domesticity of her nature and the simplicity of manners which were so prevalent at this time. Mrs. Carrington thus describes her most lasting impression of Mrs. Washington during a visit to Mount Vernon. Let us repair to the old lady's room, which is precisely in the style of our good aunts, that is to say, nicely fixed for all sorts of work. On one side sits the chambermaid with her knitting, on the other a little colored pet learning to sew. An old, decent woman is there, with her table and shears, cutting out the negroes' winter clothes, while the good old lady directs them all, incessantly knitting herself. She points out to me several pairs of nice colored stockings and gloves she had just finished, and presents me with a pair half done, which she begs I will finish and wear for her sake. Upon this picture Bishop Meade thus comments: "If the wife of General Washington, having her own and his wealth at command, should thus choose to live, how much more the wives and mothers of Virginia with moderate fortunes and numerous children? How often have I seen, added to the above-mentioned scenes of the chamber, the instructions of several sons and daughters going on, the churn, the reel, and other domestic operations, all in progress at the same time, and the mistress, too, lying on a sick bed. All this is Republican simplicity in its ideal form, but at another time, when Mrs. Washington is with her husband, the chief magistrate of the nation, at the seat of government, Mrs. Warren writes to her: "Your observation may be true, that many younger and gayer ladies consider your situation as enviable, yet I know not one who by general consent would be more likely to obtain the suffrages of the sex, even were they to canvass at election for the elevated station, than the lady who now holds the first rank in the United States." Mrs. Warren is optimistic as to the probable result of such an election as she suggests, but the keynote of the quotation is sounded, though unintentionally, in the words, "holds the first rank in the United States." With her advanced age to give it abetment, Mrs. Washington's admirable simplicity was doubtless preserved intact, even in spirit, through her occupation of the high position in which, by the grace of her husband's merits, she found herself. But the use of the word rank in such connection is ominous, especially in days of such enthusiasm for straight republicanism in all things. The recognition, though not the acknowledgment, of social rank arising from centralization and the spirit of a court was already present in democratic America. While society was becoming formed and shaped into new molds in the East, in the West the primitive conditions of settlement existed. Kentucky, the dark and bloody ground, was the scene of true border warfare with the Indians before, during, and for a time after the War of Independence. While their sisters of the East were living in ease and affluence, the wives and daughters of the hardy pioneers were braving the terrors and perils of a wilderness as threatening as that which met the first white invaders of America. The first white women who stood upon the banks of the Kentucky River were the wife and daughters of Daniel Boone, but of them no legend of heroism is extant. Among their sister pioneers, however, deeds of daring were many. Famous for long were such women as Mrs. Drury, who alone held her house after her husband had been killed against the attacks of a band of Indians; Mrs. Whitley, whose leadership rescued a fellow pioneer who had been seized by the savages; Mrs. Merrill, who with her own hand killed with an axe 4 of a band of Indians that attacked her home and single-handed beat off the whole force; Elizabeth Zane, who at the siege of Fort Henry, when powder was wanted to repel the attack of the Indians, and no man dared to go for it beyond the gate, ran the gauntlet to and from her home some 60 yards from the gate of the fort, and returned in safety with the prize, to be remembered in history as one of the foremost heroines of border warfare. And those noble women of Bryant's Station, who, in the hope that they would not draw the fire of the concealed Indians, where a body of men would certainly be slain, walked calmly to the distant spring, filled their buckets as nonchalantly as if no danger existed, and returned unscathed, their coolness causing the Indians to believe that their ambush had not been detected, and that it would therefore be a false move to betray its existence. Such was the spirit of the women who shared in the development of the West. Their part, too, was to hearten and help their husbands in their incessant fight with the wilderness, savage beasts, and savage men. But this was too much a matter of course to call for note. The long rifle of the pioneer has been celebrated in song and story, but not surer, more needed, or more faithful was it than the wife who accompanied him in his explorations and shared his perils and toils. The women of Kentucky in those days, and all who helped the men to push further and further back the boundaries of savagery and extend those of civilization, deserve to be held in lasting remembrance by all who honor American womanhood, even though their qualities were not of those most admired in their sex. They had their place in our national story, as well as their softer reared sisters of the Atlantic coast, and they did their work as well and nobly. Before returning to the social center from our excursus into the wilds, it is proper to pause for an instant in the Temple of Letters and note a tablet on the walls. It is an old saying that "there is nothing new under the sun," and it may surprise some readers to learn that the feminine preponderance in the fiction of the present, and even the growing tendency to laud precocity in authorship, are not without warrant in the earlier history of our nation's literature. Long ago Hannah Hill, the author of that cheerful tract called A Legacy for Children, Last Expressions and Dying Words, wrote and published a book when at the immature age of 11, and even the present day cannot as yet surpass that piece of absurdity. More significant, however, is the fact that the first American novel was the work of a woman. Susanna Haswell was not of American birth, but she came to this country as a mere child, and may fairly be claimed as a product of our soil, at least as far as her literary genius is concerned. In 1786 she published a work called Victoria, and 2 years later The Inquisitor. She then went to England with her lately married spouse, William Rawson, for a 3 years' residence, and it was during her absence from the country that she published the most famous of her works, Charlotte Temple, A Tale of Truth. It is this latter work that, with our cheerful disregard for facts, is generally termed the first American novel, the existence of its predecessors and the fact of its foreign birth being entirely disregarded. However, the book was in its day a great success, having what was then an enormous sale, 2,500 copies within a few years. While the style is of the most theatrical kind, the characters posing alternately in the front of the stage as they become the speakers, and the language is turgid to excess, the book is not without some merits. It is all impossible enough, but that forms little detriment to the popularity even now, and the fact that no man or woman ever talked as Mrs. Rowson's characters does not make the work peculiar among its kind. It was published in 1892 in cheap form, but met with little welcome, yet it remains as a monument in our literature because of its titular position therein. The Victoria was the first American novel in point of time. Mrs. Rowson returned to this country immediately after the publication of Charlotte Temple, and continued to write, pouring forth a full stream of plays, songs, stories, and even school books, until her death in Boston in 1824. Let us now return to the whirlpool of society proper, as in those days known. The first presidential mansion, as is well known, was on Market Street, Philadelphia, and thither repaired the diplomats of foreign nations as well as our own statesmen and politicians, the latter class already threatening to grow to unseemly proportions. Moreover, thither repaired most of the social leaders of their time, and the president's receptions, at which punch and cake were the staple refreshments, soon became at least as distinctly social as political in their aspects and influences. The coteries of the Lady Presidentes was the name bestowed by certain disgruntled persons on the frequenters of these functions, and there were murmurs as to lack of republican simplicity. Yet there was in the manner of these receptions little to call forth animadversion from the most uncompromising Democrat, and the like functions of Mrs. Adams, less official but more social in character, were almost equally lacking in ornateness. Still there was much gaiety in the Quaker City, while it held its place as the seat of government. "I have not," writes Miss Mary Binney, a belle of this time, "1 minute to spare from French music, balls, and plays. Oh dear, this dissipation will kill me, for you must know our social tea-drinkings of 1 or 2 friends is an assembly of 200 or 300 souls." The dissipation shocked some of the stater souls, and we find Mrs. Stoddart, in a letter to her niece, quoting her husband to the effect that large towns are terrible places for young females. This was the pessimistic view of society, which is always to the fore, whatever the existing conditions, but it seems to have had very little warrant at that time. The balls and parties brought together many of the leading beauties and wits of the day, and the Duc de Rochefoucauld declared that In the numerous assemblies of Philadelphia it is impossible to meet with what is called a plain woman. This assertion was somewhat hyperbolical, but among the famous Philadelphia beauties were Miss Sally McKean, Mrs. William Bingham, Mrs. Samuel Blodgett, Mrs. James Allen, and her daughters, and others hardly less notable, while from New York, by birth if not by actual residence, came such as Mrs. Ralph Izard and Mrs. Eldridge Gerry, and from further afield Mrs. John Jay, who was once, while in Paris, mistaken by a French audience for the reigning queen, Marie Antoinette, and had no reason to be over-flattered by the mistake, if we are to judge from the best portraits of the two beautiful women. In the dress, as in the manners of the social leaders of that day, there were but little of republican simplicity. Everything was perforce imported from Europe, as America had no manufacturers of dress stuffs, or anything else, and European fashions therefore avenged the defeat of the English arms by their arbitrary rule, though they were a trifle late in their appearance after they had been set in their native countries. The words of Mrs. Stoddart upon her coiffure are of interest in this connection. "Instead of a wig," writes the lady in question, "I have a bandeau, which suits me much better. I had it in contemplation to get a wig, but I have got what I like much better for myself. It is called a bandeau. I think the former best for those who dress a different style from myself, but the latter suits me best. I heard the ladies with whom I was in company last night say that the fashionable manner of dressing the hair was more like the Indians, the hair without powder, and looked sleek and hung down the forehead in strings. Mine will do that to a nicety. I observe powder is scarcely worn, only, I believe, by those who are gray, too much so to go without powder, I mean. How those ladies in the Indian fashion dress their hair behind I cannot say, but those out of that fashion that I have seen, and who do not wear wigs, have 6 or 8 curls on their neck, and turn up the rest and curl the ends, which I think looks very pretty when well done."
John Adams, as all readers of our history know, believed or affected to believe that Washington possessed dangerously aristocratic tendencies which threatened to overthrow the most cherished of the new democratic ideals, and Senator Maclay, who was also inimical to the president, presumed on one occasion to go to a New Year's reception at the Government House, in top boots and my worst clothes. Anti-republican and dangerous precedents were the epithets applied by Mr. Adams at the ball, offered by the people of Philadelphia to General Washington, and declined as a personal compliment by the President of the United States. The distinction may seem somewhat fine, but was thus made at the time, and so the social warfare went on.
That the adherents of the more primitive methods were doomed to defeat, it needed no extraordinary powers of vaticination to discern. But, though there was much talk of the precedent of court manners at the Capitol, no one seems to have understood the very evident fact that the centralization of society necessarily affected by the location of the government was sure to bring about the court atmosphere. While Washington governed from Philadelphia, that city was as much a social center as Paris or London, though of lesser sphere of influence. The seat of government was moved in the autumn of 1800 to the newly risen town of Washington, and society for a while found itself compelled to face difficulties innumerable in its struggle for European customs as its established methods. Not only was there much hardship, incidental to the newness of the capital, to be undergone, but the inauguration of Thomas Jefferson in the spring of 1801 as the 3rd president, brought about some retrogression in the onward march of the social system. Jefferson affected a love for the extremes of democratic simplicity, and he carried this to the verge of boorishness in some respects, giving mortal offense at times to foreign diplomats and native statesmen by his disregard for the amenities of courtly custom. Himself a polished gentleman, as a politician, Jefferson was something of a demagogue in such matters as social customs, when these seemed of national import, and he was determined that the White House should in no way resemble the court of any European monarch, believing that thus he best pleased the people of the United States. So the first aspect of the White House was that of ruggedness, since its occupation by the testy John Adams and his family was of duration too short to be noted, and even Mrs. Adams, in her acceptance of her husband's theories, which, however, were not so radical, in practice at least, as those of his successor, was accused of hanging her drying clothes in the east room of the presidential mansion. The Jefferson era at the White House was lacking not only in social amenities, but in the presence of female influence to soften its roughness. The daughters of the president, Mrs. Randolph and Mrs. Epps, were seldom with him during his 8 years of tenancy, though both their husbands were members of Congress during that period. The two ladies were together at the White House for only a short visit, and individually they came rarely to visit their father and never took up their residence with him. Mrs. Randolph had a large family which needed attention, and Mrs. Epps was for long in delicate health, and finally died in 1803, thereby causing her father the greatest grief of his life. Both were accomplished and handsome women, and they might, by their presence at the center of government, have removed some of the stigma of discourtesy rather than mere uncourtliness that lay upon it. Jefferson, in his love for extremes, abolished all presidential receptions, except on New Year's Day and the 4th of July, and the weekly levees, which had been such a pleasant feature heretofore, were sternly repressed as undemocratic, so that in its highest expressions society had a parlous time during the two Jeffersonian administrations. There were many private and unofficial functions, of course, and a number of society leaders were so daring as to call en masse upon the president upon the regular day for the weekly levee when these were first abandoned, but the reception which they met at his hands was so grim in its courtesy that the experiment was not repeated. Thenceforth society settled down to enjoy itself as best it might, without official sanction and encouragement, and it succeeded most admirably. There was even a flavor of officialdom to give its functions zest, for if Mr. Jefferson refused to lend his presidential countenance to frivolities, his Secretary of State, Mr. Madison, was of another stamp, and Mrs. Madison, the ever-famous Dolly, was a woman well calculated to lead society in its rapid march. Here is a picture of her from the pen of Mr. Mitchell, in turn representative and senator from New York. She is a fine person, and a most engaging countenance, which pleases, not so much from mere symmetry or complexion, as from expression. Her smile, her conversation, and her manners are so engaging that it is no wonder that such a young widow, with her fine blue eyes and large share of animation, should be indeed a Queen of Hearts. Dolly Madison was the representative leader of American society of that day. Born a Quaker and brought up as a member of that sect, her demureness was of the surface, though it lasted her through the days of her union with James Todd, a friend like herself. At his death, however, the lady began to show some signs of restlessness under the straight rules of her sect, and her marriage to James Madison emancipated her from the dominance of Quaker simplicity. Gladly shaking off her chains, she made it her pleasant duty to be a leading member of the society of highest rank in America. When official circles moved to Washington and her husband a little later assumed the office of Secretary of State, Mrs. Madison, given her opportunity by the disregard for such matters on the part of the President, determined to make her husband's house the center of Washington society, and she succeeded in this to admiration. There was no affectation of republican simplicity in her functions. They were admittedly as ornate as was possible under the circumstances, and doubtless they had their effect in promoting her husband to the office of chief executive of the nation. When this time came there was an end of austerity at the White House. All the functions of a court that were convenient to the circumstances of the position were resumed from the Philadelphia days, and more added thereto, and society, as found in its most representative aspect, was now fairly embarked upon its career. Under the Madison rule, the White House became indeed the center and director of the social orbit, as of the political. In official circles, at least, the slogan of Republican simplicity was silent forever. However desirable such a thing might still seem to some in theory, in practice it was almost universally acknowledged to be impossible. Unless bachelorhood were made a necessary qualification for a president, there must frequently, and even generally, be in the country a woman by common consent, as by the publicity and responsibilities of her position, must be the leading lady of the land, and in so much the recognized queen of society, having her court and courtiers, and simplicity could not accompany such conditions. Dolly Madison hated the Democrats, and she had the satisfaction, even if she did not know her full triumph, of giving the death blow to some of their most cherished and most impracticable theories in those days of experiment. But Mrs. Madison had in her even better stuff than that required satisfactorily to fill the onerous calls of her social position. She dearly loved her husband, and when the storm of war again burst over the land, she supported and encouraged him in noble manner. Indeed, she presents a far more heroic picture than does the President, whose conduct at the battle of Bladensburg, and during his wanderings after the flight from Washington, was not that for which we might look from one whose title was that of Commander-in-Chief of the forces of the United States. When Washington was threatened, Mrs. Madison gave a fine example of cheerful bravery, and when the peril grew to its highest point, we find her thus writing to her sister: "Will you believe it, my sister? We have had a battle or skirmish near Bladensburg, and I am still here within sound of the cannon. Mr. Madison comes not. May God protect him! 2 messengers, covered with dust, come to bid me fly, but I wait for him. Our kind friend, Mr. Carroll, has come to hasten my departure, and is in a very bad humor with me, because I insist on waiting until the large picture of General Washington is secured, and it requires to be unscrewed from the wall." It was probably this latter incident which gave rise to a venerable legend as to Dolly Madison and the Constitution, but the truth is sufficient to make her name honored. At last she was compelled to fly without her husband, and it is related at the house where she paused for rest. The lady there residing came to the steps and called out, "Mrs. Madison, if that's you, come down and go out. Your husband has got mine out fighting, and damn you, you shouldn't stay in my house." To such straits was fallen the first lady of the land, and this profane virago simply, if somewhat coarsely, expressed a sentiment that was not confined to her or to 1,000 like her. The wanderings of the Madisons, when they became reunited, have passed into general history and need not here be recalled. Finally they returned to ruined Washington, and watched it rise again from its ashes, British vandalism being in this instance productive of final good, for the new city was a vast improvement over the old one, which had been but tentative at the best. After the expiration of Mr. Madison's second term of office, the pair took up their residence at Montpelier, and there lived almost in retirement until their deaths. Mrs. Madison survived her husband 13 years, but she never survived the love which she gave him, and which shows even more beautiful than their mutual emotion when we remember that these were middle-aged people when they were married. Even when they were old, long after their retirement into private life, we find the wife writing to her husband, during one of his few and brief absences from her, a letter which begins, "My beloved, I trust in God that you are well again, as your letters assure me you are," and ends, "May angels guard thee, my best friend." Before her death, Mrs. Madison finally turned from the frivolities of society, was baptized and confirmed by the Bishop of Maryland, and declared that "there is nothing in this world really worth caring for." She did not include her love for her husband among the things of this world, and doubtless she spoke of the rest from full knowledge and with true judgment. She had in her nature elements which under stress showed high and noble, and probably she will best be remembered as the representative woman of American society during the formative period of the Republic. There is another name of that day well worthy of being singled out, even among so many worthy compeers, as representative of American womanhood in some of its noblest expressions. Though, from reasons born of the political mutations of that time, and of personal relationship, she was never famous in society, or even in her time. Theodosia Burr was one of the noblest, as of the most accomplished, women of her brief day. If she was unfortunate in her parentage, she at least did not think so, for never was love between parent and child more beautiful than that which existed between Aaron Burr, the ostracized traitor, and the lovely woman who called him father. This is no place for a defense of Burr, but in glancing at his family life, we must lay aside political prejudice and see him as far as we may through the eyes of his daughter. That daughter was accomplished and intelligent beyond the scope of most men as well as women of her day. Her education lacked indeed the Christian element which is so beautiful in womanhood, but otherwise it might have been pronounced sufficient by the most exigent of critics. Moreover, she was a woman of the most delicate sensibilities, the tenderest affections. When her father was persecuted, as she at least deemed it, she clung to him with a fidelity that was as touching as it was deserved. For whatever Burr may have been to others, to his daughters he was the most loving and considerate of parents. When he fell into disgrace, Theodosia made strenuous efforts in his behalf, and her letter on the subject to Mrs. Madison is a model of pathetic and yet dignified entreaty for justice. Her whole life was full of romance. The shadow of her father's ostracism hung over her during her last years, and though she had before his fall been married to Joseph Alston of South Carolina, she was always the daughter rather than the wife, perhaps even than the mother, though her grief at the death of her only child was terrible. This sad event occurred just after the return of Burr from his long exile, and the daughter's joy was naturally forgotten in the sorrow of the mother, even though she may have held the gain greater than the loss. Others have been models of wives and mothers, but Theodosia, though in both those characters admirable beyond cavil, stands rather as the representative American daughter. Her father was her deity, her best self, her whole good. If the worst comes to the worst, She wrote to him when he was in exile, "I will leave everything to suffer with you." She was not driven to such sacrifice, yet the return of that beloved father to his country, if not to his rights, came too late for her. Broken down by the death of her child, she resolved to go by sea from her southern home to New York to join her father, who alone, she thought, could give her comfort in her grief. But, true to the sad romance that surrounded her life, the little vessel on which she sailed was never heard from after leaving port. How Theodosia met her fate is unknown, but we may be sure that it was with fortitude and calmness, whatever guise that fate may have worn. Theodosia Burr, for thus rather than as Theodosia Alston will she always be known, and Dorothy Madison stand out prominently as divergent types of the highest development of the women of their day, and we can hold them to have been fairly, if somewhat exaggeratedly, representative of American womanhood at that period. The close of the war of 1812, like that of the Revolution, marked an era in the history of the women of America, even though the line of demarcation was not drawn with sufficient sharpness of definition to be clear to the sight. From 1785 to 1812, American society, using the word in its broadest sense, was in a condition of formation. At the end of that period, it began to take on coherence and individuality in certain directions, at the same time that it became less individual in others. The close of that era found American womanhood ready for onward march. It had tried its strength in various ways, and now it knew its powers. While in its inherent qualities it was much the same as it had been 20 years before, there had arisen new conditions, mostly of internal origin, to which it must adapt itself. This was less the fact with the rural woman life than with the urban, but it is the latter which stands out most prominently when we look back upon the past, and which must be accepted as generally representative. The women of Kentucky, aiding their stalwart husbands in reclaiming the ground from the wilderness and in holding it against Indian attack; the farmer's wife, taking upon herself more than the moiety of the daily toil and rearing of her children in the simple ways and faith of her fathers; even the undermost strata of the cities, that unconsidered but potent element in social history. All these were almost unaffected by the things which made for evolution among their sisters of higher station and easier lives. It is to these latter that we must cling in our search for the true history of the women of our land in times of peace, though when strife filled the country with need for strength, their praise was shared by their humbler compeers. Into American society has been introduced an element which had for a time disappeared, but only to reappear in altered but not less effective form, the element of aristocracy. The old order had indeed faded, but a new one had leapt into its place, and it was one that was quite as powerful for good and evil as was its predecessor. A country without an aristocracy, acknowledged or merely accepted, is an impossibility, however dear to republican ideas, and the birth of the new aristocracy in America was as sure as if there had been but a change of kings when allegiance to George III was cast off. Not the true republicanism of Washington, not the affected democracy of Jefferson, could avert its coming. It was inevitable. It remained to be seen if it would be accepted in best manner and make an influence for good rather than for evil, and this, though they did not recognize the fact, was the gravest problem that confronted American women, in their social aspect, when they once more took up the pursuits of peace. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10, Women of America by John Ruse LARUS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, The Growth of the Nation. It is odd enough, wrote Daniel Webster about 1830, that the consequences of this dispute in the social and fashionable world are producing great political effects and may very probably determine who shall be successor to the present chief magistrate. These were ominous words, and they show, as nothing could better show, the power into which had come that which is generically termed society. So strong had grown its influence, so firm its hold upon the national zeitgeist, that it could, at least by immediate means, even dictate the nomination and consequent election of a specific candidate for the highest honor within the gift of the nation. Powerful indeed had grown the once feeble hands of the American woman. The dispute to which Webster referred was so famous in its day, and productive of such notable results upon the general history of our country that, while its heroine hardly comes within the scope of this work as being a representative American woman, it merits place here. When Andrew Jackson was inaugurated President of the United States, he appointed to a seat in his cabinet, with the dignities of Secretary of War, General Eaton, a lifelong friend. Unfortunately, General Eaton had married a beautiful and attractive but low-born woman, Margaret O'Neill by maiden name, and the widow of one Timberlake. Her father had been a tavern keeper, and it was thought that his daughter had imbibed too liberal notions during her residence under the paternal roof. So, these days being more particular in such matters than others which have succeeded them, Peggy O'Neill, as she was called endearingly or contemptuously, as the speaker happened to be friend or foe, was distinctly persona non grata to the society of the capital. It declined to recognize her as one of its members. Mrs. Calhoun, wife of the vice president, openly refused to associate with Mrs. Eaton, and Calhoun, on being appealed to, declared himself powerless to interfere, as the quarrels of women, like the laws of the Medes and Persians, admitted of neither inquiry nor explanation. Certain bachelors among the diplomatic corps, on the other hand, were delighted to honor the fair Peggy, and the affair soon developed from a skirmish into a war. The climax was reached when Mrs. Huygens, wife of the minister from Holland, on finding herself placed next to Mrs. Eaton at dinner, turned and swept from the room on the arm of her husband. President Jackson, always combative, entered into the affair with his usual zest. He was within an ace of demanding Huygens' recall for the affront put upon Mrs. Eaton, and though he did not carry his enthusiasm quite thus far, he espoused the cause of the lady with most militant zeal. The contest continued to rage. The cabinet was styled the Petticoat Cabinet, and Mrs. Eaton was far famed as Bellona, the goddess of war. There was no surrender on either side, and at last came the state of affairs which Webster had prophetically foretold. Mr. Van Buren, always a staunch supporter of Jackson in all ways, had warmly adopted the cause of Mrs. Eaton as his own. This lost him the position of minister to England, since Congress, with Calhoun as chairman casting the deciding vote, refused to ratify the nomination, but it gained him the presidency, which was the fulfillment of Webster's prophecy, as Jackson practically had the power to appoint a successor. And there can be no doubt that Mr. Van Buren's countenance and aid in the social war influenced him in his choice quite as much as, and probably far more than,
the recollection of his secretary's political services to him during his campaign and terms of office, so that the forces of the fair Peggy triumphed at last, though she herself gained no victory. Mr. Van Buren appointed General Eaton as governor of Florida, and later minister to the court of Madrid, and Washington society knew its apple of discord no more. There may have been instances before this time, there certainly have been many since, when the decision of our chief legislature was influenced by the charms of a woman, but the case of Peggy O'Neill and Martin Van Buren stands as the unique instance of the selection of the President of the United States resulting from a purely feminine cause. Not only is this incident thus singular, but it is equally suggestive. It speaks trumpet-tongued of the power which had by that time been won by the social element at the national court, and it illustrates the changes which had come into American society, as exemplified in its highest and most typical circles. Chronology has been neglected in order to give prominence to an instance so illustrative of the development of the power of society during the period which is now under consideration. But let us return to find the causal influences which led to such result. When the War of 1812 came into its unsatisfactory and indecisive end, the city of Washington resumed its sway among social circles, and this time held its scepter with firmer grasp. Thither flocked most of the aspirants for social fame. Not that in Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and other growing cities there were not women whose repute was equal to that of most of the individual leaders of Washington society, but that the latter was invested in its mass with a dignity which was wanting in unofficial circles. It was the court society of the country, and thus held as representative. It was composed of concentric circles, centering in the White House and thence extending, through the wives and daughters of cabinet officials and foreign ministers, to those who hung upon the outer border and peered wistfully through the crowd for a glimpse of the sacred inner precincts. The war, though marking a period in the history of womanhood in our country, had been but an interlude in the chronicle of society, and the latter had but gathered strength and zest during its period of enforced rest. In 1825, Mrs. Jackson, the wife of the hero of New Orleans, whose own place in Washington society was at first a little precarious because of some irregularity in her marriage, till the noble character of the woman silenced her detractors, thus wrote to Mrs. Kingsley of Nashville, giving her first impressions of the capital. To tell you of this city, I would not do justice to the subject. The extravagance is in dressing and running to parties, but I must say they regard the Sabbath, and attend preaching, for there are churches of every denomination and able ministers of the gospel. Oh, my dear friend, how shall I get through this bustle? There are not less than from 50 to 100 persons calling in a day. Don't be afraid of my giving way to those vain things. The apostle says, I can do all things in Christ who strengthened me. The play actors sent me a letter requesting my countenance to them. No, a ticket to balls and parties. No, not one, 2 dinings, several times to drink tea. Indeed, Mr. Jackson encourages me in my course. It does not seem to have occurred to the simple piety of the writer that attendance at church may have been as much the result of fashion as of religion. But the more charitable view may be the correct one, as those were the days of greater devoutness than the present, and even society maintained some of the rigid rules of old Puritan times. The little picture drawn by Mrs. Jackson is suggestive both of the social whirl of the capital and the simple ways of her who, but for her untimely death, might later have ruled as titular queen of the social circle. Mrs. Jackson was indeed one who might stand as a representative of much that is best in American womanhood of that day or any day. She was domestic and retiring, but by no means illiterate, as she was falsely said to be when the political fight raged high, and she was a woman, as her letters show, of the most exemplary piety and resolution in the right. Had she inhabited the White House as its mistress, she might have injected anew into Washington society a tone which was beginning to be less and less dominant as time went on. It was about the beginning of the period chosen for the subject of this chapter, the period reaching from the close of the War of 1812 to 1850, that American society, as represented in the upper classes of the womanhood of America, began to be conventional according to European standards. There were still, and continued to be, many individuals of note, but there was very little individuality in the mass, in dress, in manners, in customs, and even in thought. There was little to distinguish the American woman of the higher rank from her European sister. The birth of a national aristocracy had done its invariable work, and the importation of foreign ideals and ideas had completed that work and given it direction. Certain traits, racial and national, were visible in most of the daughters of America, and differentiated them from their European compeers. But they were traits which did not affect society in the mass, and which were, therefore, individual and not social. Domesticity still held sway in the majority of American circles. The American woman was still preeminently the home goddess and the home ruler, and refused to abdicate her crown even at the call of fashion. But it must be acknowledged that she wore that crown less easily and comfortably than in earlier days. There was fast dawning the day of artificiality in the things of existence, the day when the shadow should seem greater than the substance, when the queen of the home should degenerate into the queen of the revel. There was needed some cataclysm to rescue American womanhood from the peril which she was approaching, and it was well for her that that cataclysm came at need, however terrible it may have been in the coming. Yet even in those days the social world did not represent all that was best in American womanhood, or even all that was most noteworthy. Therein alone, it is true, were to be found those whose individuality became famous, but in other fields there labored many American women who were unknown to all but those of their immediate environment, and yet whose work was of national importance. Steadily, even while the butterflies of society danced at rout and revel in the East, the western frontiers were being pushed further and further toward the great ocean that had crept round the feet of Balboa, first of white men to stand upon its shores. Kentucky was no longer the West. It had sent a president in Jackson, a great senator in Clay, and it was recognized as a sister state by even the proudest of its Eastern fellows. But beyond the Mississippi still stretched a country which was practically a terra incognita, and which still awaited reclamation from the rule of the savage and the wild beast. Into this waiting region strode many a determined explorer with axe and rifle, bent on winning a home from the grasp of the wilderness, and with him went his wife to give grace to the home when it should be won, and make the wilderness blossom like a rose. They were survivals, these women, of the primitive type of American womanhood, strong, grave of countenance and bearing, caring little for pleasure or recreation, putting duty before all things in their lives as in their esteem, almost masculine in determination and courage. To their hands the rifle was more familiar than the distaff, for upon them depended the safety of home and children when their husbands were afield or slain. Yet they were feminine in many ways of the best, and fitted to become the mothers of a sturdy race of warriors and tillers of the soil. There is no record of any individual heroines among these women of the pioneers of Western civilization, unless it be of purely local limit, nor do we even know much of the story of these women in the mass. We hear no little of the sufferings, privations, and perils of the men who beat back the Indian from his hunting grounds, chased the grizzly bear to his lair in the Rocky Mountains, and turned barren prairie into fruitful field, but of their wives and daughters, who bore the larger share of those privations and suffered more terror in those perils, we are given no record, save in the most general terms. Perhaps the chroniclers, who tell in terms of admiration of the endurance and courage of the pioneers, and forgot to mention those of their wives, unconsciously pay the latter, and womanhood through them, the greatest of homage, in taking such qualities for granted in women, and hence too natural to call for record. However this may be, we know, from acquaintance with the general facts, that with the ever encroaching frontier of our country's western limit of habitation, there always advanced the foot of woman, braving all perils in her love for her husband, her children, and her home. It was the presence of this gallant band, as well as their courage and endurance, which assures us of one of the most predominant traits of the most distinctive American womanhood in those days. That trait is the love of home. It was to seek a home, a habitation and spot of ground that should be their very own, that the pioneer and his wife dared the perils of the wilderness. And in this search the wife was at least as instrumental as the husband. To have a home was the ambition of every American woman of those times, and if she could not compass this by ordinary methods, she had recourse to extraordinary ones. If she could not find a home among the habitations of her fellows, if her good man could not give to her this one desire of her heart, then she urged her husband forth into the barren fields of the unknown West, where danger and death might await them, but where at least there was a promise of the home, the Mecca of her every wish. Toward the end of the period included in this chapter, there occurred another westward movement, which happily is not entirely relative to the story of American womanhood, and yet must receive mention here. The credulous followers of John Smith, the Mormon, as they are conveniently though incorrectly styled in general terminology, driven from their abodes among the more civilized of their race, sought asylum on the shores of the Great Salt Lake, and there built a city to be their abiding place forever. Somewhat later, the Mormon creed boldly avowed its adherence to the theory of polygamy, in practice only at first, and then in precept as well, and thus revived, even though within narrow limits, one of the oldest and furthest removed conditions that had ever environed womanhood. That such a theory should prove attractive to any woman seems to most of us a thing in itself wonderful. That it did thus prove attractive to many is a matter of history. It is true that the majority of recruits to the harems, the word is as correct as convenient, of the Mormons came from the older countries of the eastern shores of the Atlantic. Sweden sent many women to Salt Lake City, and even England furnished her quota, while the Latin countries, probably because of the prevalence of the Catholic faith in their borders, the influence of that faith being in all ways antagonistic to Mormon theories and arguments, lost but few of their daughters to the Mormon Minotaur. With these accessions to the seraglios of the Utah settlement we are less concerned, but many an American woman by birth and rearing a child of her own land, turned from her ancient traditions to become the wife of a Mormon elder. Those who look upon the Mormon practice of polygamy as immoral are narrow and prejudiced, for morality is always a thing of convention and agreement. But that it was a blot upon our civilization may be admitted without cavil. At one time it became even an actual threat to the best interests of our social structure. It promised to engulf in its charybdis some of the elements of our society which we could ill spare, and to make itself felt as an influence in places where it dared not openly raise its head. Legislation, whether justifiable by the spirit of our commonwealth or otherwise, is legitimate matter of dispute, at length intervened to banish all fear of Mormon influence and to abolish the practices which were most reprobated, and now Mormonism is shorn of its most distinctive feature, and that which lent itself most readily to the cause of proselytism. However we may condemn the tenets and practices of Mormonism, it must be admitted that the most representative women of the Mormons, in the heyday of Mormon power, were thrifty, industrious, economical, and notable workers. Moreover, though it is generally thought that among the disciples of Joseph Smith, to whose door, however, the practice of polygamy cannot be laid, for that was an addendum to the faith made by Brigham Young, women were held in slight esteem, an idea generally correct as to the mass. There were many instances of Mormon women of influence and power in the councils of the men. The adoption of polygamy as part of the creed was largely the work, if not the inspiration, of a woman who was sealed to Brigham Young, and the practice would never have grown to any strength, as it had many opponents among the men, had it not received the approbation and welcome of the women. Its adoption caused more than one schism in the Church of the Latter-day Saints, as the Mormons pompously style themselves. But the schismatics never received the support of more than a few of the women of the peculiar people, and it may be broadly stated that the revival of polygamy among a civilized people was at least as much the work of women as of men. Mormonism is doomed as a faith, but its existence will always be felt in national results. Even so limited a movement as this, when it touches matters of descent, must ever leave its traces, and the very breaking up of such a community will have its effect of disseminating impure sources among the fountains of our nation. In this instance, woman, who has done so much for America, has brought harm to her. As the 18th century approached its middle age, society in America grew more and more distinguished and less distinctive. It had long since lost all traces of provincialism. It was a power in itself, with its glamour of aristocracy, and it even had its traditions of rank, which were not unrecognized by foreign social powers. In the earliest days of the century, on Christmas Eve, 1803, Elizabeth Patterson of Baltimore had been married to Jerome Bonaparte, and though the marriage was unrecognized by the all-powerful Emperor Napoleon and was thus made practically invalid, it was perfectly legitimate and noteworthy, though Napoleon, because of the exigencies of his peculiar position, forced Jerome to renounce his young bride and marry as became his station. He himself treated Miss Patterson with consideration and even generosity, his liberality to her in the matter of a pension enabling her to make the famous retort, when Jerome offered to provide for her after his marriage, that she preferred being sheltered under the wing of an eagle to being suspended from the bill of a goose. She never bore any rancor to Napoleon for his actions toward her, though she strove with all her might to win her rights. Some 15 years later, the same city of Baltimore, or more correctly, a place contiguous to that city, now known from its once residence as Cantonsville, gave to society the four Canton sisters, celebrated at home and abroad by the name conferred by English admirers of the American graces. They were the granddaughters of Charles Carroll of Carrollton, and daughters of Richard Canton, and all three of them respectively married, in two cases after prior matrimonial alliances, the Marquis of Wellesley, eldest brother of the Duke of Wellington, and himself a distinguished Governor General of India, and later Lord Lieutenant of Ireland; the Marquis of Carmarthen, eldest son and finally successor of the Duke of Leeds, and Baron Stafford. These were great matches for the daughters of a provincial town, and it is a little singular that Louisa Canton, who became the sister-in-law of Elizabeth Bonaparte by her first marriage to William Paterson, should afterward become allied to the family of the man, in the Duke of Wellington, who was most instrumental in overthrowing the fortunes of the family to which Miss Paterson had allied herself by her marriage, and Baltimore be thus connected in its traditions with the respective leaders in the most decisive battle the modern world has ever known. Though America was spared the adoption of the notable extravagances of European fashions, yet everywhere, in every aspect, were to be seen European conditions of society. Even the type of American woman, preserved till now in certain peculiarities of mental attitude, began to fail. There remained many individual representatives of that type, and these among our most aristocratic society, but in the mass it was not observable. To do away with such type, to lose all distinctiveness of racial attitude, was fast becoming the aim of the American society woman. This was well enough when it had to do with graces of bearing and amenities of intercourse, but it led itself to affectations and follies as well. The wife and the mother were no longer the representative American women. The homely and the home-giving chrysalis had been cast aside, and the lustrous but useless butterfly was spreading its wings for flight. Still a country of homes in its more widely spread conditions, this was not the aspect assumed by America when it was gazed upon by foreign eyes, for these saw first the most prominent rather than the deeper facts. The capital was fast becoming more of social than of political importance, and the wives and daughters of the senators and representatives in Congress at least thought of themselves, even if they were not generally considered as being of as much importance in the march of the nation as were their husbands and fathers. The vision of the mothers of the Republic, as they looked forward upon the path which they hoped to see their daughters tread as following in their footsteps, had not been brought to pass. Not that there was failure of the best among American womanhood, taking it in the mass. It was pure and high and true, but it was wrongly directed to bring forth its best potencies, at least in its most representative, though fortunately not most characteristic, expressions. It had taken the wrong turning. This was so only of the expression, not of the nature. American womanhood still stood for all the best of its kind. Removed from the chief temptations offered by old world conditions, it knew no taint, felt no canker at its heart. Its head was often in the wrong, but its heart never. The importation of European customs and manners, as well of European fashions, had worked its will upon the outward bearing of the American woman. But European morals, then at a low ebb in all the Latin countries, and not too high in England herself, had not yet succeeded in gaining foothold among our women. Moreover, except among the extreme devotees of the fashionable world, domesticity was still the keynote of the life of the American woman. Here is the testimony to this effect borne by Fenimore Cooper, a writer whose eyes were never closed to the follies or foibles of his nation, and whose pen was rather given to blame than praise. Foreigners are apt to say that we children of this Western world do not submit to the tender emotions with the same self-abandonment as those who are born nearer to the rising sun, that our hearts are as cold and selfish as our manners, and that we live for more the lower and groveling passions than for sentiment and the affections. Most sincerely do we wish that every charge which European jealousy and European superciliousness have brought against the American character was as false as this, that the people of this country are more restrained in the exhibition of all their emotions than those across the great waters, we believe, but that the last feel the most, we shall be very unwilling to allow. Most of all shall we deny that the female form contains hearts more true to all its affections, spirits more devoted to the interests of its earthly head, or an identity of existence more perfect than those which the American wife clings to her husband. She is literally bone of his bone and flesh of his flesh. It is seldom that her wishes cross the limits of the domestic circle, which to her is earth itself, and all that it contains which is most desirable. Her husband and children compose her little world, and beyond them and their sympathies, it is rare indeed that her truant affections ever wish to stray. A part of this concentration of the American wife's existence in these domestic interests is doubtless owing to the simplicity of American life and the absence of temptation. Still, so devoted is the female heart, so true to its impulses, and so little apt to wander from house feelings and home duties, that the imputation to which there is allusion is just that of all others to which the wives of the Republic ought not to be subject. This is the testimony of a man who knew his people and his time in some ways better than any other American novelist, and who did not hesitate to use the cautery when he thought its application desirable. Therefore it is to be regarded as just and accurate, the more so that it contains admission of interior facts concerning which European jealousy and European superciliousness could find ground for blame that could not be termed carping. It was of that which is now openly and then secretly termed the middle class that Cooper was chiefly speaking, however, though most of his words were applicable to all classes of American society. One may doubt the actuality of the simplicity of American life in its more prominent expressions at that time, and the absence of temptation, in the sense in which our author means the phrase, does not appear, since the conditions which were made for such temptation in European society were to be found in that of America, but morals were then under the care of the most efficient guardian which they can know, public opinion. Indeed, in such matters it was rather the day of prudery in America. The American woman was justly proud of her virtue, was indeed something of a cathartist, and she would not tolerate the smallest departure from the rigid code which she set as the unimpeachable law in these matters. If she was extreme in this wise, at least the extremity was carried in the right direction, and American society, whatever its follies, was pure. Nor were there wanting many of those in high places to fulfill the statements of Cooper concerning the domesticity of the American wife. In 1824, Mrs. Seton wrote of Mrs. John C. Calhoun, You could not fail to love and appreciate, as I do, her charming qualities. A devoted mother, a tender wife, industrious, cheerful, intelligent, with the most perfectly equable temper. Mrs. Crawford, wife of the Secretary of War during Monroe's administration, openly regretted that her husband had entered public life, since the duties of the position would make inroads upon the domesticity which she valued as the dearest thing in her existence. On the other hand, the simpler tasks among so many of the higher ladies of the land did not produce lack of culture. John Randolph was no lover of women, and no believer in their entrance into the domains of politics. When, on one occasion, they crowded the floor as well as the gallery of the Senate to hear him pour forth the rich flood of his eloquence, and he was annoyed by some whisper, he suddenly paused in his speech, pointed his long index finger at the gallery, and demanded, "Mr. Speaker, what, pray, are all these women doing here, so out of place in this arena? Sir, they had much better be at home attending to their knitting." Yet even John Randolph, misogynist as he was, thus wrote in 1833 to Edward Livingstone concerning the latter's acceptance of the position of minister to France. "And Mrs. Livingstone, to whom present my warmest respects, you have a most able coadjutor. Dowdies won't do for European courts, Paris especially. There and at London the character of the minister's wife is almost as important as his own. It is the very place for her. There she would dazzle and charm, and surely the salons of Paris must have far greater attractions for her than the yahoos of Washington." The last words show Randolph's estimate of Washington society in the mass, but never was there a more prejudiced or bitter man than he of Roanoke, and his general verdict must not be implicitly accepted.
In 1836 there occurred at the Capitol an event which in itself was of note, as being contrary to the theories of the day, and which is yet more noteworthy as the first instance in America of a practice which in our day has become common, the entrance of a woman into journalism. Mrs. Anne Royal founded a paper in the Capitol, giving it the somewhat suggestive name of the Huntress, and dedicated it chiefly to the promulgation of fashionable news. Thus Mrs. Royal not only became the mother of American women journalists, but absolutely the pioneer of that long line of society reporters who were to become in later days such an accepted and welcomed feature of the social world. The office of the Huntress was on Capitol Hill, and the paper was published every Saturday. It was eagerly welcomed by society, which up to that time had found its doings sadly neglected in the columns of the journals. Finding the innovation received with a warmth which left no doubt of its popularity, it was adopted by Nathaniel Parker Willis in his letters to the New York Mirror, and by James Gordon Bennett in his correspondence to the Courier. But Mrs. Royal had the honor, if honor it be, of leading the new movement in journalism. Sooth to say, Mrs. Royal was more progressive than talented in such matters. Her pen pictures of the chief components of Washington society showed a distressing sameness, the women whom she favored being always described as of great beauty, having faces of the classic oval, their hair raven or golden in hue, and forms that rivaled that of Venus, while the men were giants of intellect, with penetrating eyes and expansive brows. Nor was she more restrained in her reprobation than in her admiration, or truer to fact, and John Quincy Adams, when he described her as the virago errant in enchanted armor, dealt with her to the full as gently as she deserved.
Her paper ran a longer course than might have been expected under the circumstances, and in 1847 it contained an announcement which is significant both of the pride of sex in the writer and the growth of prominence among American women in certain lines, when in February of that year it announced, "Washington City has been honored with the presence of three of America's most talented authoresses, Mrs. L. H. Sigourney, Mrs. A. L. Phelps, and Mrs. Anne S. Stevens." The fame of the last named of this trio has not survived, but the names of the other two are still known, even if their works are neglected. The administration of President Harrison brought little addition to the normal gaiety of Washington, but that of President Tyler was in some respects the most brilliant from a social standpoint that the capital had known. Mrs. Tyler's health prevented her from taking the lead in social functions, but her two daughters, Mrs. Lightfoot Jones and Mrs. Semple, admirably filled her place, aided by Mrs. Robert Tyler, the young wife of the President's son. Even a fancy dress ball was included among the White House entertainments of that time, one being given in honor of the President's little granddaughter, Mary Fairley Tyler, who appeared thereat as a fairy, with gossamer wings, a diamond star on her brow, and a silver wand in her hand. The ball given at the White House in 1841, in honor of the young Prince de Joinville, was another notable event in the social world. Perhaps a more truly noteworthy function there, however, was the official reception attended by Charles Dickens, who was received by President Tyler and Mrs. Semple, and who afterward spoke in warm terms of the order which was preserved by the concourse of over 3,000 people who had been attracted by his fame. Though there was now no talk of Republican simplicity, there was still some old-fashioned people who were repelled by the ever-increasing dominance of society and social interests at the capital of the nation, and who reprobated the state with which the chief executive and his family held their court. Mrs. Fremont tells us that the second Mrs. Tyler was made the object of much animadversion because she drove 4 horses, finer than those of the Russian minister, and because she received seated her armchair on a slightly raised platform in a velvet gown with 3 feathers in her hair. And certainly, though the number of feathers would seem to have no bearing upon the matter of republicanism, that raised platform is unpleasantly suggestive of the dais of a throne. The first wife of Mr. Tyler died after a residence in the presidential mansion of little more than a year, and her successor in the heart of the president and to the dignities of the First Lady of the land, Miss Julia Gardner of New York, enjoyed but 8 months of official leadership. She was greatly admired for the ease and dignity with which she wore her high honors, but that raised platform suggests that it may not have been ill for some of the still cherished institutions of our country, even in its social aspects, that she was the mistress of the White House and its customs no longer than was actually the case. The last administration during the first half-century of the 19th of our era, that of President Taylor, was not remarkable for social innovations, but it is noteworthy for the fact that one of the prominent members of the Society of the Capitol was the second Mrs. Jefferson Davis, who, little less than a decade later, was to abandon the sphere of her peaceful influence at Washington to share in the responsibilities of her husband as leader of a cause wholly antagonistic to the interests represented by the Capitol. The death of President Taylor in July 1850 cast a gloom over the Society of Washington and brings us to another era in the history of American womanhood. Greater gloom was to fall, not only upon Washington, but the whole country, and once more the leaders of society were to be forgotten in the heroines noted or unnoted, of strife. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11, Women of America, by John Ruse LARUS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, The Sectional Division. Once more it becomes necessary to recognize the division of our country into sections, as in the days before the Revolution welded it into one nation. The time was fast coming when there should be division in good earnest, when there should be even overt separation, and to understand the effects and tendencies of this time among the women of America, it is needful that we take into fuller consideration than we have yet done the differences of custom and thought that existed between the women of the South and the women of the North. For though these met upon common ground and blended in a society which saw but little variation in the types presented to it, there had been constantly growing, since the time of the first amalgamation of the colonies into one nation, differences between the northern and the southern cultures that were little less than radical in their ultimate nature and expressions. The distinctiveness of type had come about gradually, but it had always existed as a possibility, even in the youngest days of the Republic. The conditions of civilization, North and South, were in themselves divergent, and they were sure to produce an ever-increasing effect. The North was the land of affairs, the South was the home of luxury. The North worked for itself, and won its sustenance by the labor of its own hands or brain. The South watched its wealth accumulate by the toil of its slaves, and thus had time to prepare for the cultivation of the graces which come of leisure. Up to the inception of the Civil War, it cannot be denied that the South was preeminently the fountain of American society. Even as Virginia was the mother of presidents, so was the whole South the parent of the most charming, the most refined, the most cultured of the dames and damsels who held society aloft upon their lovely shoulders. The superiority was not of kind, for in this the North steadily held its own. As was but natural, it was of numbers. For every recognized ornament to society sent by the North to grace the circles of Washington, the South sent too. When the century passed its meridian and turned to the descending road, there had come about a practical division of the country into two sections once more, not only in feeling, which, however, was subdued and hardly expressed save by the more bitter partisans, at least among the women, but in nature. While the higher ideals of the woman of the North and her of the South were the same, they differed in nearly everything that made for progress toward the goal they sought. The tendency toward aristocratic ideas had taken unwonted shape toward the end of the first half of the 19th century. According to the false ideal, which had come to take the place of the higher one of earlier days, the Southern woman was par excellence the aristocrat of America. She was lapped in luxury. She was surrounded by every refinement. She was waited upon by hosts of servants. She was the representative in many ways of the feudal chatelaine of olden times in England, with added refinements of culture and luxury. But this was bought, though she did not then see the truth, at a terrible price. The Southern conditions, brought about by the institution of slavery, bore most heavily in effect upon the men of that section, but the women also were in danger of forgetting their strength of their womanhood in the idleness of untroubled days and in the lack of power
that results from the transfer of all burdens to the shoulders of others. The life of the typical Virginia lady of those luxurious days was an unending round of social pleasures, and this life in its turn was typical of that of the Southern woman of refinement in all sections, though presenting that life in its most enlarged and broadened aspects. She had her responsibilities, and she recognized them. She was the queen of a vast estate, on which many souls looked to her for comfort and help, and as a rule she responded to their call with all alacrity. To her slaves, at least as far as the house servants were concerned, she was friend rather than mistress, acknowledging them as part of her family and caring for them almost as for her own children. But the trouble was that she generally did these things vicariously. She delegated her powers, seeing to it, indeed, that they were administered as she would have them, but herself doing little. She was given over, for her own part, to the demands of society and to the requirements of hospitality, and Southern hospitality is proverbial, and the courtly welcome and gracious attentions of the hostess of the plantation mansion in the antebellum days were among the most agreeable and vivid impressions of her guests. Nor with all the social distinction of the Southern household was there a sacrifice of a single charm of home life. Every important domestic event was attended with becoming ceremony. The arrival of the newborn, the home gatherings of later years, and the wedding, these were occasions to be celebrated by all, occasions when the tenderest family sentiment was manifested. At such times, it may be remarked, the system of domestic slavery appealed rather as a virtue than as a stain, for the household slaves were interested sharers in the joys of the family. In this connection, one is reminded of the Georgia negress, who, on being asked if she were the slave of a certain person, replied, "Yes, I belong to him, and they belong to me." In her home the typical Virginia lady did little with her own hands. She directed, but she would have thought it a shame to labor even in such a cause. Her hands were too delicate to work, her feet too dainty to press the ground. She never walked where she could ride, and carriages were always at her command. Her winters, if she lived on her plantation, were passed in a round of pleasures, of balls and minor social functions. Her summers she spent at the famous springs, whither she drove in her cumbrous but comfortable carriage, in which way, indeed, some of the more enthusiastic lovers of those springs came even from the southernmost bournes of the land. A friend of the writer, for instance, once told him how she had often traveled in this manner from New Orleans to the Greenbrier White Sulphur Springs in those halcyon days before the war. The northern dame, she of New York or Boston, or of those dwelling in the rural districts, knew little of such luxuries as these. Between the southern lady and the northern, there was one radical point of difference in those days which was more effective to separate their ideas and ideals than might be thought. The former was a dweller in the country, the latter in cities. Type is here spoken of. The typical southern lady was found on the plantation, the typical northern lady in the heart of the city. This condition was imposed upon the wealthiest and most cultured of each section by the variant conditions under which they lived. It was in her own home that the southern woman found the most power for her wealth, in the city that the northern woman alone found avenues for her money to buy her the best things of culture, material or mental. And this severance made for certain results. The southern woman held to isolation of rule as the best that she knew. The northern woman believed that in segregation and community of interests alone came hope of the best. These theories were unrecognized, but they were inherent and dominant. Moreover, there still existed in the North, especially in the further removed sections, a strong leaven of the old Puritan spirit, and this could neither understand nor tolerate the spirit of luxury that reigned in the South. Each section misunderstood and unjustly condemned the other. To the Northern woman, she of the South was a pampered aristocrat of the most ignoble kind, caring for nothing but the gratification of her luxurious tastes, battening on the sufferings of a humanity which she bought and sold as cattle, an Augusta in her luxuries and love of self. To the Southern woman, she of the North was cold, hard, uncultured, unrefined, plebeian in tastes and existence, and generally on a lower plane than the daughter of the Cavaliers. The Southern woman despised her sister of the North. The Northern woman hated her sister of the South. Where there was meeting and blending on the contiguous limits of the sections, there was more of understanding and therefore of toleration for the points of severance of ideas. But even here there was cause of strife in the heated politics which had for some time been appealing to the passions of our statesmen. With the quick enthusiasm in such matters that is an attribute of their sex, and which blinds women even more than men to the calmer suggestions of reason, the women of the country became divided into two bitterly hostile camps because of the matters which their husbands and brothers discussed in the councils of the nation. It is true that in this case the main question at issue had unwonted appeal to the women themselves, for she of the South saw her wealth and luxury threatened by the abolitionists, while she of the North made herself a part of the cause of ill-treated humanity, as she deemed it. Had the men been able to restrain the passions which at this time stirred them almost to frenzy, the women would not have permitted the glowing embers to become extinguished without being fanned into red flame. That the women of our country were largely instrumental in bringing about the fratricidal strife which shook that country to its center cannot be denied. Even such firebrands as Phillips and Garrison did not incite so bitter a spirit as did the many women who espoused their cause. It was a time of fanaticism in the North and fury in the South, and both these feelings reached their culmination in the women of the sections. One of the most powerful influences for the making of discord was from the hand of a woman, when Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin, and thereby led much of the thought and prejudices of both sections into utterly false channels. The South, and especially its women, saw in the book a vile libel upon its culture, a base slander of its most representative institutions. The North, especially its women, accepted the book as literal fact, and looked upon their brothers and sisters of the South as slave-drivers and cruel task-mistresses, building the structure of their wealth and luxury upon the crushed bodies of their weaker and more degraded fellows, and careless of the bitter moans of the oppressed. The acceptance by the North of the book as fact embittered the South, conscious of the injustice of the thing to the last degree, while the North, upon that utterly inadequate authority, reviled the South for the imaginary crimes which were rife in its midst. The question of the limitation of slavery had been long before the country, and had produced much bitterness of feeling on both sides, but the idea of the sudden abolishment of the institution, peaceably if we can, forcibly if we must, was of new growth in the decade preceding the war, at least in any coherent and prominent form. In the South were many women as well as men who, while they accepted and tried to make the best of the institution which had been handed down to them by their ancestors, were at heart as eager abolitionists as any of the North, but they knew that such a radical change must be brought about by gradual steps, or it would open the way to yet greater evils, of which the sudden impoverishment of the section was not the greatest. In the North were men and women who held themselves aloof from the rabid fanaticism of their day, and while they heartily desired the eradication of the taint of slavery from the country which boasted of its freedom, yet were willing to trust to time and the growth of principle for the result which they desired. But on both sides these conservatives were unfortunately in the minority, and their influence was of no avail. On both sides they were looked upon as traitors to the cause which they loved best and most wisely of all. There might have been hope of compromise. The fanatics were still in the minority among the men who governed the destinies of the nation, and while there was bitterness and even hatred rife among these men, there was yet stronger dread of open separation, so that there might have been reached some conclusion which would have been made productive of results satisfactory in the main to both sides, though not in full measure. But the women would not have it so. They flung themselves into politics with a fervor that was fatal to all the interests of peace, for those of the North could not understand any toleration of the accursed thing, while they of the South demanded that their husbands and lovers should resent the insult which had been imposed upon Southern womanhood in the vile slanders which were freely circulated in abolitionist circles. That these slanders were the voice of fanaticism and not of mere hatred was not understood. That they were reprobated by the better elements of the North was not believed. In both sections an appeal to arms was talked of if secession were adopted and resisted. At first this was but idle menace, but it gradually grew to the proportions of stern determination, at least in one of those sections, and by none was it so eagerly welcomed and fanned as by the women. The peace of them that make peace was not for the American woman of that time. All the natural militancy of the feminine nature was aroused to its highest pitch, and it was more at the instigation of hatred than as an appeal to justice that the thought of war was dear to the women of our riven country. Riven it was already in spirit, though not yet in fact. The shadow of coming strife lay heavy on the land long before it took substance. There were still those, chiefly among the men, who believed that from all this lurid smoke there would result nothing worse than smoldering embers, which would eventually perish unharmful. That thus it could not be was owing its greatest part to the influence of those who in the bitter days to come were to bear the brunt of the suffering and agony of war, the women of America. It is grateful to turn for a moment to look upon the last days of Washington society under the old regime. Buchanan was the last of the old-time presidents, and under his administration Washington society went its normal way of gaiety, though disturbed in its enjoyment by the thickening cloud that hung over the land and gathered most darkly at the Capitol. President Buchanan was a bachelor, but his mansion did not lack female rule, for his niece, Harriet Lane, took upon herself the onerous duties of mistress of the White House, and never were they more gracefully fulfilled. Young as she was, she had few rivals and no superiors in knowledge of the requirements of her position and ability to meet those requirements. Never was the White House ruled in more dignified and gracious manner than by this young woman. She had had excellent training for her dignities when her uncle in 1852 was sent as minister to the court of St. James. She accompanied him thither, and her beauty and accomplishments won instantaneous recognition and admiration from the most prejudiced of the English critics in these matters. Her character was as admirable and admired as was her beauty, and she was in all ways fitted to grace a court, whether that court were royal or republican. During the 4 years of her uncle's stormy administration, she ruled the social world of Washington as of right and title, and her rule was on all sides acknowledged to be worthy of allegiance. It was the last day of old-time American society, and it died in splendor. No more courteous and cultured gentleman than James Buchanan ever occupied the White House as its master, even though as a statesman he was sadly lacking in the qualities which were demanded by the circumstances of his time. No more gracious lady than Harriet Lane ever presided over the social destinies of the presidential mansion, and with her there is no need of limiting statement in modification of the praise bestowed. When the time came for Buchanan to surrender into the hands of a stronger man the reins of government, Miss Lane retired with him to Wheatland, his country seat, where the pair spent together the stormy years of the Civil War. In 1866, Miss Lane married Henry Elliott Johnston of Baltimore, who died in 1884, his 2 sons, all that were born of the marriage, having preceded him to the grave. Thus Mrs. Johnston was left alone, and thus she still lives on, the sole remaining link between the White House of the days before the Civil War and the present time. She alone, of all who ruled as social queen of the country in the time when this meant far more than now, is left to us, and she lives in the same quiet dignity with which she once placed the stamp of her individuality upon the social functions of the presidential mansion and made them truly noteworthy. Upon the accession of Edward VII of England, that king, who had been elaborately entertained by Miss Lane and her uncle at the White House during his visit to this country in 1860, sent to Mrs. Johnston a personal invitation to be present at his approaching coronation, and his cordial letter showed in what high esteem he held the gracious lady, whose kindness to him in his youth had dwelt so long in his memory. It was a deserved recognition of the charm that had made notable the last lady ruler of the White House in its days of social eminence, and the act was as graceful as deserved. So in Harriet Lane Johnston we find the last surviving memory of the court society of the elder days of our country. With her exit from the White House went also the traditions of the social past, and with her exit from life will go also the last of a line of acknowledged rulers, little less than regal in their dignities, of the social world of America. It is now necessary to turn again to the subject of the war between the sections. Darker and darker grew the threatening cloud, until it was rent by a bolt which fell with fatal effect and set the whole land in a blaze. This was the famous insurrection of John Brown, which knew its inception and inglorious end at Harper's Ferry. It is not easy for us at this time to appreciate the aspects of John Brown's raid as it presented itself to the North and the South, and the aspect which it especially bore to the women of the latter section has never been given its full importance at the hands of chroniclers. Brown's acknowledged and boasted purpose to set free the slaves and arm them against their masters in insurrection was looked upon by every Southern woman as a direct threat, of which the carrying out was averted only by the hand of an overruling Providence, against that which her womanhood most prized. She knew what would have been the effect of the loosening upon the community of a horde of semi-savages, mad with the lust of blood and rapine, drunk with the liberty which they would look upon as unbridled license, for such, as she well knew, would the majority of the slaves become under conditions which would appeal to their worst side and would, in their novelty, lead to all excess. The narrow view which sees in the burning anger of the South toward this attempt only dread of loss of property is utterly false. It was the personal aspect of the matter which appealed to every Southern woman, and, because of this, to every Southern man. Even the partial success of such an attempt would have meant ruined and dishonored homes throughout the Southern land. The honor of its women, that most precious of all possessions, was in peril in such enterprise, and it was the threat against this that set the Southland aflame with rage against the would-be perpetrators of such an atrocity. It was not the menace to property or even to life. It was the unutterable shame that turns the coward's heart to steel, the sluggard's blood to flame. For the South knew the Negro, his bad qualities as well as his good, and while the women of the South knew that their elder house servants would protect them with their lives if necessary, they also knew that the horde of field hands, intoxicated by a liberty whose nature they could not understand, would turn at once to the gratification of the savage nature which slept chained within them and would make of the land an offense to heaven. This was bad enough, but worse yet, since the attempt had miserably failed, was the fact that the North saw none of these things. It did not, seemingly could not, understand. Where the woman of the South saw in John Brown only the brutal assailer of all that womanhood held most precious, she of the North, who, could she have realized the peril in which her Southern sister stood, would have stirred the North with her cry, saw in him only the martyr to the cause of freedom, the man who gave his life in the attempt to bring from bondage an oppressed and ill-treated race, and so completely had prejudice and fanaticism clouded the conscience that when Wendell Phillips made of this man a certain blasphemous comparison, she was not shocked, but carried away by her enthusiasm, hailed the words as true and deserved. This does not apply to all the daughters of the North. There were some who saw clearly and who were not blinded by the Cimarron of fanaticism which swept over that section, but there was a minority which dared not lift its voice against the clamor of the masses. The most fatal of all causes of strife had fallen upon the North. It did not understand. But this in turn the Southern woman could not comprehend. She could not see that the peril to her honor, so plain to her, was beyond the scope of Northern vision. Therefore she, in her wrath, accused her sisters of the North of carelessness of her honor in their enthusiasm for the cause of a race which would put that honor in peril. She held them indifferent to the preservation of the crown of her womanhood, so that a few blacks might be given a freedom which they would turn to the worst account. She laid it all to sectional hatred, to the cherished anger of the Puritan against the Cavalier. She was intolerant, and who can blame her, seeing as she did, of the canonization of John Brown, which was chiefly the work of her Northern sisters, to whose enthusiasm that of the men, even of such fanatics as Phillips, was as nothing. So, begun and fostered in mutual misunderstanding, grew the breach between the sections, and of all the hands that dig the grave of peace, the most eager and rapid were those of the women of our land. Where shall we place the blame? Each side saw the other in utter distortion, each twisted to its own understanding the acts and utterances of the other, and each was justly incensed according to its own view. In her ignorance of the certain results of that attempt whose failure she deplored, the Northern woman saw in the rejoicing of Southern womanhood over the failure and fate of John Brown only a savage and unwomanly exaltation over the martyrdom of one who had sacrificed himself that others might live in freedom, the heritage of every American, and who, in pursuit of his noble ideal, had of necessity attacked the wealth of the South, which wealth was ill-gotten and ill-held. The Southern woman looked upon the attempt to give power over her honor to a lower race, civilized only in certain aspects, and with all the worst of barbarism sleeping like a tiger within it, and occasionally displaying itself in aspect of terror, as the expression of the feeling of the North, the ultimate goal of the fanaticism which was rising higher and higher as the abolitionists grew in power. To both, John Brown represented the dominant spirit of the North, but each translated his aspect in different ways. Each was bitterly unjust, each was utterly in the wrong, and each was convinced with a perfect conviction of the righteousness of her own stand and her thought of the other. When such position is taken, peace is doomed. Society was disrupted. It had maintained a certain cohesion where the sections mingled. It had been shaken but not overthrown. But the hanging of John Brown gave American society, as comprising all parts of the country and devoid of sectional aspects, its death blow. Another society of like aspects was later to arise, perhaps never again to be overthrown, so that we can again talk of American society in the larger sense. But this which we know is not that which held its chief fortalice in Washington before the capital was yielded to the perils of the center of strife. The daughters of even such closely contiguous states as Pennsylvania and Virginia could not meet in social function when each believed the other to be the representative of the most evil of civilizations, when every interest which either most cherished was inimical to every interest most dear to the other. Rapidly the representatives of Southern society forsook the capital, going to their own country, where they hoped soon to form another and yet more brilliant circle than that which had given to the center of our republicanism much of the glitter and all the prestige of a royal court. The result of the presidential campaign would decide the future of the South, but that there would be separation of the sections for a time or permanently, few doubted. The chief question that remained to be decided was whether the separation would be peaceful or one at the point of the bayonet. Perhaps, had they foreseen the consequences of their enthusiasm, the women of both sides would have been more moderate in their advocacy of their respective creeds. But women rarely look to the end, and the feminine enthusiasts of those days were no exception to the rule. With all their strength, and whether for good or evil, there is none greater in effect. They urged their husbands and lovers and brothers, the one side to wipe out in blood if need and opportunity were, the insult to their womanhood, the other to free the oppressed from bondage, and from the tyranny shown by Southern women as well as men. The actions and utterances of each were plain to the other. The standpoints which dictated those acts and words were hidden by the dense mist of prejudice. Thus, by woman's influence was precipitated the conflict which had already become almost inevitable. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12, Women of America, by John Ruse LARUS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, The Civil War. The election of Abraham Lincoln to the chief magistracy annihilated the last hope of peaceful solution of the vexed question of the time. Hope, indeed, there was in few female breasts, For with deplorable unanimity the women of our country looked forward to war as the most desirable result of all the anger that smoldered in both sections. Secession followed hard upon the election of Lincoln. The Southern senators and representatives resigned their seats in the councils of the nation, and that nation was a nation no more. Though there were many contributing circumstances, and those of the gravest, the women of our country had been the most influential cause of the rupture, and its immediate result of war. They had inflamed the hearts of the men so that few who retained some coolness of judgment and some tolerance of spirit could make no headway against the extremists. The women were now to bear the brunt of the hard following consequences of their furious enthusiasm. But before they began to feel those consequences in full measure, they were to enjoy a brief period of delight, that delight which their sex ever finds in the pomp and circumstance of glorious war, until they learn something of its stern realities. When peace was formally declared impossible, the women of both sections found congenial vent for the enthusiasm which had been so fatal to the efforts of the peacemakers. Each side firmly believed its cause was pure and right, without the shadow of doubt being possible, and each acted from the depths of a conviction which was as much the child of education as of environing circumstances. All over the country there was enthusiasm, which hardly stopped short of gala merriment. The younger women of both sides embroidered banners for their pet regiments, and with their own fair hands gave those banners into the keeping of their knights, who swore they did not know the difficulties of the task to bring back those flags unsullied by defeat. The men were eager enough to meet the hardships and perils which they had not yet measured, but the women surpassed even the masculine eagerness, hurrying their sons and lovers and brothers, and often husbands, to the front, hardly finding time for tears in their enthusiasm and patriotism. For patriotism, though sometimes not easily distinguished from selfish delight in the romance which precedes war, it was on both sides, a patriotism which was to be sorely tried and never to fail. It was misdirected in most cases as yet. The social functions which made brilliant the rival capitals for a time were mistaken expressions of the deep feeling which glowed beneath. But they had their meaning and were promises of better things to come. From Maine to Texas there burned a flame of patriotism such as had not been called forth in like eagerness of display even by the days of the Revolution, and its chief expressions were from the women of the divided land. So trivial and misdirected as yet were the majority of its expressions, that it might have been thought shallow and unenduring, but it was to prove its intensity and depth in other guise, and these first ebullitions were but the foam that glances on the unsounded sea. There was little fear of suffering on either side. Each believed that, so good was its cause, so valiant its supporters, it must triumph within a short space. A prominent New York journal prophesied the fall of Richmond within 3 months, saying, "We spit upon a longer deferred justice." The South thought that Washington would be taken at one blow. In these beliefs, which seem to us, knowing the men who were to bear the standards of both causes, such wild folly, the women more than shared. Northern and Southern women alike believed with full conviction that the men of our country were unconquerable, and that God fought on her side of the quarrel. How then could defeat or disaster come to the cause she loved? It was impossible. It must be admitted that the first stages of the war, the weight of feminine enthusiasm was in the Southern scale. There was good reason for this. At the first call of battle, the South sent forth her best and her bravest, her own most cherished sons, while the North responded more tardily, leaving much of its work in the hands of substitutes of the lower class and of mercenaries. The foreigners who had of late come to our shores in such numbers had settled in the north and northwest, and they naturally fought, rather from necessity and wish for bounty than from patriotism. The flame was as steady in the north, but it was not so vivid. It had not yet been blown to full fervor. Moreover, in the north, the full gravity of the task undertaken was still less recognized than in the south. When McDowell marched upon Johnston and Beauregard at Bull Run, carriages full of the leaders of Washington society, women as well as men, came to make gay his camp and see the total discomfiture of the enemy, and the flight back to the capital which followed his defeat included many women of the upper circles, whose terrors and sufferings were not undeserved as results of the extremes into which their enthusiasm had misled them. This was a poor expression indeed of the patriotism which glowed in the female breast of that day. But the time produced a better specimen, and showed how the feeling found true as well as false vent. It was the young girl who brought to Beauregard the first intelligence of McDowell's movement upon Manassas, and enabled him to give Johnston the warning which led to the timely juncture of their forces and the result of the battle. The young lady had heard some officers of the Union Army discussing the projected movement while at the table of her father in his house near Washington. Delicately nurtured and reared as she had been, with her own hands she saddled her horse and rode through the night, partly through camps of coarsely jesting soldiery, partly along hardly marked roads, amid darkness and in loneliness, that she might serve the land she loved. It was the first of many such services that were to be done by the women of the South, who alone had opportunity to render them, or they had surely found many rivals. If the romantic aspect of war received in the North a rude shock in the disaster of Bull Run, it was but enhanced in the South. Moreover, the enthusiasm of the Southern woman, and particularly of the girl, found more present and congenial vent than did that of her Northern sister. Not only did the former frequently see the forms and even the deeds of the leaders of her cause, but some of those leaders were calculated to awaken enthusiasm to a degree that could not be rivaled by any of the generals of the North. The soldiers of the Union had no Stuart, with his gay laughter and merry jest, and his floating feather, to heighten the romance of his achievements and present him as a veritable knight of old. No Pelham with his beardless face and modest blush, to make one marvel that this laughing boy should be in battle a very genius of war, as he fought his guns against fearful odds. Custer, with his flowing locks, might have won some hearts had the war been carried into Northern territory, but Custer had not at his back the fame of Stuart, whose rides around McClellan made him a hero of romance, nor had he the social qualities that made so popular the Southern leader, while the latter's purity of life and deep religious feeling, beneath all his frivolity of manner, appealed with power to the finer natures of the Southern women. He was chosen the knight, the adored hero of Southern womanhood, and when his feather appeared at the head of his daredevils, there was feminine rejoicing and eager welcome. It was in the facts of the personal devotion inspired by some of their leaders Lee, Jackson, and Stuart especially, of the proximity of those fighting for her cause, of her presence on the scene of strife, and of her deeper sufferings and greater call for endurance, that explanation must be found of the indubitable phenomenon that there was far more of enthusiasm displayed by the women of the South than by her of the North, at least during the first years of the war. Enthusiasm only, not devotion to principle. That was assured in both. Both gave a deep and effective love to the cause which they had held as right and just, and for which they were willing to give their very lives if need were. The Southern woman was called upon to make greater sacrifices, to bear greater sufferings, than her sister of the North, but none can doubt that the latter would have borne all these as nobly had fate called upon her to do so. Those who know the story of Southern womanhood in those terrible days must give to it all honor and admiration, but these must not be granted as exclusively its right, due sense of the sufficient patriotism and courage displayed by Northern womanhood at the call of country. Each gave all that she had to give. Each proved that her patriotism was not a mere name. If among the women of the South there was more fervent enthusiasm than among those of the North, there was also deeper hatred of the enemies of their cause. When General Butler, as master of New Orleans, issued the equally famous and infamous proclamation that won for him for all time the title of Beast Butler among the women of the South, setting forth that any woman who insulted on the street a Union soldier might be treated, without redress on her part, as a woman of the town, he not only consigned his memory to odium, but recorded the bitterness of the feminine spirit among the conquered people. The best friend of Southern womanhood cannot deny that this bitterness often took unjustifiable expression. The very issuance of the proclamation proved that the ladies of New Orleans were given to unseemly vituperation of the soldiers who bore aloft the cause so bitterly hated by the women of the invaded land, and in other ways and places the obligations of ladyhood and even of femininity were too often forgotten in the impulses of hatred and wrath. These ebullitions of the female spirit were not to be repressed by circumstances. That spirit flamed, but the more fiercely as it found itself in danger of result. In these days of calmer judgment, we know what excuse there was among Southern women for the feeling of hatred and bitterness. We know what it meant to ladies of delicacy and refinement to be insulted by a brutal soldiery, too often unrepressed even by their officers. We can understand the helpless wrath that filled the breast of the Southern woman as she saw her dearest household possessions taken from her or wantonly destroyed by mercenaries, as was the rule rather than the exception when Sherman and his bummers went marching through Georgia and forgot the rules of civilized warfare, or when Sheridan almost fulfilled his boast that he would make the Valley of Virginia so barren that a crow flying over it would have to carry its own rations, or when Milroy and his German troops burned and harried and oppressed. Had the operations of war been set in the North as in the South, there would doubtless have been equal cause for hatred in that section. But the only time that warfare was carried thither, it was governed and directed by a general, who would not tolerate the modern methods of making war upon unarmed people, and the burning of Chelmsford was the sole act of vandalism of which the North ever had the knowledge that comes of suffering. So the history of womanhood during the war between the sections is largely a history of the women of the Confederacy, just as the latent and immediate effects of that war first showed themselves among Southern womanhood. Indeed, after the first impulses of enthusiasm were over, the part played in the war by the women of the North was largely confined to endurance and sacrifice of the emotions, neither a small thing, yet only a part of that which was borne by their Southern sisters. They gave their dear ones uncomplainingly and even gladly, and they endured suspense and sorrow, and sometimes hardship, while the breadwinner was absent on the business of his country. But of personal suffering they knew nothing. Far be the thought of minimizing their gifts. The thousands of bereft wives and mothers laid on the altar of their country their greatest sacrifice, and they did this with a grand spirit of faith and endurance that was alike beautiful and inspiring. But all that they did in this wise was done also by the Southern women, and these bore added pangs of suffering in the destruction of their homes, in the loss of all their substance, and in personal peril and privation, and the rest of the woes that await womanhood in a conquered country. Nor must it be forgotten that the Southern woman was peculiarly unfitted by the circumstances of her nurture and training to bear the privations which fell to her lot in such full measure. She had been reared in the greatest luxury that this country could give. She had been from time immemorial the spoilt child of our land, taught that there was not, and never would be, need for her to raise her hand in effort, or to express an ungratified wish. She was refined and cultured, and totally, as it seemed, unfitted for rude contact with the world. Yet she forgot all these things when the need came. The Virginia lady, when the tide of war flowed irresistibly over her state, frequently refugied, to use her own most unjustifiable and abominable vocable, into some less perilous section of the land, where she lived the life of a peasant, doing her own housework, mending and making the clothes worn by herself and her children, cooking her poor meal of bacon, and substituting for the fragrant mocha to which she had been accustomed beans whose flavor made a mere mockery of the coffee they were intended to represent, and doing all with the gallant cheerfulness which found its sole failure when she thought of the sufferings of her husband and sons in the starving and barefooted army of Lee. To this pass she was reduced, she who had lived upon the fat of the land, for whom had been reserved the daintiest morsels that the land could supply, and whose hands had never known a weightier task than some dainty embroidery. The North could show no like evidence of patient courage, not having opportunity for its display. The one point at which the women of these two sections met on common ground was in the hospital service, and here the Northern woman had the advantage in efficiency, though not in tenderness. The organization of these matters was extremely poor in both the Union and the Confederacy, but because of greater facilities springing from greater command of money, the hospital organization of the North, both field and fixed, was far better than that of the South, which indeed could hardly be said to have a hospital organization at all. In these hospitals worked thousands of devoted women, and their ministrations to the wounded and dying of both sides must not be forgotten when we reckon up the sum of the work of American womanhood. On both sides, ladies of culture and refinement devoted themselves to this pious work, and this was the most worthy and lasting outlet that was found for Northern feminine enthusiasm in the cause of the Union, and the name of Dorothea Lind Dix, the head of the organized force of Northern hospital nurses, will always be held in especial honor for devotion and ability in this noble cause, as well as the amelioration of the condition of the indigent insane, to which later cause her whole life was chiefly devoted. There were few special heroines developed by the war. Heroism was so general when there was call for it among the women that it attracted but little notice and won no lasting fame, even in its most remarkable displays. There has come down to us hardly a single female name as being especially singled out during this time for any noteworthy action. Indeed, there was such dearth of especial women heroines that one poet was driven, when he wished to stir the blood of his people with enthusiasm for feminine heroism, to invent one. But the present day wisely refuses to put any faith in the hoary legend of Barbara Frietchie, which indeed is given by Whittier, is full of the most absurd improbabilities. To say nothing of the unlikelihood of Stonewall Jackson ordering a platoon, it could hardly have been a regiment, to fire at a flagstaff instead of directing someone to enter the house and remove the objectionable object, though even this would have been uncharacteristic of the man who smiled and saluted when a pretty girl laughingly flourished an American flag in his face as he rode past her in the streets of Frederick. The quickness of the old lady in catching that flag as it fell from the staff, to say nothing of her activity in getting to the window from the spot where she was presumably sheltered from the rifle blast, would put a professional juggler to shame. Then again, why Jackson should have been riding ahead does not seem clear, since that is not the place for a general while on a march, and every detail of the incident is sufficiently unmilitary as to have been, as it was, the concept of one who had never in his life as much as smelt gunpowder. No, the legend of Barbara must be given up, even though it deprive us of one of the few heroines of its day. The debatable ground between the lines did, however, furnish history with some notable incidents wherein women figured as the chief influencers, even if the names of these heroines were not chronicled. For obvious reasons, the names were not disclosed at the time of the incidents, when the respective armies alternately held the ground where lived the women whose deeds were chronicled, and afterward these deeds were forgotten in graver matters. One fair inhabitant of Washington in the early days of the struggle used to give Stuart, who for a time after the Battle of Bull Run held the southern bank of the Potomac, most valuable information by means of a cunningly devised system of signals, executed by the raising and lowering of the window shades in her house, which was within full sight of the Confederate pickets. For a time the Confederacy had a regular force of female spies in the capital of their opponents, and some of the information thus gained was of great service. Of course, the federal government also maintained a corps of female spies, though the name of only one of all the roll on both sides, that of Belle Boyd, is known to fame. Belle Boyd's adventurous career during the war doubtless produced some few results in the movement of the armies of the South, but even she hardly did yeoman's service for her cause. In respect of espionage, the Confederacy had a decided advantage over its enemies, for the society at Richmond, both social and official, was made up of more constant and therefore better known elements than that of the always fluctuating population of Washington. So at Richmond it was hardly possible for a woman to seem that which she was not in the matter of sympathy, while in the national capital the constant influx of strangers and sojourners made the keeping of a military or political secret a matter of the utmost difficulty. These more military pursuits, however, are hardly credible and little congenial to true womanhood, and the present record does not care to concern itself with them. There was enough of passive heroism displayed during the time of strife to fill the onlooker with admiration for the courage as well as the patriotism of American womanhood, and these things are more pleasant to look upon than is professional espionage. The display of courage and endurance was varyingly manifested in the different parts of the country, and under different conditions. But it was constant in its spirit. The debt of the Union to its women has never been acknowledged, perhaps because never understood. The many triumphs of the Confederate arms on the battlefield gave rise to a strong peace party in the North, and though general history makes no mention of the fact, there can be in the mind of one who remembers the trend and expressions of public sentiment little doubt that was chiefly the women of the North who barred the way of that party to ultimate victory. Because the most prominent expressions in matters political come from male sources, we are apt to neglect to recognize the home influence which is so frequently a factor in the total result that accrues from the consequent action. It was the men who fulminated against peace, the men who went to the polls, and by their votes decided that the war must continue until either the South had been brought back into the Union, or the cause of the latter was so hopeless that to continue the struggle were folly. But it was in large measure the women who, by their steadfastness of devotion to the cause, impelled the men to such action. There will be few among those who remember the interior history of those terrible days who will not agree in the statement that the women of the North was due, in great measure, the hearty affirmative response which rose from the country to the question, "Shall the war go on?" Southern womanhood was equally steadfast in the cause of liberty, as the South deemed it. Indeed, the Southern women, as unyielding in principle as their Northern sisters, were yet more admirable in their constancy, because of the conditions under which that constancy was displayed. They were not daunted by the ruin of their homes, by the death of their loved ones, by their own sufferings and perils. Unlike the North, the South recognized its unpayable debt to its women, perhaps because the evidences of that debt were so much more patent than where these were confined to the direction and fostering of public sentiment. The Southern chronicler of that woeful time gladly acknowledged how the women, by their enthusiastic encouragement and their gallant loyalty, encouraged the men and kept them to their duty, if only from shame of their displaying less constancy than the sex which was termed the weaker. When Lee stood at bay in Petersburg, it was less upon the bayonets of his ragged army that the Southern Confederacy was upheld in its last struggle than upon the fiery constancy of its women. Fine as was the spirit of that little army, which laughed at its own plight and jestingly termed its components Les Miserables, in punning allusion to Victor Hugo's great work, then just issued in America, it was, after all, but the reflex and expression of the spirit of the delicate ladies of the little town, who lived unconcerned amid the clamor of bursting shells, and even held their little social gatherings in the center of the whirlpool of war, that the soldiers might have some recreation during the scant hours of rest from duty. When at last the skeleton army was driven from its defenses and forced to lay down its arms at Appomattox. It was the women of Richmond who received the news with bitterest grief but least dismay, and faced with calmest courage the threat of the indignities and sufferings which they feared would result from Northern occupation. That these fears were groundless, even the baser elements of the soldiery being in the leash of a man who believed in civilized warfare, does not detract from the gallantry which anticipated rapine and sack without quailing. The surrender of Johnston's army, following hard upon that of Lee's forces, ended the struggle, and the South was left to face the consciousness and consequences of defeat. On none of its children did the blow fall with such stunning force as upon its daughters. That the South could not be conquered, that it must attain its independence, that God fought in battles, formed the creed of every Southern woman, and even when the end was in sight to the vision of Lee and Johnston, still fighting desperately as their duty rather than in any hope, the women refused to believe in such a possibility. But the possibility became a certainty, and Rachel could do nothing but mourn for her children and turn with what courage she might to face conditions full of threat of the worst. Nor even here did her courage falter, though her beliefs had proved but broken reeds and her hopes had been swept away, leaving nothing in their place. The South was a land of mourning, not of death only, but of failure of a beloved and trusted cause. Meanwhile, the North was a land of rejoicing, and her women, like all their sex, were immoderate in their triumph, and did not consider, as had the soldiers of the victorious armies, the feelings of those who had fought so long and well. But there was scant opportunity for the display of triumph, for the terrible blow which fell upon the whole country, South as well as North, when Lincoln died under the hand of the assassin, changed joy into mourning, and made of a victorious people one that tasted all the bitterness of sorrow. Heavier calamity had never visited this land, and its effects upon the feeling of our womanhood were almost as far-reaching and distressing as its political results. For the women of the South, sore in defeat and unjustly holding Lincoln responsible for the sorrows that had come upon them, openly rejoiced in his taking off, and forgot their womanhood in their exultation over the foul crime. It was the spirit that awoke at John Brown's insurrection over again, though differently directed, and it awakened a natural response in the North, which saw in the exaltation of murder as the judgment of God a perversity and even criminality of thought which could spring only from innate baseness. Again there was misunderstanding, for the women of the South, blinded by their prejudices and sufferings to the true character and greatness of the dead man, held him in detestation and rejoiced over his death as that of a hated foe, while they of the North, listening to the cry of exultation that arose from their Southern sisters, and unmindful of the sources, however false in themselves, yet bearing some excuse, if only of madness, which led to that demonstration of joy, naturally held that Southern women were hardly better than human fiends, and utterly unworthy of the guise of womanhood. The trial of those implicated in the assassination of Lincoln gave a name to be remembered in the annals of American woman, though the record be of the saddest. That Mrs. Surratt was legally guilty of complicity in the murder of the martyred president is at least doubtful. It may even be questioned if she were guilty of foreseeing the crime. Her part in the conspiracy most probably ending with the plan of abduction, which was the forerunner of the murder. Nonetheless, she suffered a shameful death, the passions of the time being too strong for the cooler voices of justice to be heard, and again was enacted in minor form the national drama that followed upon the insurrection of John Brown. The women of the South, if they did not go to the lengths of their Northern sisters on the former occasion, looked upon Mrs. Surratt in the light of a martyr to their lost cause, and so expressed themselves with a bitterness and forgetfulness of the true nature of the case, which was a denial of their best attributes as women. And the Northern woman, holding Mrs. Surratt to be a very devil of malignity and criminality, could not patiently hear her name spoken with aught but horror and detestation. So the war ended, as it began, in misunderstanding, and therefore the bitterest of hatred between the two sections of a land which was at the end of the struggle no more unified than at the beginning. It is pleasant to turn from these manifestations of all that was worst in American womanhood to the consideration of woman's social condition at the time of the expiration of the war. Even during the period of strife, there had been uplifted a new voice from the women of our land, though as yet that voice was too feeble and too drowned in the clash of battle to attract much attention. One of the expressions of this new spirit, which had arisen in at least a portion of our women, is worthy of note as being in some sense a pioneer. In 1864 there was issued a book called Woman and Her Era by Eliza W. Farnham. The object of the author was to demonstrate the superiority of women over men, not superiority in comparative sense, or even for certain ends, but absolute and unimpeachable. The leading argument of the book, as it appeared in syllogistic form and in all its wonders of capital letters, was as follows: Life is exalted in proportion to the organic and functional complexity. Woman's organism is more complex, and her totality of function larger than those of any other being inhabiting our earth. Therefore, her position in the scale of life is the most exalted, the sovereign one. The minor proposition was supported by arguments which belong to the lecture room of the anatomist. Passing in silence over that which the lady calls the organic argument, a little of that which she terms the religious argument, wherefore is not clear, may be quoted with a view to entertainment, if not to profit. Organic superiority is in itself proof positive of the superorganic superiority. Life is the most advanced which employs, in the service of the greatest number of powers, the most complex mechanism for the end of use. We are therefore prepared to find in it, the feminine structure, the embodiment of a larger number of powers and higher aims in its use, a deeper feeling for the ends of use, a more abiding faith in and loyalty to development as the one aim that makes life worthy of acceptance and sweet in its passing taste, and on the other hand to see that its failure herein is more fatal and destructive than it is in the masculine life. The feminine includes the masculine, transcending it in all directions. This is the synopsis of the major part of the argument, given in the lady's own words, but her conclusion has more familiar sound to our ears. Here it is. The questions of rights settles itself in the true statement of capacities. Rights are narrowest, where capacities are fewest, broadest where they are the most numerous. It is plain, then, as between masculine and feminine, where the most expanded circle of rights will be found, and equally plain the absurdity of man, the narrower in capacities, assuming to define the sphere of rights for women, the broader. Such was the trumpet blast sent out by Miss Eliza Farnham, one of the pioneers of the movement, which took for its slogan her own cry of "Women's Rights." The work made no stir and has long since passed to the limbo of forgotten books, but it was undeniably suggestive, and seems worthy of being rescued, at least in name and purpose, from the oblivion into which it passed. Absorbed in nearer, if not weightier, questions, the women of that day gave scant welcome to the theories of Miss Farnham. But the appearance of those theories, even if in rudimentary form, was ominous, though the omen was not recognized. It was one of the first guns of a struggle, compared with which even the war, which was then raging, was tame and half-hearted, and of which the end is not yet, perhaps never will be. For the time, however, the women of our land were concerned with national rather than sexual questions. Indeed, the physiological argument never took root among the theories of women when they discussed their place in the scheme of creation, but the mental argument, the position that women were in all mental attributes equal to men, and therefore should be possessed of equal rights, proved to be seed sown in good ground. Time was needed for its development into the grain of general or even partial acceptance, but it grew, and was even then growing, even if not directly under the fostering of the author of Woman and Her Era. Already there had been more than whispers of such theories. As is usually the case, the first movements were clumsy and ill-directed, and were too radical to hope for general popularity, even among those whom they were intended to benefit. There had been among certain disgruntled women a movement toward dress reform, not, however, having as its end aesthetic
or even sanitary considerations,
but merely an assertion of strange and even ridiculous nature, of equality with the men. Even before Miss Farnham had uttered her call to battle, there had come into existence those strange bifurcated garments called bloomers, though their adoption had been limited to very few indeed among the women of our land. Moreover, nearly 15 years prior to the appearance of Miss Farnham's book, Lucretia Mott and Elizabeth Cady Stanton had signed a summons to the first Women's Rights Convention, which was held at the home of Mrs. Stanton at Seneca Falls, New York. On this occasion was made the first formal claim for suffrage on the part of women, but the movement accomplished little and was rather suggestive than effective. The female suffragists had accomplished nothing at this time. They had not even influenced the general thought of their sex, and such works as that of Miss Farnham, the most radical and yet representative in its theories, and therefore selected as typical, were as few as ineffective. The failure of the movement to spread beyond a few rabid enthusiasts was doubtless because of its radicalness of theory. It was not content, being in this respect like almost all new movements, to make gradual progress, but must upset established institutions, both domestic and political, at a blow. Therefore it won from all sensible people either ridicule or neglect. It made no more real headway than had the sporadic outbursts of misdirected religious enthusiasm in older times, which indeed it greatly resembled in its methods and propagandists. Its central theory was so overlaid by cumbering cloaks of absurdity that, whatever might be its real attractions and merits, if seen stripped of its fantastic garb, it could but be repugnant in present guise to all true womanhood. It was sent forth in bloomers, as it were, and was thus made a figure of fun, and deprived of the dignity which it might have held had its dress been simple and dignified. Yet it was portentous, though the portent was not of the thing that was seen, but of that which was to be born of it. Such radical reformers as Susan B. Anthony, with her adoption of semi-masculine costume, just sufficiently masculine to render it unfeminine and nothing more, or Lucretia Mott, with her impracticable theories of women's rights, presented in such form as to be repellent to all the better attributes of true womanhood, could win but ridicule, good-natured or acrimonious, as their portion, yet in a sense they were the leaders of the great movement which in altered guise was to come as a preponderant question of its day. Not in 1866, however, had that movement taken, or even promised to assume, any definite shape, or one likely to win sufficient adherents to make it worthy of notice. As yet American womanhood was content with its sphere. It still ruled the home, and found in that rule all of right that it desired. It was content to send to the polls, as to the battle, its male representatives, and to guide them by its influence into the paths which seemed best. It did not lift up its voice and contend in the streets. It was quietly strong. The close of the Civil War, then, found the outer conditions of the American woman, speaking of them in general, and not as affected by the material results of that war, just as they had been at the beginning of the strife. Society had indeed been rent into fragments, but the components of that society which had flourished 4 years before were unchanged in their status. Socially speaking, there had come no change to the women of America during the period of the Civil War, yet by that war and its results there had been created conditions that were to bear fruit in after days. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13, Women of America, by John Ruse LARUS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Feminine Reconstruction. During the era which is generally known in the political history of our country as the Reconstruction period, there came about many and significant changes in the status and thought of the women of our land, particularly in the southern portion thereof. It was a period of honest error on the part of those who guided the destinies of the nation, and the errors made by them largely founded on the old base of misunderstanding of actual conditions, reacted upon the womanhood of the South, and prolonged the sectional animosity which still held its place of prejudice and bitterness in our midst. Justice of judgment, as far as applied to national issues and affairs, was unknown. Hence, amelioration of existent conditions, always the work of wise and tolerant public opinion, was impossible. During that period the South, and with it its women, passed through greater stress and suffering than even the days of the Civil War had brought upon it. In the North there were no such hampering conditions to development, therefore there was progress in all social matters. Society, as generally termed, became reformed and settled down to its old pursuits and ambitions, but there had come a great difference in its conditions. The era of centralization which had dawned with the close of the Revolution had again passed away. Never again, as far as we can see and foresee, was Washington to be the social center of the country. The traditions of the White House had been overthrown, and the leadership of the social world was not to be looked for from that quarter as of old. For the future, the mistress of the White House might be in theory First Lady of the land, but she was no longer to be at the head of a court or even coterie. The social glory of Washington had departed. Society resumed its ways all over our country, but when American women were spoken of, there was no longer in the mind of speaker or listener the inevitable suggestion of the social world as generally recognized. The term had emerged from its narrowness of meaning and had resumed all its old inclusiveness. North and South, East and West, it was recognized that American womanhood includes society, and not society American womanhood. And this recognition of a great truth helped the coming of a new era which was hard at hand. Meanwhile, America was two countries, joined in a force-born alliance, but with no true union, far less unity. And of all the manifestations of this deplorable fact, none was so convincing as the bearing of our womankind in their attitude toward those of the opposite section. The women of the South steadfastly refused to be reconstructed. The same feeling was prevalent among the men of that section, but it was at its height among the women, who utterly refused to pretend to any feeling of loyalty to the Union, and, worse yet, did not affect to conceal their hatred of all things Northern. Among the evils which Reconstruction had brought in its train was the advent in the South of a type of Northern woman, entirely honest in her enthusiasm in the cause of the Negro, and entirely ignorant of the true methods to further that cause. She came armed with 1,000 ill-founded prejudices, and she calmly proceeded to work upon the lines suggested by those prejudices, with utter disregard of the real conditions, which she desired to ameliorate, and with dense ignorance of the true tendencies and nature of the people, black and white, among whom she worked. Lacking the long line of racial traditions and experiences which alone could give grasp of the situation, she took counsel of her preconceived ideas only, and from her darkness of ignorance and prejudice, believed that she could shed light into benighted souls. She was honest to a fault, but her honesty was based in the supreme folly which believes that it can better see into the nature of things than they to whom those things have been lifelong conditions. Seeing her, the Southern woman naturally believed that she was a type of the womanhood of the North, which she was not. Hearing her reports, written from a standpoint utterly fatal to their truth or even fairness, of the existent culture in the conquered country, the Northern woman believed that her accounts gave a true picture of the conditions of civilization and thought prevailing in the South, which they did not. So increased the poison of misunderstanding in the veins of both sections. The Southern woman was rebellious, the Northern woman was intolerant. Were the women alone to be consulted, there was small hope of ever fusing into one the severed elements which theoretically composed the nation. And yet, because of conditions arising from the deplorable state of things which then existed, the women were to become, though only gradually and not of set purpose, the dominating constituents in such fusion. The mills of the gods were grinding, and the grist was to prove of sustenance to the country in unlooked-for ways.
Before following to its end the movement which began in want and need, however, it may be well to cast a glance at the conditions which gave to that movement its rise and direction. Not only had the South become deeply impoverished as a result of the long struggle and of the loss of its slaves, but it was suffering from many of the evils which the cooler heads among statesmen, North and South, had foreseen as the result of the sudden emancipation of the negroes. Moreover, there had been imported into the Southland a most undesirable element in the persons and families of those who were contemptuously termed carpet-baggers, and these were, unhappily, in the ascendant in matters political, and wished to become so in matters social. It was the time of the rule of the demos in the worst form, the demos which had broken loose from restraint and had turned upon its former masters as its natural prey. As a consequence of all these things, society, as once known, did not exist in the South. The social element was of course present and recognized, but it was unable to find expression in its wonted manner. The man who had once lived upon the labors of his dependents was now forced to earn his own bread, generally in scanty quantity, by his own work, manual or mental, and his wife, who had once glittered resplendent in the social circle, and had found her every desire as well as need supplied almost as quickly as formed, was now compelled to assume even more than the normal duties of the typical housewife, and to bend all her energies toward eking out the small subsistence which her husband was able to provide. Naturally, under such uncongenial circumstances, there was little thought of social gathering or function, except in a very few of the larger towns, which refused to abandon their ways because of poverty. Such a town was New Orleans, and its brilliant circles of Creoles. In general, however, there was no attempt to emulate the gaiety of the capital of Louisiana. The women of the South faced with courage the conditions which were imposed upon them, but they could not make merry in their sadly altered circumstances. In the North, the effects of the war were of course less severely felt, but still there were effects detrimental to the interests of society as generally understood. Many a home had lost its chief worker and felt the sting of poverty as a consequence. The war had cost the North a great treasure of money as well as blood, and the cost, while never thought of with a pang of regret, was often present to the consciousness of the people who bore its results. There was less impulse of gaiety among all classes. There was a graver trend of thought than ever before, and there was the recognition of past peril and present loss. These changes affected the women more than the men. The latter indeed felt but little of the detrimental consequences of the war, for the most part taking up their lives where they had temporarily put them aside to spend themselves in the service of their country. The women, however, where they felt the stress at all, felt it severely. Aside from their stricken hearts, there were problems of everyday life presented to them which clamored for solution, if that life were not to be made worse than a burden. In far better case than their sisters of the South, they yet had sufficient cause for gravity of thought and call of courage. Many were the fortunes that had been made during the war by the Northern men who battened upon the needs of their country, but the more diffused loss of sustenance more than overbalanced even these fortunes and swayed the scale to the side of loss instead of gain in the totality of result. Before considering the results which accrued from these conditions, North and South, it may be interesting to turn aside for a moment to make record of one of the most picturesque figures among American womanhood of that day, even though her fame was but local. About 1815 there was born in the city of Baltimore, of Irish parentage, an infant who was named Margaret Gaffney. She married young, and in 1836 went with her husband, whose name was Gowrie, to New Orleans. Left a penniless widow in less than a year, she entered into the service of the city orphan asylum as a domestic, and when the second building was erected to the sisters, finding her faithful and intelligent, placed her in charge of the large dairy which was part of the establishment. Soon she became associated with all the labors of the sisters, and by her efforts materially contributed to free the establishment from debt. When this had been done, she opened a dairy on her own account, and in 1866 added a bakery to her business. She made money with a rapidity which was accountable only by the wide celebrity which she had gained by her labors in the cause of the orphans, for she was known far and wide as Margaret the orphan's friend. She retained the simplicity of her thought and life throughout, herself driving the cart by means of which her bread and milk were distributed, and all the money that she made was contributed to the cause of the forsaken children whom she loved. She died in 1882, and to her was erected the first monument to a woman ever reared in the United States. As the first woman to be thus honored, she deserves to be remembered by more than local affection, and it speaks well for our country that the pioneer shaft raised to a woman did not commemorate the triumphs of intellect or even military bravery, but the labors and unselfishness of one who could not so much as write her name, signing with a cross the will by which she made her last gift to the orphans, Protestant as well as Catholic, for her large soul knew of them nothing but that they were in need of care, of the city of New Orleans. Even yet, in these days of rush and bustle, New Orleans has not forgotten the woman whom it knew by the simple name of Margaret, neglecting further identification of title, for to New Orleans there was but one Margaret, and the name carried unique meaning, even as would that of a reigning queen. To return from this substitution of the individual for the general, Reconstruction in a political sense was happily of brief life in the South, but feminine Reconstruction, which had its birth in the same time as the political, was destined to prove lasting in its work and effects. There was need of complete reconstruction of thought as well as society, if woman were not to be a clog rather than an aid to the efforts of man, for the conditions which had enabled the latter, at least in the South, to look upon woman as the companion only for his leisure had disappeared, while in both sections there were left destitute thousands of women with mouths which must be fed, both of themselves and of little ones. Moreover, in both sections, the home was no longer the inevitable and perfect refuge which it had been. Either the father, the breadwinner, had been swept away by the destroying tide of war, together with the brothers upon whom the home might still have leaned, or he was so disabled in body or purse that he could not care for those who by nature were dependent upon him. These conditions did not press so heavily upon the northern homes, since in that section there was plenty of work for willing hands, and the men had little difficulty in obtaining a sufficient living for their households. But in the South those conditions were widespread. They were imperative in their instant demands. They must be satisfied. But how? Only one answer met the necessities of the case. The women must work. For themselves, and often for their households, they must win support. The young girls just verging upon womanhood must go out from the homes where they had been so carefully and tenderly nurtured, and face the battle for independence. It is difficult for us in these days of broader thought to understand the horror with which the women of the South contemplated this necessity. For a woman of the upper classes, and it must be remembered that, in the South, there was practically no middle class at that period, to labor for money was, in the eyes of the Southern lady, reared in all the prejudices and traditions of affluence, a real degradation. For herself she might have borne it uncomplainingly, as she had borne so many other hardships, but for her daughters it was terrible in her thought. To guard them from the rough touch of the world had been one of her first duties. Now she must learn to fit them, if possible, for that contact. She must send them out to fight for their hands in the strife of existence. Elder as well as younger women were thus forced to fight. But it was for the latter, not for themselves, that the elders felt the stress. They had learned in hard schools to endure, but their daughters had been shielded as well as might be, even in the nearest coming of hardship and peril, and they could not bear the thought of removing from those daughters their watchful and tender care. The younger women themselves faced the situation with more courage, but that they were daunted by the prospect cannot be denied. They were eager to contribute to the support of those who had thus far cherished them. They grudged no pain of labor to effect this end, but they recoiled from the actual going out into the world, alone and unaided, to meet its coarseness and lack of sympathy. Yet the need once acknowledged and proved, they met it firmly. They still retained some prejudices as to the limits within which it was possible for a lady to labor and retain her claim to the title she valued. They had not at a bound attained to the independence of thought and action, which is a mark of womanhood in the days in which we of the present live, but they were ready to do all that within those limits fell to their hands, if so they might relieve their parents of part of the burden which weighed so heavily upon them. Thus, in pangs of bitter necessity, was born among women the era of the worker. It was an era which was to last to the present, and to reach into the future as far as the eye of prophecy can penetrate. But like all infants, it was feeble at birth, and even its first steps were tottering and uncertain. The beginnings of the true feminine reconstruction were made under stress of circumstance and not of choice, but they were none the less admirable in result, though slower in attaining thereto. This was the fruit of the Civil War, its great gift to the womanhood of our land. That fruit first blossomed in the South, since here there was the greater need, and her daughters went out from their homes into the crowded marts of business and claimed a share in the work of men. Not at first, indeed, the more radical impulse in this wise came from the North, where also conditions had changed since the first half of the century. The Southern girl saw but little proper direction for her efforts beyond the profession of education. She went out as teacher or governess, and considered that thus she had reached the uttermost bourne of possibility in this wise. But the educational circle became so thronged that on its margin, vainly endeavoring to enter, stood a countless throng of girls and women who must work or be a burden upon those they loved, if even this shameful refuge was open to them. So perforce they turned away, battling with their prejudices, to seek other employment, and when they had found it they discovered to their relief and delight that they had gained rather than lost caste in the eyes of the world, even of their own circles. Under varying conditions, but to similar purpose, there was an equal movement among northern womanhood. Timidly at first, for they too had their prejudices to conquer, the women of the North sought to enter into great competition for the means of existence, and, having once tasted independence, they found it sweet. There was almost the same hesitancy and the same circumscription of womanly calling in the North as in the South, but the Northern woman, with her stronger sense of independence in right-doing, sooner shook herself free from the shackles of tradition. Had there been equal need in both sections, the North would doubtless have taken and maintained the lead in the emancipation of woman from the servitude of the obligations of caste, as in those days held. But because of the greater incentive among the women of the South, these were in the vein in the new movement until that movement became so general that there was no longer front or rear thereto. The time was not long in coming. Revolutionary as were its theories, the country had long unconsciously been prepared for them, and when they were set up they were almost universally acknowledged as the proper standard. There still remained some whose prejudices in this respect were irrefragable, but they gradually found themselves in a constantly weakening minority. The worker in the hive of humanity found herself not only tolerated, as she had hoped, as the best possible, but honored even more than the queen bees. She found herself, though originally forced there by circumstances, in an environment which wasn't always congenial to the best of her nature. Not a little of this result, it must be proudly admitted, was owing to the chivalry of the American man. With all respect, all courtesy, he welcomed to participation in his pursuits the woman whom he had looked upon as by training, and even nature, cut off from such participation, and he gladly embraced the opportunity to prove to the women of the land that his deference for their sex was not limited to the bounds of the drawing-room, but was a thing which was unlimited in application. With their contact with the world of affairs thus made easy for them by those upon whose hitherto exclusive territory they were intruding, the women of America found their new life not only tolerable but pleasant. That "the ages call and heroes come" has risen to the dignity of an apothegm, but if inventions were substituted for heroes, in the saying, it would be at least as true and perhaps of more practical value and meaning. It does not appear that the typewriter has ever been mentioned as one of the determining factors of our present feminine status, but that it deserves such credit does not admit of a doubt. That invention, whose use is now so nearly universal that it is difficult to remember that it has been with us but a scant 20 years, came at the psychological moment in the history of American womanhood. It opened, as nothing else, an avenue for the direction of feminine effort in the struggle for existence, and it displayed its possibilities just at the period when the supply of women workers began far to exceed the demand. There were still recognized limitations to female effort, far straighter than those now laid down, if indeed any limitations other than those drawn by physical conditions can be said now to exist. As formerly in educational circles, so now in those of affairs, there were overcrowding among the women who sought work, and just in time to relieve the stress, there was opened a new field of labor, peculiarly adapted to the feminine nature and need, in the manipulation of the novel instrument of record. Quickly was the field seized and cultivated by the eager women, and it not only was itself rich in harvest, but it led into new and hitherto uncultivated fields of effort, and from the time of the acceptance of the typewriters as a necessity of business, the position of women in the world of affairs was assured and established. Before the 19th century had passed the 8th milestone of its existence, The foundation of feminine reconstruction had been laid in enduring material, and each succeeding lustrum saw the edifice arise in fairer and more definite proportions. So accustomed to the new status of women did we soon become, that we failed to recognize how radical was the change which had taken place in the general conception of the sphere of womanhood. The very fact that there was no definite and determined movement looking to that desired end made for success. The woman worker did not come with demand for equality of recognition, with parades and conventions and speeches. She simply entered upon the field which she desired to possess, and made it her own by right. Therefore that right was instantaneously recognized, and there was tacit acceptance, which is the most significant and enduring of all. Meanwhile, the reformers among women had not been idle. In many respects, true reformation had taken place. Legislation had from time to time assured women of equal rights and property. In some respects, had even recoiled to the opposite extreme, and had given to the married woman, whose property was once entirely under the control of her husband, immunity from just responsibilities, and made her lot in this respect far more enviable and secure than that of the man whose rights she shared. Though somewhat too radical in effect, the spirit of these things was admirable, and women had cause for self-gratulation upon the success of their efforts to be safeguarded and recognized in their just claims. Had the efforts of the reformers stopped here, there could have been but praise for their work and its aims, but this was not the case. More and more insistent became the cry for equal footing with the men in matters which were not generally deemed within the sphere of femininity. The advocates of female suffrage in particular uplifted their voices and would not cease their clamor, though disowned by a majority of their own sex. Near the beginning of the 10th decade of the century, a large number of the women of Massachusetts, to show their lack of sympathy with the radicals, even formed themselves into a ladies' anti-suffrage league. Yet even this open enmity to their cherished schemes among those who were most concerned did not deter the reformers. In 1884, when political excitement reached its post-bellum height, Mrs. Belva Lockwood, a female practitioner of law in Washington, actually announced her candidacy for the presidential chair. And though she did not ultimately go to the poll, she took the stump in her own behalf, and in all other respects emulated the male candidates for the chief magistracy. This was the climax of feminine effort in politics, and doubtless had its deterrent effect in making disciples to the theory of feminine suffrage. Mrs. Elizabeth Cady Stanton was the type of her class. Born in 1815, living until 1902, nearly the whole of her long life was devoted to the promulgation and attempt to establish theories of feminine equality with men in all respects of rights. She was one of those restless spirits which find in fanaticism of some kind their needful expression, and she was never weary of the notoriety and prominence that accrued from her efforts for the emancipation of women. Her share in the first Women's Rights Convention has already been mentioned. In 1854 she addressed the New York legislature on the subject of the rights of married women, and in 1860 she again appeared in the halls of law as an advocate for divorce on the grounds of drunkenness. In 1867 she canvassed Kansas, and in 1874 Michigan, when the question of female suffrage was submitted to the decision of the people of those states. In 1868 she was actually a candidate for a seat in Congress on the platform of female suffrage, and though she failed in gaining a place in the legislature of the nation, she subsequently appeared many times before that legislature, or committees thereof, in behalf of her cherished theory. These efforts, together with her incumbency of numerous presidencies in societies and leagues in sympathy with her purposes, made up the sum of her existence. Personally, she was a woman of many attractions of mind and bearing. But her fanaticism in the fancied cause of those who repudiated, in the vast majority, her theories and aims made her the type of the restless and radical reformer. Yet the efforts of the would-be female reformers, however misdirected in their immediate aims, did good in rousing the women of America to consideration of their place in the polity, at least in social matters, of the Commonwealth. They might not care to go to the polls and struggle with the men in an endeavor openly to rule the destinies of the nation, but they awoke to a more intelligent interest than they had yet displayed in the theories of government and social questions of the day. Many of the chief reforms in these matters which have come about during late years have been effected by the direct influence of the women of our land, either in leagues or through recognized and accredited representatives of some accepted theories. This feminine interest in the larger affairs of the nation, rightly directed to internal rather than to external policy, has been admirable in its results, and its rise and development may in large measure be attributed to the incitement of the reform spirit in other matters. That the concerted efforts of the women of our country are invariably wisely directed and governed, it were folly to claim, but the spirit is always pure and high, and the masculine framers or advocates of legislation are not of such unimpeachable wisdom that they can afford to speak in scorn of the theories or work of the other sex in this wise. While at least the motives that direct feminine influence cannot be called into question. The tendency of the sex toward extremes, and its blindness, in its sense of the desirability of its end, to the unwisdom of the means which it sometimes proposes to use, are occasionally in evidence in matters of paternal legislation, but these are but minor flaws and are not incorrigible. So the era of feminine reconstruction resulted in the working woman and the thinking woman, and on these lies much of the hope of our country's future. Thus the Civil War at the last brought us a blessing instead of a curse, and in the halls of labor American womanhood once more joined hands in amity and became a unit in its aims and influence. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. Women of America by Ruse LARUS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The Close of a Century. When a German woman residing in a western city, but recently arrived in America from the midst of the conservative social circles of her native land, described American women at large as fruchtbar frei und fruchtbar fromm, frightfully free and frightfully pious, she unintentionally paid a compliment to our feminine civilization. The accusation of piety calls for no rebuttal, and that of freedom was caused by the confounding, as was natural in European thought, of innocent simplicity with recklessness of deportment. The social manners of American women of the present is a subject of philosophy rather than history, but the fact of the freedom of intercourse between the sexes may be touched upon, since, however strange and reprobatory it may seem to European eyes, it is as much a national institution as our form of government itself, while its causes lie in the story of the past. The opening of the vast treasures of the West, and the marvelous deportment of that section, had effect upon the direction of feminine thought and effort in various channels. Though the leaps of that part of our country into prominence had made of such places as Chicago and St. Louis, as well as lesser but still important cities of the West, a potential influence in the development of material interests long before the century had entered upon its ninth decade, until that time they had won but little power as social influences. They were fast taking their places as powers in this direction also, however, and before long Chicago at least came to be recognized as a stalwart rival to New York, the acknowledged leader of the East in things social. Then, because of the lusty strength incidental to the vigorous youth of the junior members of our Commonwealth, Western ideas and influences began to be felt in the East, and to modify the conditions that existed in Eastern society. The simplicity, freedom, of which the German woman complained, is in truth one of the finest, as of the most characteristic, traits of our social system in its regulation of intercourse between the sexes, and it was well that the East, which was beginning to pay too much attention to the ultra-conservative ideas of the Old World in this respect, should find a counter-influence within the borders of its own land. Even more important, however, was the hearty acceptance by the West, far broader than that of the East, of the theory of woman's place in affairs. Though the woman worker had been accepted and even honored in the East, it was not until the West had made her a matter of course that she was universally regarded as entirely within the proper sphere of femininity. Up to that time she had been looked upon as the creature of circumstances, to disappear when the conditions of her existence were altered, rather than as an established fact. But the last decade of the century swept away such remaining cobwebs of tradition, and for all time made the woman worker a recognized fact as well as factor in the totality of our social system. As the century drew to its close, increasingly prominent and determined became the position of the woman worker. Her sphere of action became rapidly enlarged. She grew to be a power as well as an influence. She was no longer of necessity the subordinate worker. Often she claimed and obtained a place at the head of affairs, even if as yet these were rarely of great pith and moment. The woman worker rapidly developed into the woman of business. She began to rival the men in enterprise, even although she rarely contended with them in their traditional fields. Yet even this latter rule was not universal in application. The 19th century had not yielded its latest breath before it had seen the appearance of women as commercial travelers, as agents of various descriptions, and in many departments contending with the men for supremacy in fields that had hitherto been considered necessarily confined to cultivation by the sterner sex. The close of that century also saw women entering into rivalry with the men in learned professions. Female practitioners of medicine, such as Dr. Mary Walker, had been known for some time, and the last few years have seen, even in the most conservative states, women admitted to the bar, following in the footsteps of Mrs. Belva Lockwood, to contend with their male rivals in forensic eloquence and subtleties. The professorial chairs of such institutions of learning as Vassar College, the forerunner of the many splendid educational centers for female training that have sprung up throughout our land, were filled for the most part by women themselves the product of those educational institutions, and even some of the universities hitherto confined to the education of the male youth of our land opened their doors to women, while coeducation already had its notable strongholds. Everywhere there was granted, and gladly granted, to womanhood all that it asked in concerted demand. Women's rights, as far as claimed by the consensus of womanly thought, had won all that its advocates could desire in the matter of recognition. The change came with wonderful suddenness, yet it was so natural in its workings, and the national mind had so long been prepared for it, that it bore with it no sense of strangeness. Such a personality as that of Mrs. Hetty Green, for example, the richest woman in America, financier and woman of affairs, holding directing interests in many large corporations, fostering and guiding some of the greatest enterprises in the world of finance, and doing all of her own responsibility and unaided by advice. Such a personality as this would have seemed incredible 50 years ago, but today is hardly worthy of more than passing note. The entrance of women into the sphere of business, competing with men upon their own ground, matching their wits against those of their masculine competitors, and remaining unworsted in the struggle, excites no remark, but is accepted as a thing entirely natural to the conditions of modern life. Yet in its youth the century whose age beheld these things would have maintained, even with acrimony, that they were undesirable impossibilities. Even some of the extreme demands of the radicals in such matters were granted, at least experimentally, with results which showed the wisdom of the more moderate advocates of women's rights. A town in Kansas, that stronghold of extreme experiments, placed the whole internal government mayoralty, town council, and all like offices in the hands of its women. This was about 1897, and the century had not yet drawn its last gasps when the aforesaid town was found to be bankrupt, while its affairs generally were in such hopeless confusion that the men were, at the next election, hastily called in to repair, as far as possible, the devastation which had been wrought. But if women could not find success in the administration of civic government, they none the less proved themselves, in more than one notable instance, admirable organizers and administrators in other spheres. It suffices to recall the name of Frances Elizabeth Woolard to show what can be accomplished by an able woman working upon lines which her education and sexual traditions fit her to purpose. Miss Willard left behind her noble monuments in the Women's Christian Temperance Union, of which she was president from 1879 until her death, and the World's Christian Temperance Union, founded by her in 1883, and of which she was made president in 1888. She did other work for her sex and humanity in general, and in her educational and journalistic career she proved her abilities and her administrative powers, but these were best and most nobly shown in the fostering of the great temperance movements in whose success she was the most influential factor. Nor is it only by the womanhood of America that the name of Frances Willard is held in honor or will be eternally remembered, though it was in her exposition of some of the highest qualities peculiar to that womanhood that she won her most enduring claim to honor and remembrance. Another woman's name which before the close of the century had taken place among the foremost of organizers and administrators in work helpful to humanity is that of Clara Barton. Miss Barton served a long apprenticeship in her work before she became its recognized leader on American soil. During the Civil War she did relief work upon the battlefields, succoring with her own hands many a stricken soldier and saving him from a lingering death. Even thus early she displayed her talent for organization by forming a Bureau of Information, where inquiries could be made and information lodged concerning missing men. It was, however, to the Reverend William A. Crocker, a chaplain in the Confederate service, that the original idea of such a bureau, as well as its foundation and administration, were due. Later Miss Barton became associated with the International Red Cross Society, and as one of its members did noble work during the Franco-Prussian War. In 1881 she became president of the American Red Cross Society, the organization of which was mainly due to her personal efforts, and its success to her prestige and direction. Under her administration great good has been done by the Society to suffering humanity, her efforts in this direction not being confined to times of war. Such catastrophes as the Russian famine of 1892 and the Armenian massacres of 1896 won prompt aid from the Red Cross, while not only was relief sent to the suffering Cubans in 1898, but during the subsequent war Miss Barton took personal charge of the hospital service of her society. Even the Boer War gave her opportunity for humane work, which was eagerly embraced. If it must be acknowledged that the sex has not as yet, even in world inclusion, shown itself the equal of its rivals in the matter of literature, it has yet done some work that will live. In poetry it has given us Sappho, a Vittoria Colonna, an Elizabeth Barrett Browning; in fiction a George Eliot, a George Sand, a Madame de Stael; and in the graver departments of letters a Harriet Martineau. Neither America in particular nor the present age in general has added to this important list, but in Frances Hodgson Burnett our womanhood has at least given to the present one of its best novelists, and there are on the roll of women writers several who have done work that ranks above the average of the literary production of the day. Perhaps one of the most characteristic advances of the century at its close was the recognition among womanhood of duties of a nature till then unacknowledged save by a few, who had made no disciples. There had always been many, to the praise of womanhood be it said, who had been foremost in almsgiving and aid to the needy. Indeed, the personal calls of charity had been left almost entirely in the hands of woman as the traditional and natural dispenser of alms. But it was not until the latter days of our civilization, as we now know it, that women became publicly and recognizedly the leaders in the great charitable movements. It was not even until that time that women, in individual guise, became known as philanthropists. Especially is the fact of a rich woman, such as Miss Helen Gould, being promptly identified with benevolent work a product of our own time. There many have been in the past, many who gave, and that liberally, but they did not identify themselves and their lives with their charities. They did not give themselves as well as their money. It is less the pecuniary generosity of Miss Gould to worthy objects than her personal identification therewith, her gift, a part of her life to such objects, that is worthy of commemoration, and in her way she stands a type of the latter American woman. When she gave the munificent sum of $100,000, but a portion of her total contribution, to the work of the hospital service at the beginning of the war with Spain, she did something, yet hardly achieved rivalry with a certain widow of scriptural fame. But when, at Camp Wyckoff, she nursed with her own hands the sick soldiers of her country, she brought to her gift of money the far finer gift of her own personality, and thus added to the former in infinite degree. It is well for our country that we can claim that such as she are but types. It is one of the rightful boasts of America that, although she has been vehemently accused of making the almighty dollar her one god, she has always been ready with generous response to the call of need. It mattered not whence that call came. Ireland, Russia, India, Cuba were alike recipients of her bounty, full to overflowing, when they raised their voices in anguish. That the answer to the cry for help was so quick, so hearty, so satisfying, was in large degree the work of our womanhood, whose ears were ever attuned to the voice of suffering. This was so almost from the birth of America as a nation, but only of late has the answer from our women to such cries for help been organized and therefore really effective. This apart, however, it may be claimed that one of the enduring attributes of American womanhood, more so than of any other race, is its generosity and response to the call of humanity, uncaring for race or creed or any outward circumstance. Many of the organized efforts in this wise of later days have been but the expressions of the national spirit of generosity, first finding congenial direction and resultful methods. It is no new thing that American womanhood should give of its substance to the cause of humanity. The newness lies entirely in the more concentrated methods of such gift, directed along the most effective lines, and thus escaping that diffusion and waste which is common to unorganized effort. That this result has been reached we owe chiefly to the leaders among the women's movement in this direction toward the close of the past century. The present era of American womanhood, indeed, may be classified as supremely that of concentration. Throughout our country are constantly springing up women's societies having definite aims and purposes, and the effort which was formerly diffused and therefore unavailing now tends from a consolidated source to a clearly discerned end. Whether for purposes of amelioration of sex position or of general beneficence, women have learned the power which lies in concentration of effort and have penetrated the secret of the most effectual putting forth of the strength which lies in them. Organization among women is a thing of the last few decades, but already it has assumed such proportions that feminine influence, not individually but collectively asserted, sways the destinies of our nation in more ways than are perceptible to the casual observer. The Women's Christian Temperance Union, for example, was strong enough to procure the abolishment of the army canteen, even against the influence of the most powerful men in the army itself. That Congress, as a body, was in favor of the action is a belief which would find few thoughtful supporters, yet Congress gave the Temperance Union the legislation it desired, and that with but little opposition. In seeking the cause for this, we touch the secret of the great power which is admittedly swayed by our feminine organizations, a power far greater than that belonging to any cognate ones of masculine membership. The secret is this: because of the purity and height of their aims, the councils of women of our country have as ally that greatest of all influences, public opinion. Moreover, this public opinion always looks to the great end in view, and but little to the wisdom of the proposed means to that end. Therefore, it supports any movement which tends toward an amelioration of public morality, as in the example cited, even where the movement takes a direction which is too radical to effect its proper ends. Therefore, the womanhood of our country, as organized and concentrated, holds today in its hands a power which it must exercise with discretion and moderation, or there will result from its unregulated exertion chaos and cataclysm. Yet a power which, properly exerted, will tend ever to the positioning of higher standards of morality and nobler goals of power, and generally to the upward as well as onward march of our nation and kind. There is in all this access of power and influence a danger which it is well to recognize and face, the danger of hysteria. This is in many respects a hysterical age, and neither sex can claim immunity from this dread disease. There are many organizations and movements, masculine as well as feminine, which have their birth and tendency in nothing else than hysteria, and there are others, admirable in inception and purpose, of which the conduct is governed largely by this emotional influence. The feminine sex is far more prone to unthinking enthusiasm than is the masculine, and they have given proof of this in many instances. Often, beginning some new movement with admirable and definite aims, our womanhood allows itself to be carried beyond its legitimate purpose by the urging of undisciplined emotion, and thus bringing its proper aim and purpose into disrepute among those who judge of a theory by the sub-theories of its disciples. A minor example of this error may be found in the support accorded the axe-wielding Tremaginate by women of pure aims but misdirected energies and enthusiasms. That a crusade such as that led by Carrie Nation could result in nothing but disrepute and scorn for the tenets they cherished was beyond their scope of vision. All that they could see was the attempted end. In the disregard of the character of means so that the end be good lies a peril which, if not subdued, may bring to naught all the noblest efforts of our womanhood in the 20th century. Unless the tendency to hysteria be eliminated, the result cannot be that which the effort deserves. Perhaps the most defined and significant feminine movement which flowered, it had long before blossomed at the death of the past century, is that which is generally termed the higher education of women. While this movement is not peculiar to America, it is in this country that it first gave signs of florescence and has taken deepest root. Over the length and breadth of the land are constantly springing up new educational centers which are devoted to the culture of young women. When Vassar began its career, it was, as Girton in England, looked upon as a most doubtful experiment, both as to its permanency and the merit of its aims. Now it is but one of an ever-increasing many, while coeducation is now an established rule in many of our greatest institutions of learning. There are still dissentients from the theory of classical and scientific education for women, and it is somewhat singular that the movement should have obtained full headway at the very time when there has been sharp and sustained attack upon university education for men as an aid to future career. But in neither case can the opponents of liberal education be said to have prevailed in argument. That errors have been made in the progress of the movement for broader feminine culture cannot be successfully denied. Occasionally, as in the adoption of the purely masculine badges of cap and gown, cause has been given for more or less good-natured ridicule and charge of fashion rather than earnestness in the movement. Nor can the introduction of athletic contests into the female curriculum be heartily defended. Not only are such contests abrogative of the most cherished theories of feminine culture, but they are not productive of respect from the enemies of the movement. The remarkable spectacle has been presented of championship games of basketball, which ended in fights between the adverse collegiates that recall the days when a baseball match was merely the preliminary to a battle between the partisans of the respective clubs, led by the players. Gracefully to accept defeat is not the nature of womankind, and struggles for physical mastery among them are subversive of all that is most admirable in the feminine nature. Nevertheless, all these things are but excrescences, and not germane to the main theory, and they will doubtless correct themselves by the constant self-evidence of their absurdity or evil tendencies. The promoters of the movement did not look to an aping of masculine garb and pursuits as the end or even means of their purposes, and their original aim will emerge from the mists and shine clear and bright in its height and singleness. That aim was that woman should be placed upon a level with man in all that is most desirable as a foundation for a career, and no one can dispute its excellence of theory. The methods of obtaining the best results in that purpose may be debated, and it is possible the conclusion reached that not yet have the guides of the army of feminine culture found the shortest and least encumbered paths to their goal, but that the goal will in time be reached by the easiest and best way does not admit of a doubt. In this case at least, though with some difference of application, may be quoted the old French proverb, Ce que femme veut, Dieu veut, that the future of our country depends, as its past has largely depended, upon its women is but a truism. It is something more, however, that we can look forward to with calm confidence to that future as upheld by American womanhood. Today the American woman stands but on the threshold of her career. Behind her are noble traditions, fraught with lesson, with admonition, and in some cases with warning. Before her are the coming centuries, pregnant with possibility, to be made her own. Every step that she takes is a determination of her destined path. Even though the step be temporarily in advance, if it leads to no worthy goal, it is a force wasted, and worse. She must needs face responsibility, without which she would be but the toy which she rightfully refuses to be considered. Yet the responsibility which lies on her shoulders should make her thoughtful and grave to meet and outface many problems of existence, to the solution of which she must in largest part contribute by her dealings with them. She is free with the noblest of freedoms. She has the liberty to be as well as to do, and the former is the greater thing. That which she does is but the reflex of that which she is, and the latter is the determining factor in the result of civilization. It is for her to direct the steps of progress, less in material matters than in spiritual direction. The legislation which is enacted in the halls of our legislatures is but the consequence of the influence and even the teachings of the home, and the face of the land is ever turned in the direction towards which its women set their countenances. There lies before us grave peril in questions of social nature, and it is our women who will determine whether the peril is to prove fatal to the best interests of civilization, or but a stepping stone to higher things. The story of American womanhood in the past shows deep cause for pride in those who can boast kinship to that womanhood, and the future will not blur the blazon of the past. End of chapter 14.
Recording by Linda Andrus. Waukesha, Wisconsin.
End of Women of America by John Ruse LARUS.